going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. I myself am not having the most fantastic experience, if I do say so myself. I'm gonna be honest. Because it's Tuesday. It's fucking Tuesday, and I hope everyone's having a great one. A great Tuesday. Right, boys. It's fucking Tuesday. And there is a lot to go over. There's a lot to talk about. Obviously, in the personal news category. Specifically. You might have noticed that I am sounding a little sick. I mean, obviously, if you're one of the first people in here in this chat, before I even go, before I even blast off, you probably are aware of it, but I have COVID. That's right, folks. It got me. Okay? It freaking got me, I think. I just want to be sure. I'm going to take some tests on stream in a little bit. Do not worry, it doesn't transfer through the stream, as far as I know. I ended the broadcast early. I ended the broadcast early last night, and I've been ending early since I came back, even from Coachella. I've been feeling a little groggy, but I've still been like working out, you know what I mean? Like doing things. What did you expect being in public like that? Yes, I know that this community of shut-ins are probably going to use this as an opportunity to fucking do a touchdown dance. And Wait, Carter is not VIP'd? Here, I just VIP'd Carter. And say things like, dude, of course you went outside. Like, you got COVID. Of course you went to Coachella, COVIDchella. What are you thinking? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I mean, straight up. You taking the Paxlovid King? No, I'm not, but I will talk about that. It's actually related to my own personal life, but also a news story that I want to get to today. There is a Pfizer Paxlovid COVID cure, basically. And it is not being used as much. I don't know why. And actually, the White House is trying to make a PR push for it. No, you're good. It sucks, but it's endemic at this point. That's what I think, too. I mean, you did say you hated masks and everything, Law. Dude, what are you even talking about? I went to Coachella. Like, no one was fucking wearing masks. Even if I was the entire time, which would have been ridiculous. I'd be the only person wearing a mask. And even in that situation, I did wear fucking, face coverage. So you're wrong on that. Especially to, like, not have dust in my fucking lungs. And I failed spectacularly on that front, too. Your incubation time shouldn't be that long. Unlikely you got it from Coachella. That's what I'm thinking. But, it's a narrative, so. Anyway. Oh, you got a nice, cool, two cool blast off memes. But yeah. Folks, that's it though. I mean, I think bound to happen. I wore a mask at Coachella before COVID because of the dust. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I did wear a mask, but it doesn't even matter. No! What is this? Did you give it to Kamala? Or did she give it to you? Yeah, we'll talk about that as well. I did. Anyway. But everyone's going to be a doctor today, which will be annoying, but it's fine. Sorry to hear, man. My mom caught it and she's 100% inside. She has like 6 comorbidities, if I'm not mistaken. She's on Paxlovid on a 6-day dose regimen, and it's pretty scary. I hope she gets better. But as you can see, I'm not fucking dying. I'm here. Cyber Art Club, thank you for the 5 get the subs. So we're still doing it, baby. Rain or shine. Unless I fucking straight up die, I'll be streaming. You know, I'll be streaming through it all. So let's get started. I'm just gonna blast off immediately because like I want to take the test and then get quickly into the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. There's a lot of news to cover on top of that too. The Macy's has a fat playlist. So look at that. I'm live and alive. Trying a COVID. I want to use this as an opportunity for people to, I don't know, educate themselves as well on like what COVID is like, how that works, what you can do. Like I'll look at the CDC website, how long quarantine is after we make it a certainty that I do have it. Okay? How you're vaccinated? I mean, you can still get COVID when you're vaccinated. I don't know why people still this far into the fucking universe is still saying like, how can you get COVID if you're vaccinated? I have not lost my sense of smell, and I've not lost my sense of taste. So, you know, there's that. Okay. Murat does not have symptoms. I have not seen Murat at all. So there's that advantage. And I haven't really like been around my cousin and his wife at all. So there's that advantage as well. And Chris seems to be fine. So like the people around me are fine. That's the one redeeming situation here is that like I never leave my house except for Coachella. You know what I mean? The one time I fucking leave my house, I go to an event and am around people, and then you know I you know, I get clapped. But it was bound to happen. I'm not gonna fucking stop. You know, I'm not gonna stop my life and not go out and whatever when it's when I'm fucking boosted up and shit too. No mask at Coachella, who could have expected? Plenty of people, as a matter of fact, would not have expected it. A lot of these outside gatherings in large crowds rarely ever become major spreaders. And the likelihood that I got it from Coachella, while it's good for the memes, is actually a little bit lower than you would think. If anything, it would be from being indoors with someone who had COVID and is pre-symptomatic. Something that I've talked about a million times over, but of course, good for the memes. So you can say, I got it at Coachella. It's fine. I got the influencer variant. Yes. Anyway. You don't even know if you have COVID till you get tested. There's 1,000 other things it could be, especially if you're tasting and smell. No, I mean, I took a test last night. Anyway, we'll do that right now. blast off. Hold on, and then I'll take the test. Okay. Okay. This will be informative for people who have not done this yet or haven't seen like what a positive test looks like and what you're supposed to do. So there you go. I blasted off. You're using your Instagram voice? Yes, I'm using my Instagram voice. I'm faking my voice, guys. That's what I'm doing. Here you go. Yeah. There you go. Blast off. Let your friends know. Just show this article to shut up all the haters real quick. People who, what is this? People who haven't contracted COVID-19 yet have no friends, Korean doctor says. True. Anyone who hasn't contracted COVID-19 yet probably has no friends, according to a Korean doctor. What the fuck? Rude. He shouldn't say that. As a doctor, kind of fucked up. So let's get started on the COVID thing. Okay. Here. So, what ended up happening is, I come back from Coachella. I'm feeling a little groggy, a little tired, recovery from the festival is normal. I'm thinking, it's, nothing serious, nothing devastating. And I'm fine. Like, I'm working out, you know what I mean? I go through ups and downs, whatever. And then yesterday I felt like kind of shitty, especially during Fortnite Mondays. While I was playing Fortnite Mondays, I was like, I feel really, like I did not feel good at all after. And I ended the stream super early. You guys remember? I felt like I might have a fever or something. But I was like, it's probably nothing. It's probably nothing. And I was not even thinking of it. Like, I was not even thinking of COVID. I was straight up was like, there's no shot. It wasn't even in my mind. You know what I mean? And then you went to Coachella week 2? No, I did not. I didn't go to Coachella week 2. I went to week 1. So basically, I go week 1. I mean, it's been a week plus, you know what I mean, since then. And the incubation period for like the Omicron and Omicron plus variants, from what I understand, is like 2 to 4 days, and not like fucking 7 days. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But regardless, my brother comes over and he's like, dude, you should get tested. I'm like, why? Like, what the fuck? I don't think I have COVID. Like, you're crazy, right? This is a loud echo chamber. We're so above it. I'm sure you're above this loud echo chamber in which we disagree with regularly. Anyway, so Murad's like, dude, you should take a test. I'm like, there's no fucking way. Like, what? Okay, whatever. I'll take the test. And then I take the test and I'm like, oh my God, I literally have fucking COVID. What the fuck? And like, I've been to the Super Bowl and stuff, and people in my group in the Super Bowl actually had COVID. You know what I mean? So like, that I don't know how the fuck I dodged that shit. Why do people use their Prime on you if they hate you? Lamau, I don't get it. Stay safe, brother. I don't know. Nasty bitch. What? What is going on, dude? And for the record, like, I am boosted up. I'm a boosted up shouty. You know what I mean? I'm boosted up. I haven't gotten it. I've been dodging it, ducking and diving. But your COVID is signaling to weirdos? Yeah, probably. So You know, I took the test, and the test was positive. So that's it. And I was like, all right, I guess I have COVID. I didn't sleep well last night, but I've been drinking like fucking alkaline water and shit. You know what I mean? I've been doing all the cures. Salty Sea Puppy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Well, by the way, on top of the freak bitches that we have, we also have these kinds of, like, on top of the weirdos who are like, oh, you got COVID, you're fucking nasty, you're disgusting. We also have this kind of freak bitch too, like long-term community members who are coming in here to be like, my husband and I were telling you to mask up and you acted like a baby. What happened? Don't make me fucking rip into you, okay? Like, your fucking parasocial weirdo behavior does not recognize, I guess, that, like, on the one hand, you're literally saying like, oh, you went to Coachella, which is, you know, an understandable risk that I assumed. And on the other hand, you're like, oh, why were you wearing a mask? Okay, every single motherfucker there wasn't wearing a mask. You know what I mean? Like, every single motherfucker wasn't wearing a mask. Well, what good is my... And I was wearing a mask because of the dust regardless. So what's up? Did that protect me? I was outdoors for the most part. I never leave my fucking house. Like, I'm glad that you and your husband told me to mask up, but, you know, why are you doing a touchdown dance over here that I got COVID? Fuck you. Think about the narcissism of that fucking, the narcissism that represents, that kind of behavior. It's like, you got COVID? I'm going to center that experience around me. Thanks, chatter. But regardless, my favorite first time chatter take. COVID test on stream. What kind of virtue signaling bullshit is that? That's awesome. Anyway, regardless. Oh, here's the fucking post, by the way. No. I used 2 community art. Blast off for all the haters to know that, you know, we're live and alive. It's Tuesday, ain't it? I do need thank you, Donuts People's Republic of the 5 the subs, by the way. It can take a while for symptoms to peak. My sister felt much fine until after day 7-ish. Feel soon, bestie. Or feel better, bestie. Okay. Did you get any haters in your QRTs celebrating that you have COVID? Of course. That always happens, but who cares? Dude, listen. It's the internet. People are fucking, you know, people are not happy. And I'm not happy either. You know what I mean? Like, the same reasons why I'm on the internet is the same reasons why these people are on the internet. So, of course there's going to be people being like, you went to Coachella and got COVID. Of course you were going to get COVID. Fuck you. Die. Like, yeah. That's why it's always funny whenever people are like, Elon Musk is buying Twitter, it's gonna suck. It's like, let me tell you something. It has sucked. Twitter has sucked. You wouldn't be on Twitter if you didn't have mental illness, okay? You wouldn't. So the QRTs being like, you know, I mean, it's not even that bad for the most part. But of course, there's still people. Because of the way Twitter is just a troll farm, there's this weird overlap of Hasan haters and stans having the same takes, whether joking or serious. I honestly can't figure out which is which in this thread. Have fun, Elon. It's all yours. That's a pretty good one. This is humiliating to admit right after you get back from Coachella. So, you know, there's gonna be people that do that regardless, of course, because mental illness. That's why we're on there, baby. That's the reason why we're on there. So true, that's exactly how you got canceled after Coachella. You change your look and CNN folks just seize on it. Joe Biden and Ron DeSantis with added mustaches and sunglasses say something nice about them. A file. Okay. You did not catch it at Coachella. You would have been sick last week. I don't think I got it at Coachella either because, like I said, I think it would have incubated, then like last week. You know what I mean? Instead of like Sunday. This is the first time I felt like, Real Noam Chomsky. Thank you for the 5 2 gift subs. Because people say Omicron comes in like 1 to 2 days. But anyway, all right, without further ado, folks, let's fucking try it. Flowflex COVID-19 antigen home test. Okay, I have one of these and I have one of these, the Elon COVID-19 home test. This one sucks. I've taken this before. This is really fucking stupid. None of these tests are accurate. However, if you are positive, you know, their false positive rating is not super high. Their false negative rating is, however, high. So if you already have these fucking tests, like, and they show positive, you probably have COVID. So I'm gonna try both of them. Okay. But yeah, this one sucks though because you need a fucking app for it, and it's like weird as hell. And annoying that you need to like get an app for it so they can steal all your fucking data and shit. But whatever. And then this one is just like the regular basic one. The one that I took. Yeah, you need an app for the Elon one. It's so stupid. There was a big recall on these two. So, you know, I had to test the barcode before to make sure that this is not one of those recalled ones. There was a recall on this. Like, there's so many fucking grifters in the COVID space that there's so many grifters in the fucking COVID space that like straight up are just like putting out bullshit. The app is just to give you instructions. Yeah, it's the worst. You'll see it in a second though. Okay, you'll see why it's the fucking worst in a brief moment. Okay. Okay, so 2020 12/29 is when this will go bad, so I can still use this one, the Flowflex COVID-19 antigen home test. Okay, opening it up, unboxing it. I already washed my hands before the stream. But basically, this is this is what you need to do. Pretty simple guidance. I don't even need it because I know how to fucking do it. Comes with this little fucking dinky thing that you post up right here. On here, okay? There's like a little hole on here that you can put it on. Here's the COVID-19 antigen take-home test. We're gonna open this. And then you put the vial in the white balance is insane. Yeah, I know. Here's the COVID-19 take-home test. Here like this. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use this camera instead for this because yeah, the other white balance is like fucked. So here it is. Okay, this is the take-home test. I'm gonna put it down here, and this is the little vial. This is the little vial. Okay, I have already washed my hands. I washed my hands before I started streaming. This is the swab that I'm gonna shove in my fucking nose. And there's a certificate of quality from China. Okay. There you go. Okay, so you know how it is. All right, so you remove the foil from the top of the extraction and you punch through the perforated circle on the kit box to form a tube holder. Place the tube in the tube holder. So okay, I'm gonna open this right now and I'm gonna put it in the little hole. I know that these tests are oftentimes inaccurate. However, they are accurate for positives, remember. Okay. Are you guys doing a gamba on me? Fucking having COVID, really? Fucking sick freaks. Okay. So you open the swab packaging at the stick end and not the swab end. Do not touch the swab head. And then you gently insert the absorbent tube of the swab head. One nostril, half to 3/4 of an inch. Children, the maximum depth of insertion. Da, 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 da. A false negative test may occur if the nasal swab specimen is not properly collected. Firmly rub the swab in circular motions around the inside wall of the nostril 5 times. Take approximately 15 seconds to collect the specimen. Be sure to collect any nasal drainage that may be present on the swab. Repeat this in the other nostril. And then you remove the nostril immediately and place the swab into the extraction buffer tube. Let's get right up in there. Here it is. Oh, I'm getting all up in there. I'm letting it tickle my goddamn brain, you know what I'm saying? Doing both sides. Circular motions. Oh, it's deep. Okay. Next nose. Fuck, it's deep. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, now we put it in. Missed it a little bit. Okay. Now we put it in the tube and immediately place swab in the tube and swirl for 30 seconds. I'm swirling, boys. I'm freaking swirling right now. Okay, I'm swirling it hard. Okay, I'm gonna take it out of this little thing. Show you how to swirl. Rotate the swab 5 times while squeezing the tube is coming up in a second. Okay. So now that we've done it for 30 seconds, now that we've swirled it for 30 seconds, now rotate the swab 5 times while squeezing the tube. Okay. And then you remove it. You're going to rotate the swab 5 times while squeezing the tube. Remove the swab while squeezing the tube and then dispose of the swab in the trash. Okay, I'm removing it while squeezing it. Okay, a little lick. Just kidding. Okay, I'm capping it. Okay, now attach the dropper tip firmly onto the tube. We did that. Mix thoroughly by swirling and flicking on the bottom of the tube. Okay, let's keep swirling it. Okay. Who wants to buy this, by the way? Now we were gonna gently squeeze the tube onto this thing, okay? This little, okay, so here, I'll show you right now. So there is a test area right here. You're gonna drop 4 droplets down here, and then the C and T are gonna be relevant in this situation. It's like a pregnancy test almost. Let me see if I can like get a much as I can zoom in. So here it is. I'm gonna give 4 drops, okay? 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th big one. That's a lot. I put a lot in there. It's like overflowing. Hold on. Come on. Damn it, it's not even hyper focusing on that shit. And if the T turns red on here, which you can faintly see, which it is, if the T turns red on here, that means I have COVID, right? It's so scuffed with all my fucking cameras. It's still hard as hell to do. So right now you can see the T turning red. So what that means, I have to set the timer for 15 minutes. Okay. But I mean, you kind of don't even need it, to be honest. Like, because when you do have COVID, it's just like the T turns red, right? Do not read after 30 minutes. Dispose of the test cassette in the trash. But you can already see the red coming in. And a faint C, like a red line on the C coming in as well. Camera angle real quick. Okay. So only the control line and no test appears. That means you have no SARS-CoV-2 antigen detected. So if it only has a red line on the C and nothing on the T, that means you're negative. I've done this before where I've had that before, which means I'm negative, right? But both the control line C and the test line appear. This means that SARS-CoV-2 antigen was detected. Note, any faint line in the test line region should be considered positive. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. The T is red, okay? It's red as fuck. So not even faint. Positive test result means the antigens from COVID-19 were detected, and it's very likely you currently have the COVID-19 disease. Self-isolate to avoid spreading the virus to other people, and consult your healthcare provider as soon as possible. Your healthcare provider will work with you to determine how to best care for you. Now, there's a situation in which, like, if the control line C fails to appear, not enough specimen or volume or incorrect operation are likely the reason for an invalid result, and you have to repeat the test. But the control line C is actually showing, so. Hasan positivity week, boys. But the only thing we're positive on this is COVID. Yeah, I mean, you need to wait 15 minutes, but it's already pretty obvious that this is as cut and dry as it gets. Looking at it, he is red as hell, and the C is red too. The control is red, and yeah, this is what happened last night too. So not gonna lie, it's impressive you made it this long without getting it. I mean, it's not that impressive. It's not that impressive that I didn't get it for this long. The reason why it's not that impressive is because I don't leave my house. Mine last week started red and then changed negative over 15 minutes. Make sure you wait the whole time. No, that tea ain't going away. This.
With Ms.
Dude, look at.
You recall that Mr. Depp was in sessions with Ms.
Dude, look at fucking liberal media content right now. Taking a COVID test on stream. Liberal media, I mean, come on. They got no content. No content.
Meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right.
Why are subtitles delayed? It's live.
Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of
Fucking shit. The one time he has like 50K viewers watching this trial. I see how it is. Anyway, that's it. I have COVID. Let's get to fucking the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial now.
Hear Mr. Depp admitting to headbutting.
We did it. We did it, boys. I got COVID.
That is not what I heard.
You didn't hear that?
I heard a conversation about headbutting. I did not hear him, as you said, admit to headbutting Ms. Heard.
Okay, that's your characterization of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the videotape of Mr. Depp in the kitchen?
Before we get into this, actually, no, I didn't do the second test. I don't even want to do the second test, honestly. It's fucking takes so long to do it and annoying. For me, yeah, I have it. Okay. But I don't feel terrible at all. I mean, I feel bad. Like, I feel sick. As you can probably tell, my voice is shit. But ultimately, I don't feel that bad. Hopefully it doesn't get worse. But the reason why I don't feel that bad is because I'm fucking boosted up, baby. I'm a boosted up shouty. So that's how it works. Bro, I thought you were doing your Insta voice. No, dude, this is what my voice sounds like when I'm sick or in the mornings when I'm groggy. So remember, get fucking boosted.
Mr. Depp.
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein referring
So let's get to it.
to Mr. Depp having rage?
No, I actually recall him referring to Ms. Heard in that note.
Your testimony is that Dr. Blaustein was referring to Amber Heard as having rage?
I transcribed several of the notes, and I may be missing a time when I said that about Mr. Depp. The handwriting was very difficult to transcribe, but there was one instance in which I recall transcribing him stating that Mr. Depp reported that Ms. Heard had rage.
Dr. Blaustein's deposition was taken, was it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall, so I take it then you don't recall him testifying that Mr. Depp told him he had rage and demons?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein testifying that Mr. Depp looked at his wife Amber like his mother or his sister that he didn't like?
I haven't seen his deposition. I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, did you see and do you know whether Mr. Depp has ever been diagnosed with any personality disorders?
That's not relevant to my task to conduct an evaluation of Ms. Heard. So I do not know that he has had one. It was not in the records that he did.
All right. So one way or the other, you don't know whether Mr. Depp suffers from any personality disorders.
There was That's not my task.
Okay. Let me go to IPV perpetrators. Would you agree that accusations of infidelity can be considered one of the characteristics of a personality perpetrator of IPV?
It can be a characteristic of a lot of things. It is something that can be weaponized if somebody is trying to or is having rage toward their partner.
Let's go to page 270.
This is the forensic psychologist who was tasked with assessing
Line
Amber
3,
Heard.
the
She's
question
being
was, are
cross-examined by Amber
accusations
Heard's
of
counsel.
infidelity considered one of
Thank
the
you.
characteristics of a perpetrator, a personality perpetrator of IPV?
The objection.
The question is vague and ultimately ambiguous.
I don't understand the objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. And your answer under oath
Can
at
you
that time?
remind me of the page? I thought
Page
you
270, line 3 was where my question was.
Okay.
And your answer is at line 8. You said it can be, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And interrogating your partner about unfounded accusations of infidelity can be abusive. Would you agree?
It can be if they're unfounded, yes.
Okay. And psychological consequences for a victim of IPV can include diminished self-esteem, correct?
Yes.
Depressed mood,
Yes.
anxiety,
Yes.
fearfulness,
Certainly.
diminished self-agency,
Yes.
feeling powerless,
Yes.
loss of sleep.
Yes.
And IPV is a traumatic stressor. Would you agree?
It is.
All right. And IPV is capable of resulting in PTSD, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And IPV is capable of resulting in other trauma-based disorders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Amber's medical examination, she was cooperative, correct?
Her psychological, yes. She was cooperative and polite.
Okay. And in the 2 full days of examination, you felt she was polite and answered all your questions, except in one instance where she furrowed her brow when you were asking about friendships in high school, correct?
That's not correct.
All right, let's go to page 275. So we start on 274 with the, was she polite? You said yes.
IPV means
Cooperative,
intimate partner
yes.
violence.
Did she answer your questions? For the most part, yes. This is, now we're on page 275, lines 4 and 5. And then my question was, did she at any time become combative or unfriendly with you or angry? And your answer was, there was one instance in which she appeared annoyed and the posturing forward a bit, more assertive tone, furrowed brow, when I was questioning something, following up on data that had been inconsistent about friendships in high school. Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right. Would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes.
And a large portion of IPV perpetrators have substance abuse issues.
It's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many people who perpetuate intimate partner violence who do not have substance abuse issues.
All right, let's go to 131, line 17.
$131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here. And I'm talking about, you said, and just to give context, remember I was asking you what percentage of people you treat that are perpetrators, and you'd said 5%. Do you recall that, just for substance?
I see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
Okay, thank you. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree?
Are you in a different area, or are you asking me a separate question?
I'm asking you a question.
Oh.
And it's common.
Sorry, can you please repeat it?
Yes. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree? That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So
I understand it is a compound question. I'll sustain the objection.
And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor, I think it's just one question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
That's a characteristic of psychological abuse, yes.
Okay, and it's common then for them to accuse them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a characteristic of abuse from women perpetrated against men. It's actually very, very common. About 90% of male victims of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats to report their partner as an abuser. It's less common for men to make that statement to female partners just because there's
This
less
is not a
potential
Grug W
consequence.
moment. This is real.
Isn't it true, though, that some form of gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes,
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
absolutely.
It causes them a lot of fear,
Certainly.
and it causes them a lot of distress.
Absolutely, yes.
And in fact, they feel falsely
Bro, look at that
accused,
slow zoom action,
Correct.
dude. Shit is.
Yes.
and they feel
The
paranoid.
court guys know
and
what
they
they're
feel
doing.
frightened,
Yes.
afraid that everyone's going to believe the perpetrator, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
I'll ask the next one. And they're afraid they're going to lose their reputation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the testing for a moment. You talked about the MMPI-2, but that's not the most recent MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
Okay. Now, you need to have an elevated, on the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated
I mean, it is literally
scores,
Corona.
correct?
Yes. Every time I cough, you don't
No,
have to
that's
say
not correct.
Corona
It was
Manga.
the
It
K
actually
section,
is Corona.
correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And was there any elevated score over 65 on the MMPI?
I would need to take a look at it. If, you know, I provided a 25-page interpretation outline. If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go over any of the individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Heard that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a confident answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
I'm hesitant to do that because I don't want to make an error by ignoring hundreds of scales.
I've been
And would you
drinking a
agree
lot of
that
water.
you can't make a pathological determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
Are you talking about the MMPI too?
Yes.
Again, I don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
And safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you agree?
Any
the
type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence-related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do. And her account was different than typical memory difficulties with trauma.
It is common for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually
to
not
have-
common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event, end of quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD, correct?
Certain types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Okay. Do you recall it
I don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay.
For the record, the reason why you don't, this is definitely somewhat of a Grug W mention, but the reason why you don't personally think it's like fucked up that this person is cross-examining a
Yes, certainly.
professional
or irritable states?
and is like disparaging
Actually,
someone
it's
and their
not so much
personal experience
states
with
when you're
domestic
looking
violence is
at,
because he's
real
a dude,
trauma
and
reactions,
the
persistent.
the
It's less of
original
these transient states.
person who
Intimate
came out as a
problems?
victim was
Yes.
the woman in the
Relationship
situation.
difficulties?
Yes.
It's not the most important thing
And these are
in
symptoms
this
you
trial,
also
and it's
attributed
certainly
to
not the
personality
norm,
disorder,
and it's not
Yes,
super
there's some key
commonplace.
differences.
But in this
Now,
circumstance,
let's
that
talk
definitely
for a moment
does fill the role.
specifically about a
Because it's
couple of the,
uncommon. It's just uncommon
profiles
for
on
it
the
to happen,
MMPI.
and it's way
This
more
is
common
not
for
an
it
exaggerated
to be
profile.
real and unnoticed. And that's precisely
No,
why
actually, that was
we're just
something
conditioned
when
into being
she
like, yeah, it's not
completed
that fucked
objective
up.
broadband measures where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at. They seem completely random. She raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and appear completely free of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
Attorneys
All right,
always
let's
cast
go to
out on the
page
professional. That's their
337.
job. I'm saying that you're not conditioned into thinking that that's fucked up though. But if she was actually she was advocating for the things she's advocating for on behalf of Amber Heard, you would literally be like, oh fuck her, what the fuck, like you fucking dumb lawyer. Like we've covered trials many times over in this community, and like people fucking respond that way, and I have to sit there and describe to them like what lawyers do. This is a part of their job, right? I'm just saying, part of it is supposed to, part of
My
what you're supposed to
question
do is
on
just
line
like
7,
re-examine your own
This is not an
biases.
exaggerated profile, is it, for her? And your answer under oath at that time was, no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes.
testified under oath at that time, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, the profile is also not consistent with malingering, correct?
The MMPI-2 profile, it's specific to how she approached this test, and you're correct. For this test, it was a defensive profile, not an exaggerated profile.
So my question on line 10 was, this is not a profile consistent with malingering, correct? And your answer under oath at that time was correct. On this test, it is not consistent with malingering, period, right?
Yes.
That was your full answer. Okay. Now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not made any determinations, including any of opinions that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. That's outside of the scope of psychology.
Okay. And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
What I can testify is that there was no indication of a decline in psychological functioning showing any injury since she's been with Mr. Depp.
You cannot testify one way or the other on that, correct? Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
I know I'm biased, and it's so hard to have empathy for Johnny Depp when there is case after case of women who are afraid to come forward or do come forward and not helped by the system. My stubborn misandrous brain can't compute help. Yeah, you should recognize that you have that kind of attitude, and then remember that, like, the reason why you care about women being abused is not because they're women. The reason why you care about them is because they're being abused. And in this situation, if the victim of a domestic abuse case is a man, that should not stop you from feeling that same kind of empathy towards the victim. Victims are still victims regardless of whether they're men or women. It does not matter.
Dr. Curry,
Yes.
in your report, nowhere
At least you recognize that you have misinjury.
provide
You know
any
what I mean?
opinion
Which is like,
of whether Ms. Heard suffered
usually
emotional
it's
distress as a
ironic
result
and
of the
silly,
defamatory
and people
statements. Is that
recognize
correct?
it. But,
That's
you know, in a
correct.
situation
Okay,
like
thank you.
this, be
I
a
have no
little bit
further
more
questions.
open-minded, I think.
Dr. Kerr, you were just asked a question about malingering
Yes.
and made reference to the MMPI-2. Is there another test that you did to make a determination with respect to malingering?
Yes. So I also, well, malingering is a term that most psychologists, we try to be careful of it because it indicates an intent for secondary gain. I prefer feigning, which you had brought up earlier, because it indicates that somebody is intentionally exaggerating, but I don't know necessarily why. So I think that's a more accurate term in general. On the MMPI-2, yes, there was no exaggerated profile. I also gave her the CAPS-5. I don't know if you'll remember, but that is the clinician-administered PTSD scale consistent with the DSM-5. And on that, there were signs of gross exaggeration. I also looked at the test results that were provided by Dr. Hughes, and on an objective test of trauma, there is a scale specific to intentional exaggeration on that test, and Ms. Heard was in the 98th percentile, meaning that she is, she had engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration.
Thank you. You were asked about intimacy problems, relationship difficulties associated with IPV, and you then said that there were some key differences.
Yes.
What are those?
So what you see when we're talking about the personality disorders is there is a very consistent pattern of the aggression, the violence, the irritability. First of all, it's escalated. But second of all, it occurs when there is either, for the borderline component, a threat of abandonment, a perceived slight, feeling like the person is about to leave you, about to walk away to get some space from an argument. It also occurs to a more mild extent, but when there's a loss of attention and a need to manipulate to try to get that attention back. But it's not, when somebody has PTSD, that irritability is sort of at a low, constant level, or it's completely random. For instance, you might have a Vietnam vet who went straight to bars for a period to get into fights with the hope that he would kill somebody and just self-destruct. So it's a very different type of presentation. IPV, it might be more irritability, but that's actually less of a symptom for female IPV victims. Usually what you'll see is somatic symptoms, the depression, a lot of fearfulness and anxiety, but typically more complaints about somatic symptoms.
Okay. You testified that some of the professionals involved in this case had to take their patient at her word. What did you mean by that?
So when you're providing therapy, you're in a very different role than an examiner. When you're the forensic examiner, you're just really looking at data to make a decision. When you're a therapist, you're an advocate for your client's well-being. And in fact, it's considered extremely unethical for a treating provider to ever provide opinion testimony like I'm
Yes,
providing,
I've been kissing the
because
vice
it's so
president.
well known
Me
in
and
our
Kamala
field
Harris
that you're
both
going
got
to
COVID
have
at the
an
same time.
automatic bias
Okay?
for your client. It's almost
right.
a sense of protection, advocacy, wanting their best, which is why we
Sorry.
also know that it's very inappropriate.
Yes, I gave Kamala Harris COVID, just like I'm about to give you the top of the hour ad break, unless you subscribe, in which case you will have an ad-free broadcasting
We
experience.
can certainly believe our clients. We can support them in their therapy.
That's right, for $5
and
or for
take
free
them
with the Twitch
at
Prime. You can
But
avoid
when
those ads
giving
at the top of the
opinions
hour,
and
but one is coming
consultations,
right
we
now.
have to be very, very cautious and really only provide the facts.
I was
We
unable
would
to
state
evade
things in
COVID,
terms
but you
of,
can evade
my
the
client
top of
did
the hour ad
report
break.
this.
Here it is.
I saw this. Here was our treatment plan. Here was the diagnosis. It's we're trained to stay away from making any sort of opinions, understanding that most of the time, and most of Ms. Heard's providers were just treating Ms. Heard. They had never so much as done an initial interview with Mr. Depp and gotten his whole life story or his symptoms or his side of any of it. And they're going to be advocating, and the treatment relationship is about helping your client achieve well-being, not making formal psychological or psychiatric opinions.
So you're asked a question about a series of doctors. Dr. Cohen, treating physician?
Yes, he was a psychologist.
Yeah. Dr. Banks, treating physician?
Dr. Banks, yes, treating psychiatrist.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, treating psychologist.
Every one of them had to take Amber Heard at his word, right?
Yes.
Oh, overruled on that.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
It's also true that
This was
women
a
are
subject-
underdiagnosed with PTSD and
Yes.
overdiagnosed with BPD when the two
Yeah,
conditions
is this
actually have a
subject
lot
to
of
recall?
overlap. PTSD is given a lot more compassion than BPD. People with BPD are stigmatized even by mental
Since you're
health
subject to
professionals and they're
recall,
considered
Dr. Curry,
untreatable.
please do not,
BPD diagnoses
discuss
also
your
just
testimony
focus
with
on how
anyone.
other
Please do
people are
not
affected
watch
by it, which is a
anything
disservice to
of
the
this
person
kind.
with it. They
Okay.
feel the
All right.
psychology is
Thank
still
you. You can
extremely
sit there for a
sexist.
moment.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15.
That makes sense. There's a 15-minute recess coming. That's because some people were in denial of the virus and not wearing masks. What? Okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on there. As a man, verbally and emotionally and sometimes physically abused by a man, I still side with Depp. I don't know why he seems scared. And when I see him in public, I can relate to his reactions, which is weird to watch from a millionaire. I mean, being a millionaire doesn't change the reality that, like, you can be fucking abused by abused by your partner. Like, this is one thing that is like kind of weird when people operate this way, when they act like that's not a thing. You know what I mean? Like, you can still be hurt, you can still be shot, you can still be killed, you can still be robbed, you can still be abused, right? It's just, I understand that, like, because of the way that so many people suffer in this economic system, that you are conditioned into thinking, especially in a leftist community, to be like, oh man, fuck these rich people, like it doesn't matter, you know? And in most circumstances, the millionaire that we're talking about is like still being abused by another millionaire. So there's that too. You know what I mean? But these people are 100% still human beings. Okay. As a woman with BPD, I patently disagree with that take on disorder. Emotional dysregulation is often considered more than impact. What? I guess the main difference is when you're really rich, you're still rich. You know what I mean? You're still, even if you're abused, you're still rich. So there's that. I can't believe you actually felt the need to say that. My friend, I don't think you're aware of the community that you're in if you think that I don't need to say that. There's a couple things that I need to routinely repeat in this community that would otherwise be common sense to most normal human beings. And that is that, like, you know, just because someone is rich doesn't mean that they can't be a victim to abuse and can't be the victim in certain situations. And then the other one is jokes are okay and appropriate, and that you should laugh at them instead of going, this is problematic. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. Some people don't see that. and don't recognize it. Now, most importantly in this situation, though, this should not be used as an opportunity to be like, look at this. Systematically, women are lying all the fucking time about their abuse, about domestic violence. They are the ones who are actually perpetrating domestic violence. I know that there's a lot of people who are making takes like that, cutting takes like that. Ironic misinjury is laughable in most circumstances because it's not a systemic thing. Misinjury, as in like the opposite of misogyny, women hating men. You know, women toxically hating men it doesn't have any sort of structural issues. Even in most circumstances, because we live in a patriarchal society, the misandrist attitude that allowed, for example, Johnny Depp to not be seen or heard, and for Amber Heard to be seen as like the automatic victim in this circumstance, is still a remnant of toxic masculinity and patriarchy. Sorry to break it to all these people who were looking for an opportunity to say patriarchy doesn't exist. Take a look at this. No, the reason why people don't believe men. The reason why people don't believe men is literally still because of toxic masculinity and because of the way that we see men. It's just the truth. The reason why men suffer, the reason why men are less likely to go get psychiatric help is also, once again, because of patriarchy. That doesn't mean that we as men are responsible for the system. We didn't design it the way that we did, okay? We are not responsible for, just like we're not responsible for white supremacy, while we might have some privileges from it, if you are a white man specifically, that doesn't mean that, you know, you individually created it and are upholding it, right? However, the reason why people do not see you as a victim in most situations and tell you to suck it the fuck up, you fucking pussy, just like Amber Heard did, is because of patriarchy, okay? Or remember that gaslighting thing that like lives in my brain, basically, of Amber Heard mentioning like, oh, no one will believe you, Johnny. Like, if you come out against me, no one will believe you. Well, that is true. Part of the reason why it's true is because of toxic masculinity and patriarchy. Her saying, you're a bitch. I didn't hit you. I didn't punch you. I just hit you. Don't be a bitch. Don't be a baby. That is toxic masculinity. Amber Heard is taking advantage of that against someone who is a victim in that circumstance. So this is, once again, a issue that prior constructs that we live inside of, such as patriarchy, that has created the system. So the reason why people don't believe Johnny, or did not believe Johnny Depp originally, and immediately assumed the role of him being an abuser in this situation and was doing domestic abuse, was because of patriarchy. Okay? So that is something to consider as well. SJW Omega Brain Liberal Brainwash Channel. Dude, if your immediate interaction in this situation where I am siding with the male victim and actually making an accurate assessment as to how male victims unfortunately are often overlooked and overheard, and your reaction to that is Omega Lol, this is such a libtard social justice warrior channel, I urge you to just, take a deep breath, okay? We're gonna walk you through it. Ilhan Omar posted you on her Insta right now, lol. Wait, really? What? Why? It is possible for women abusers to use toxic masculinity to their advantage. Never really thought about it like that. Very interesting insight. Yes, that's what's going on here. Now, it's incredibly easier to avoid an exit situation when you're a millionaire. A lot of people are stuck in abusive relationships for financial dependency. Basically, everything is easier when you're rich. Things are easier when you're rich. With certainty. This is a reality. You're right about that. Things are easier if you are being abused as a rich person. It's easier for you in comparison to being abused as a poor person. However, stating that it's like easy in general is stupid. You're a stupid person for assuming or even implying that it would be easy to get out of an abusive situation. And also, on top of that, you would never say that to someone like Amber Heard. If Amber Heard's original assessment of Johnny Depp being a domestically abusive person was completely 100% correct, and that Johnny Depp was beating the shit out of Amber Heard non-fucking stop, and also on top of that, abusing drugs and whatnot, you would never turn around and be like, well, you know, Amber Heard is rich. Why didn't she get the fuck out of that situation immediately? No one would side with you on that. People would literally look to you and go, shut the fuck up. You're a dumbass. And they would be right to say that to you, by the way. Ilhan Omar did an IG vid to your girl boss sound clip. Shut the fuck up. That's awesome. And the idea that, like, if you're rich, you can't get over, dude, the notion that just because you're rich means that you'll be able to very easily get over crippling addiction issues. And when you're constantly in a cycle, especially in an abusive relationship that, like, reignites your horrible habits and reignites your addiction issues, is silly as fuck. Don't you think it's strange he came after her for the 2018 article she was advocating for the Violence Against Women Act? Wait, do you think that Johnny Depp is against Violence Against Women Act? That's why he's doing this defamation case? Or do you think the 2018 article directly called him an abusive person numerous times, when in fact there is more to that story, especially with Johnny Depp being abused? Like, this has nothing to do with the political movement behind Violence Against Women Act. If anything, that should frustrate you that, like, Amber Heard was tying, Amber Heard was basically tying Johnny Depp to a legitimate legal movement, like a legitimate legislative movement. You know what I mean? And that also that got him completely fucking, but he wasn't mentioned. Oh, okay, that's cool then. You know, that's fine then. You're right. Sorry, I didn't realize, because, you know, when he started losing all of his jobs and shit, when he started losing all of his jobs and shit, like, that was, you know, not a big deal, I guess. He cares, right? Be fair, if he didn't televise it, the court would just decide in her favor because women are queens, blah, blah, blah. No, I think that, first of all, Amaranth, I don't think the criminal justice system favors women by any means, okay? I think that the criminal justice system is absolutely horrific to female victims. We have a million fucking untested rape kits. Every aspect of our criminal justice system regularly overlooks the rape, sexual abuse, sexual assault, and you know, all the horrifying things that female victims go through. That's why the Me Too movement, which albeit is imperfect and has a tendency sometimes to go overboard and like try legislating anyone and everyone, even if it's like a bad fucking date or whatever. That the reason why that became a thing, the reason why that was created and crafted, was because there needed to be something outside of the judicial process, outside of the justice system, for some kind of restitution, because the criminal justice system was not doing a good job dealing with it. So that's the reality. And you still have hella fucking dudes get away with raping women. You have dudes get away with, you know, sexually assaulting, kidnapping women, young women, minors. You know what I mean? There's still affluenza, right? So that is not a one-off. There is empirical evidence to suggest that you know, women are more likely to be overlooked and overheard with legitimate cases of domestic violence and domestic abuse than put out a false claim about domestic violence and domestic abuse. But even in that circumstance, the fact that someone could take advantage of this situation, see the momentum growing in favor of, I'm a rape survivor, I just find it so hard to swallow a woman would do this, confusing because it's hell to go through the course with this stuff. First of all, I mean, you know, that's the, what? I mean, I don't know how to respond to that. Women can do this. It's not impossible. That doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. That doesn't mean that like women are always lying or anything like that. And anyone who tries to tell you that is a piece of shit. Okay? Also, chatter, I hate to break this to you. Actually, just kidding. I don't hate to break this to you. But if you recall the Time's Up movement, as a matter of fact, that was also popping off after Me Too. A lot of the people that were involved in the Time's Up movement were abusers themselves and literally were taking advantage of the Time's Up movement. And famously, one of the women involved in Time's Up, which is the follow-up to the Me Too movement, right? Actually went on to work with Andrew Cuomo and deal with the sexual assault accusations that were coming out about Andrew Cuomo. So, people certainly, people do have this vicious careerist attitude sometimes, and they will go to the lengths that you would normally consider to be insane. They're saying that the courts are hard on rape victims, so it's not fun to go to court, and sometimes they'll avoid court since it's just more trauma. I mean, this didn't go to court, though. This was just discussed in the court of public opinion, in the media. For sure, it's bringing awareness to the fact that men can be victims too. Lots of guys feel like they can't come forward with abuse. Society's rough. Yeah, 100%. Men commit the majority of violence against women and against men. However, that doesn't mean women can't be perpetrators too. And moreover, the idea that men cannot be victims of sexual/domestic violence is a product of patriarchy. Moving beyond patriarchy means understanding victims can be anyone. I agree. Yeah. So the idea or the notion that women are victims in every single case is to be very conclusive about the case, especially given that Amber has yet to take the stand. I'm not conclusive about the case at all. I maintain the position that there is mutual abuse in this situation, even if it's not a 50-50 split. But only one side of this relationship went out and publicly blasted the other, and even throughout numerous occasions said that they would do so and that no one would believe them throughout the relationship. So obviously that is part of the reason why I feel like maybe we were misled originally about it, for the record. So you have to remember that. And for the record, once again, this does not mean anything about the only thing that you can take out, the only inference that you can take out from this situation should be that patriarchy, which is the system that we exist under, for sure, hurts men in numerous ways, including this one, where men are less likely to be heard as victims because they are supposed to have a strong showing, and they are supposed to be strong, and they're supposed to say hey, look, you can suck it up. You should suck it up. And that they are incapable of being victims in a domestic violence situation. That's it. That is the toxic masculinity / patriarchy take here. Okay? You know how many fools like Fresh and Fit are going to use it to further their grift about how they got the answer for men? Yeah, well, that's going to happen no matter what. That's part of the reason why I'm covering this, even though it seems like it's more so, petty celebrity drama. And even a lot of people in this community have been like, fuck you, I don't want to watch you talk about this because it's just irrelevant to the grand scheme of things. I think part of the reason why they think it's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things is because maybe it hurts their preconceived notions that there is some unexamined misinjury, which is individual and not systemic, obviously, but that kind of is playing a role in their feelings in the matter, in the way that they don't want to see a situation where a man can be a victim to domestic abuse. Okay? That's what it is. But part of the reason why I'm covering it is because I want to be the sane voice in the room, articulating my feelings on the matter rather than allowing it to be discussed by red pill right-wingers who will take advantage of this to say all women are bad, all women are wrong. Watch women lie all the time. Okay, without further ado, here's Ilhan Omar and the girl bossing, gatekeeping, slay queening audio.
They are gatekeeping. They are slay queen.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Why didn't it work?
Bosses. They are gatekeeping. They are slay queening. They are doing this in the name of Allah, of course. But they are doing girl boss shit. These are girl bosses. They are gatekeeping.
That's awesome.
They are slay queening. They are doing this in the name of Allah, of course. But they are doing girl boss shit. These are girl bosses. They are gatekeeping. They are slay queening. They are doing this in the name of Allah, of course.
I didn't know this was Hasan. Wait, you didn't know that was me? Really? Yeah, no, it is me. No leftovers this week? No, I don't believe we'll be able to shoot leftovers this week for obvious reasons. Good faith question. The trial goes on for another 2+ weeks. Are you going to be covering every day? No. I think people have this idea that only men cannot be victims of domestic violence, but that to be a victim, you yourself cannot have participated in some sort of abuse that took place, even if you're doing so in response. That to them somehow takes away your victim status. I think like meninists and men's right activists will use this against women regularly. Well, they'll be like, if a woman has in any way, shape, or form been abusive, if a woman has in any way, shape, or form been abusive, they will use that as an opportunity to be like, to disparage the abuse that they went through. And that's kind of what's going on here as well, where people are just basically stating like, oh, well, Johnny Depp did some abusive shit too. And I think he did. Okay, I think he did. Whether he did that as a consequence of like defending himself, or whether he did that because he was an addict and was 100% like, was going through some shit and certainly ended up manifesting like abusive, physically violent in certain circumstances behavior, which is completely unacceptable for the record. Happening right now. Where is this audio coming from? Oh, they're back. Okay, hold on one second. We're gonna get to the court, but I only need to watch this. No.
Wait, the embattled Twitch streamers outrage internet colleagues with accusations of orgies and drug. Listen. Yeah, someone clip this and send this to Hasan. If that's the case, I am pretty pissed. Because if you're fucking having orgies and I'm not invited, and you're doing drugs and I'm not invited, I'm fucking pissed. So yeah, I am outraged. Where's my...
I'm not having orgies. Okay. The perfect victim shit is so disgusting. You don't have to be the perfect or even a good person to be a victim of abuse. Remember that. It's similar to the justification of what were you wearing or were you drinking. So gross. No, but I think like alcohol and his like relapsing certainly played a role that also got Johnny Depp to engage in sometimes abusive behavior. Like look, that video of Johnny Depp fucking slamming the cabinets, right? A lot of people who have been in abusive relationships with a man, okay, where the man has been abusive, look to that and go immediately, that's a sign. That's literally like, I've seen that. I've been involved in a situation like that, right? That itself is not obviously the same as like, you know, hitting someone physically or throwing shit at them physically and then cutting their fucking finger off, okay? That's like, there are varying degrees, right? But if we are to look at varying degrees, if you're, you know, in that situation, Johnny Depp himself is not a perfect victim because he has also behaved in a matter that is abusive. Matt Orchard's video covered a lot of the shit Depp trial that isn't mentioned in the trial. I've hit my cabinets. Am I an abuser? No. But that kind of toxic and explosive behavior is a sign, especially when caught on camera. That kind of toxic and you know, that kind of toxic and like scary behavior could be a sign for additional abuse that may have taken place. And in most circumstances, like in the real world, there is no perfect victim of abuse. That just doesn't exist. So you have to parse through the data as best as you can. Amber stood next to him and laughed and secretly filmed. At no time was she the victim, so stop talking bullshit, dude. They even talked about it at court and figured that out. Do not talk about signs as if you were a specialist. Wait, so why did the specialist, like their couples counselor, said that there was mutual abuse then? I'm sorry you got COVID, but you really should have worn a mask. Well, I didn't, dude. And I'm going to cough on your fucking father, okay? Shut the fuck up, dumbass. I'm sorry, brother, but you should have really worn a mask, okay? Like, good, dude. You're sick. You're annoying fucking liberal. Jesus Christ, dude. You're so annoying. You are so fucking incredibly annoying. Like, this isn't even about, like, safety at this point. It's just to be like, I'm flexing on you. And I would rather have all those Nazi fucks in my QRTs flexing on me and wishing I die than dumbasses in here that are literally virtue signaling, that are supposed to be on my side. You know what I mean? You don't come across as like super woke in this situation, okay? God damn, bro. I literally went to a fucking event. Don't even know if it's actually from Coachella, okay? I know that it's like a meme to jump on it, and maybe it is, okay? Sure. Okay? Even though like this Omicron variant is supposed to incubate in like 2 to 4 days, which is way beyond Coachella at this point, and I was feeling fine post Coachella. But you know, and the fact that Coachella itself is an outdoor event, and outdoor events do not lead to spikes, as has been proven time and time again, despite what people think originally. It's all good. And also on top of that, I was wearing masks in a lot of occasions, not even because of the COVID fear, even though no one else was, but because I was, you know, worried about getting fucking dusted. I think the reason why COVID cases are rising is because people are just not wearing masks. That's it. You feel sick now? Of course I feel sick. I don't feel 100%. I feel like, you know, 60 or 55%, I would say. But not your fault you have COVID because you have lungs and you were breathing. It's your own fault, really. I mean, look, it just like people make it seem as though you're just never supposed to go to like you're never supposed to be outdoors, or you're never supposed to go to Coachella, or like the reality is like, yeah, if I want to be COVID zero, yeah, I need to be like fucking Shanghai. You know what I mean? If I want COVID zero, it needs to be like Shanghai. Like, I just never go outside. Straight up. That's just the truth. If you want to avoid COVID, you can't go to Coachella. 100%. Of course. Traveling to Coachella is a risk. Partying at Coachella is a risk. Wearing a mask the entire time is still going to be mitigating the risk a little bit, but no one else is wearing a mask, so it's still a gigantic fucking risk. Okay? Chat not only wants you to feel sick, but you must also feel shame. Well, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't. I don't feel shame at all. I'll keep it 100. Like, especially because the only thing that I would feel shame about would be if I gave it to other people. Like, if I gave it to my family members, if I gave it to, like, especially someone who's, like, immunocompromised, especially if, you know, I'm talking to, like, an older person. And given the reality that, like, my interactions outside are extremely limited with the exception of Coachella, I don't feel bad about it, you know? I took the risk, and I got fucking clapped, you know? And also, guess what? Here is the reality. COVID deaths are straight up lower than they ever have been, despite COVID peaking as what many are now considering to be endemic rather than a pandemic, right? Do you want to know why? Because motherfuckers have, one, new methods of treating COVID, so that's good. But most importantly, because motherfuckers are boosted and vaccinated. I'm boosted and vaccinated. The reason why I'm boosted and vaccinated is so that I can inevitably fucking go out and do shit. You know what I mean? That's the point. For year 3 on this, you got 2 shots plus the boosters. There's no individual solution going forward. Besides that, I think it's okay to take conscious risk and the virtue signaling freaks and fuck off. Yeah, 100%. We are all going to get it eventually.
right.
What's the point in hiding
Ready for
forever? What
jury
you've
then?
done to protect yourself? I mean,
Okay. All right, thank you.
it's going to be cool when people are mad at you for being around people at events after being boosted and recovered from actually getting it. Yeah. The things that are the things that I'm fearful of are not COVID. Things that I'm fearful of are like long COVID and like all of the other like post-viral consequences. Like I am genuinely worried about that. You will never be able to convince the NEETs, bro. They have viewed COVID as a justification for their lifestyle for 2+ years now. You got body aches at all? Says Carter. A little bit, but not like nothing crazy. I think my body aches come from me working out. I worked out pretty hard this past week. I could understand these takes if you were sitting here whining about it, but you're trying to do some other shit. Shut the fuck up and quit derailing the stream for the rest of us. Oh, you're talking to other people, I guess, not me. But yeah.
All right, thank you. Your next witness?
We call Officer Melissa Sines by deposition designation.
All right. Like
And
deposition.
just so the jury is aware, for the first hour or so, what you'll hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel. It will then shift to questioning by Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right, thank you.
Please state your name and your business address.
Yes, Officer Melissa Sines.
Well, you're putting everyone else at risk. Selfish? Are we not
1546 West
on those
Martin
lib
Luther
media
King
junk?
Jr.
This is the shit that
Boulevard,
holds back real
Los
change?
Angeles,
Like what?
California.
I don't know what you're even saying.
And what is your occupation?
I think you might have
I am a
COVID
police
because your
officer.
brain ain't working too good.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
Going on 12 years.
What year did you begin as a police officer?
2009.
And was that with the LAPD?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to coming to the LAPD in July of 2009?
No, I did not.
As of May 21, 2016, what was your rank?
Can you repeat the date?
May 21st, 2016.
I was a training officer.
And was that a P3?
Correct.
And as a training officer, were you considered a field training officer?
Correct.
I gotta
And
pee again.
for
I'm drinking
how
so much
long a
water
period
today,
of
so I'm
time
fucking
had you
peeing a lot.
been a training officer.
God damn it. I'll be back in a second.
As of May 21, 2016.
Approximately, I believe, 4 months.
And who was the first officer you trained once you became a training officer at the LAPD?
I don't recall.
When did you start training Officer Haddon?
I don't recall the exact month.
Do you have an approximate?
If the incident was in May, then it's going to be within 2 months of May, before or after.
So are you suggesting that you may not have started training Officer Haddon until 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident, so he wasn't there?
No, I'm not.
Was it 2 months or less from the time you started training Officer Haddon before the May 21, 2016 incident?
Yes, so I have a probationer for 2 months. So May could have been the second month I had him or the first month I had him.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, how long you had been training Officer Haddon as of the May 21st, 2016 incident?
Correct.
What does Central Division include?
It encompassed downtown Los Angeles.
In May of 2016, what shift were you on?
I was working nights.
And what would the night shift entail? What was the time from when to when?
It is approximately 6:45 p.m. to 6:45 a.m.
And how many days a week would you work the shift?
Usually 3 days a week.
Typically, what was the range of the number of units that were working on your shift in May 2016 in Central Division?
I don't recall.
I mean, are we talking less than 5, more than 10, more than 25?
There would be at least 5 units. How high over that, I wouldn't know that. Every night is different. The city pulls from different divisions if there's special events going on, so it's constantly changing.
Okay. But it's usually at least 5 and maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 if there's not a special event. Would that be a fair estimate?
Correct.
What was the process for?
Why can't we hear?
Process for checking out equipment in May 2016 after roll call?
We would walk to the window and give them our name and serial number, and they would present us with equipment for the shift.
And what equipment were you given in May 2016 after roll call?
Holy fuck, this is the first time I've ever seen a
recall.
cop wear a mask. What the
You
fuck?
don't recall any of the equipment you checked out in May of 2016 after roll call?
And they're wearing it during
I don't
Zoom?
remember
What the
that
fuck?
specific day
Is this
that
a
I
real
checked out
cop? What's
equipment.
going on?
I can tell you what I typically check out, if that's what you'd like.
All right, let's start there.
I usually check out a police vehicle, a taser, a less lethal beanbag shotgun, and a regular shotgun.
Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Do you check out body-worn video equipment?
Yes, if you were trained in body-worn video, then yes, you would check that out.
All right. Were you trained in body-worn video equipment?
I was not.
Have you ever been assigned body-worn video equipment?
Yes, I have.
When?
I don't remember the specific date.
What is your best estimate?
If I had to guess, it would probably be June of 2016.
Why do you think it was June of 2016 that you first were
She can't shut off the Zoom
assigned
cam like she can
body-worn
shut off her
video
body
equipment?
cam, so the mask is for some level of anonymity.
Because that's the time frame that I remember having to use it. It was new to me. I never used body-worn before.
When did the LAPD start issuing body-worn equipment for Central Division?
This is last
know
year,
that
March
date.
31st, 2021.
When
Oh, that's
approximately?
why. Even then, that's
I
still
don't know. I couldn't
surprising.
give
I'm
you
going
a
to be
date.
honest.
Can you name any other officer that did not have body-worn equipment that was on your shift at any time between November 2015 and June 2016, other than you?
I cannot.
Have you had more than one body-worn video equipment?
Body-worn camera, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I have had 2. One in Central Division, and now a new one at Southwest Division where I currently am. The camera stays at their respective divisions.
While you were at Central Division, did you ever get assigned more than one body-worn video camera?
Not to my knowledge.
So to the best of your knowledge, you had the same body-worn video camera throughout the time that you were at Central Division, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have a recollection of at any time while you were at Central Division, your body-worn video camera not working So you couldn't turn it on during an incident?
Oh, damn, dude.
I do not recall that.
What tools were available to you?
Cops not
in May of
recalling their body
2016
camera footage not
for
working.
investigating calls?
A tale as old as time itself.
Can you specify what you mean by tools?
Well, did you have a notebook, for example?
Yes, we carry field officers' notebooks.
Okay. And did you have your own field officer notebook?
Yes.
Can you describe what your field officer notebook looked like in May of 2016?
It's a small, just paper pad that we keep in our pockets to write on.
And do you carry a pencil or a pen with it so that you can take them out during a call and take notes?
I do.
What do you do with your notebooks once you have filled them?
You can turn them into the kit room and they can store them.
Is that what you have done?
I have my same officer's field officer's notebook in my locker.
Since you started?
No, I've had several different ones, but I usually keep them in my locker.
So for the field officer's notebook that you had in May of 2000.
Sooner you all realize Johnny Depp has been running one of the most insidious, highly effective misinformation campaigns in recent history, the better. And people ask why women are so scared to come forward with their abuse stories. Hasan, please, you're too smart for this. I guess I'm a fucking idiot then, dude. Like, that's wild. A wild thing to fucking say that, in my opinion, actually devalues and is unironically on the opposing side of what, like, the MRA dudes do. Like, straight up. I'm a fucking dumbass then, dude. I mean, you're seeing in this court case, you are literally seeing, and it is a very effective one to go against the preconceived narrative that even in a court was defended in prior civil litigation was defended, where Amber Heard was physically abusive. Amber Heard herself is admitting in audio recordings that she is being physically abusive. There are medical reports of the violent altercations that ended up hurting Johnny Depp to a degree that does not exist for Amber Heard. And you're still like, nope, this is misinformation.
So when you answered calls in May of 2016, you had reports material in your vest as you answered calls? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's deposition exhibit number 14. It's a multiple page document. I'm just
people be like, yo, this is a conspiracy. Men can't be abused. Johnny Depp probably cut his own finger off. After all, he said he cut his finger in a text message. That must mean he cut his own finger off, with a knife.
About a week ago.
All right. And what were the circumstances under which you reviewed this document a week ago?
For this testimony.
Now, I asked you some questions about the body-worn video. Are you aware of any other officer being assigned your body-worn video under your serial number?
I'm not aware.
Is there any chance that you could be mistaken about when you were assigned body-worn video?
No, there's not.
And why do you say that?
Because everything is recorded and documented on evidence.com under my serial number. So if a supervisor wanted to enter the database under my serial number, they could watch my videos and see the specific date and time my videos started to record and when the date of my last video was to this date.
All right. And did you go back and look to see what date you started?
I did.
what was the date that you were assigned body-worn video equipment in Central Division?
So the first day that I took out body-worn video was June 16th of 2016.
I'm going to show you this second page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It has you summoned to attend and give testimony at a deposition and also to produce certain documents. Do you recall this being issued?
Yes, I do.
And here we go. The documents to be produced. The first of those was all video footage recorded by you.
Like, for the record,
incident
I'm not even saying that Johnny Depp is like a perfect person or a good guy. Okay? He's not. I mean, oftentimes when you are an addict, you end up, you know, becoming a bad person. It's a really traumatic and difficult thing that you're putting people in your near vicinity through. Every addict knows this too. You know what I mean? The recovery process is lifelong. That's why it's important to recover. But that does not change the reality that his imperfections do not change the reality that, like, you know, he was getting his ass beat.
The LAPD at any point, supervisors, watch commanders, anyone connected with the LAPD ever ask you whether you had any video footage from the incident of May 21, 2016?
No.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at number 2 here. It says all documents and or communications, including without limitation any notes, memoranda, reports, filings, and or summaries relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016. Are you aware of any documents or communications that would fit this description?
No.
Now, Officer Sines, you've had training on domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell me what that consists of?
Oh, I can't wait for
I
this one.
received training in the police academy.
Yeah, cops in training. I don't know about
Anywhere else?
that.
Did you have any other type of
I'm gonna go ahead and
domestic
assume it
violence
wasn't
training other than
extensive.
when
You
were
know
in
what I
police
mean?
academy?
Other than my experience in the field dealing with domestic violence, no, not that I can recall.
And as of May of 2016, would you agree that you had answered over 100 domestic violence calls?
About, I go to a lot of domestic violence calls every day.
Okay. And you consider yourself to be a specialist in domestic
I'm
violence.
actually
is that accurate?
self-taught. Okay, stop.
I don't
Jack.
understand the title specialist. I don't consider myself specialist.
She's like,
In May of
I know. She's like, I'm a
2016,
specialist.
What was the police officer supposed
I got a lot of
to do
hands-on
when
experience.
the victim of a domestic violence would not respond to questions or cooperate with pursuing charges after a call was placed and the police officers had arrived?
If an individual is uncooperative, we are to check the location to make sure that the suspect isn't hiding for the safety of the potential victim, and offer a business card if they decide to speak to us later.
In May of 2016, was it your understanding that if you saw evidence of injury or property damage in disarray, that you were to file a report even if the victim was not cooperating?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what is remarked as exhibit number 8. And this is something that was dated November 24, 2018. It's to all department personnel from the Chief of Police, Domestic Violence Supplemental Report Form. And it starts out with the Domestic Violence Supplement Report Form, and it has the number of it, has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Was this a document that you recall receiving at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand, do you have any understanding of why this was supplemented in November 24, 2014?
I do not.
I'm going to ask you, officer, to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 9, and it's called Los Angeles Police Department Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what this document is?
It's a supplemental document that we add to a police report for domestic violence.
All right. And is this one of the reports that you would carry in your vest when you answered calls?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look, if you can, at the very left-hand column where it has a number of different categories here, and it has victim shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, of why these are included on this supplemental domestic violence report.
To identify somebody's emotional state during an investigation.
And this is specifically with respect to domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if you can turn over to the crime scene section on the right-hand side, you'll notice that there are some categories that include location vandalized / ransacked.
Was it she ain't reading them books behind? Yeah, no, I don't think so. Those are books on the law, my friend. And if there's one thing that cops don't know, it's the law.
In there for making notations for domestic violence supplemental report.
To identify the crime scene at the time of the incident.
Okay. And was it your understanding that these items that they have on here may be significant?
Her ass is not reading.
Determining whether there was in fact domestic violence and improving.
Someone said, so are we just cop haters here? I mean, we're not cop lovers.
And I direct your attention specifically to the evidence section.
So funny when we get normies in here and they're like, I want to learn more about this Amber Heard stuff, but don't really like the criticisms that this brilliant and beautiful woman in the blue is getting.
On there, what is your understanding of the significance of this collecting this information?
It's significant to tell a story about what happened at the domestic violence incident.
Okay. And then if we can scroll down a little bit further to additional questions, there's a series of those, including, has suspect threatened to kill you? Do they possess firearms? Have they ever attempted to smother, strangle, or suffocate you?
My name on social is cop disliker.
Things of that nature. What is your understanding of why you're supposed to ask those questions?
Give you a background on the relationship and an idea of what the victim and the suspect have been through.
Okay, thank you. Just let me ask you the question, Officer Science. You did not fill out that supplemental report when you responded on May 21, 2016 to the Broadway call, correct, with Amber Heard?
Correct, it did not meet criteria.
The question I asked was, did you fill out one of those forms?
No, I did not. I did not meet criteria.
Officer Science, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 10, and if I can direct your attention to the top, it says Domestic Violence Standards of Review, and it has Field Notebook Divider, Domestic Violence Laws, LAPD Form number 18.30.02. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
It has case preparation. It says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloodied clothing, damaged phones, property. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And it also says ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, and then suggest both a day or two after. What is your understanding of the reasons for collecting this evidence?
The reason why she's wearing a mask is because this is the last year and she's on video.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Because these are fruits of a crime. If there's a crime, this is important to prove that a crime was committed.
And what do you mean by fruits of a crime?
If we're talking domestic violence, the location would be evidence. So if there's, a house is ransacked, then that should be noted in the report. That would be considered evidence.
All right, and then we're going to go to the second page here. And it has, ensure photographs are taken of scene and damaged property, e.g. broken furniture, holes in wall, damaged phones, phone card, evidence of alcohol consumption, general disarray. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, proof of a crime.
Okay. And then it also says canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, fresh complaint witnesses, neighbors, and local law enforcement. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what would be the reason for canvassing the location and interviewing all witnesses?
That would be further evidence.
All right. And what is your understanding of what fresh complaint means?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And then if we go down a little bit further, it also has complainant questions, and it has questions such as length and nature of relationship, but also prior
VLC player is goated,
violence
so
and
you know I respect that. I respect the court
and
using a
what form
VLC
of
player.
violence or abuse has taken. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Because it gives us an idea and background of the relationship.
Okay. And then we go to the next page, and we have a little bit more here. We have the, I went too far. And that says how long the abuse has been occurring, any logs or diaries, is there a pattern of alcohol or substance abuse? What is your understanding of why those would be relevant?
Again, because it gives us background on what we're dealing with, what type of relationship this is.
And may help with the proof of the crime?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident. And it says in parentheses, fresh complaint witness. So I'm kind of guessing that must be the definition. But why would it be important to interview or identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident?
They probably have the best recollection.
Okay. And also has identify the person with whom the complainant first spoke about the incident, fresh complaint witness. What is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, the best recollection.
Okay. And then we have what have neighbors seen or heard. Why would that be important?
Because it would prove to us that there was an incident if there was other people with the same story as the victim.
Okay. And then we also have, did witness observe how physical injury occurred? Why would that be important?
Because that would tell us that there was a crime, that somebody got injured.
Okay. And then we have statements by the complainant and or accused after the incident. Why would that be important?
Because we're getting our story from the complainant, so
The
what they
Cult of
say is
Jared
everything
Leto
with the
by
crime.
Philion.
All
We'll
right,
watch
let's look
that
at
after.
12 for a
I like
moment.
that.
This is exhibit number 12. It's Office of the Chief of Police, April 9, 2002. And it's a domestic violence victims memo. And it says, purpose, the department is legislatively mandated to provide specific information to victims of domestic violence.
Oh, you're a
crimes.
Leto head? No,
And
I'm
then they go
definitely
into
not a
describe
Leto head.
that. What is your understanding of, well, let me go a little bit further because I'm going to try to move through this a little bit quicker. So it says to mitigate this issue, the department has begun to use the Victim Information Notification Every Day, VINE, pamphlet.
Oh, Bald went to
accomplish
Syria
not
for
only the
50
domestic
minutes in a
violence
50-minute video?
information
Holy fuck.
Requirements under Section 13701 of the California Penal Code, but also to provide information regarding the VINE program. Did you have a copy of that pamphlet? Was that something that was given to you?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you typically provided then, as it says you should, to victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why you were to
I
provide
saw you
the
donated to the
pamphlet?
Amazon Labor
Oh,
Union, and
you
I think it's
understand
really
the
cool, and I
question?
respect that. I did too. Good job.
Yes. because it gives resources to the victims, domestic violent resources, like shelters and phone numbers to provide help.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. This is the Vine.
Okay, when you say Vine, is this the pamphlet that was being referred to? Okay. And it's your understanding that you were supposed to be giving that pamphlet to victims of domestic violence on calls, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard?
I did not identify her as a victim of domestic violence.
Is that the sole reason why you did not give that to Amber Heard?
Yes, we want to give them to victims of domestic violence.
I'm going to ask you to take a look.
At this point, Your Honor, Ms. Heard's counsel is asking to move into evidence and publish to the jury Defendant's Exhibit 730.
God damn,
and
that was
Mr. Depp
loud.
has no
Sorry.
objection.
All right, 7:30 in evidence and can be published.
Johnny Depp is not sleeping. He's watching the stream. Not sleeping. He's looking at the monitor in front of him where I'm live and alive. Penthouse 3, PR received call for victim friend Amber assaulted by boyfriend. PR refused to give further. Unit recommend BPD.
Okay.
Keep going.
Second hand from NYPD. Yeah, Johnny Depp. Wave hi to Johnny.
First page of
He's a
exhibit
HasanAbi
number
head.
3. It's an incident recall from specifically May 21st, 2016. Do you recognize this document?
For the record, he doesn't see the top of the hour ad breaks that I'm about to serve right now because at the top of the hour there's a 6-second ad break, a contractual obligation.
It's a summary of our
Because
radio
he's a
call.
subscriber. He's a HasanAbi head
Right,
and a
and
subscriber.
how
And
is
you
this
too can
recorded?
avoid the top of the hour ad breaks as long as you
By
subscribe for
dispatch?
$5 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
And
If you want an ad-free
How is it
broadcasting experience that is
communicated to you?
uninterrupted. But here's the 1-minute ad
A
break
computer in
now.
our car.
Be like Johnny Depp. You know what I mean?
so
Here's the 1-minute ad break.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the very beginning of this. It starts out, it obviously has an incident number. Is this your understanding of the incident recall for the report to 849 South Broadway involving Amber Heard?
Yes.
It starts out with 5/21/16 at 20:30:58, which is 8:30:58 or almost 8:31. And it says incident initiated by such and such. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the next thing that's communicated is Penthouse 3, PR received call from victim's friend Amber, assaulted by boyfriend. PR refused to give further. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, when you were
Thank you, Small Trans,
out
for the 5
on
gifted
the
subs.
road, did you see that right away, or did you have to look this up later when it was you that was going to respond?
We review the calls as we're driving to the call.
Okay. Then we have at 5/21/2037, which is 8:37, a duplicate call. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, let's go down to 5/21/16. Officer Science, can you go where I just highlighted here? And it's 20:57, which would be what time?
8:57.
All right. And it has STAT:AS. What does that mean? So would that be when you and Officer Haddon arrived at 849 South Broadway?
Correct.
And then it has the next entry is 5/21/2016. It has 21/22/57. So that would be 9/22.
Correct.
Okay. And it says, go ahead. I'll have you read this. What does it say after that?
Met with Vic, Chuck Lope, verified husband left Lope, Vic advised verbal.
Okay, go ahead into the next. Go ahead and go into the next page or next line. Go ahead.
Dispute and refused to give any further info, issued business card.
Who wrote those 2 lines?
I don't recall.
And what did that mean to you?
This is why I said she ain't reading those books.
It's a disposition of what happened at the call.
Okay, can you tell me what that means? I mean,
Her ass ain't reading those books.
Real person's words, what those words are?
Yeah, that we met with the victim. We checked the location. The husband wasn't there. And that the victim advised us that she just had an argument and that she wasn't going to give us any further information. And because we didn't identify a crime, we issued her a business card letting her know that she could reach out to us later if she changed her mind and wanted to cooperate.
Okay. And at what point did you close this incident?
Whatever it says on the screen, let's see, 9/22/57.
Okay. And what did incident closed mean?
That we cleared from the location. We were complete. Done.
Okay. Now, if we could go to page Bates stamp number 12. And do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a summary of all of our calls from that day.
All right. And I believe you testified earlier that you reviewed this document in preparation for this.
Kind of wild that not a
correct?
single dog was murdered on scene.
Okay. And if we
Just
can
a
go
reminder,
down
you know,
to
that is unique.
right here, that's 9/22, correct? At the end of that?
Right.
All right. And it says
Couldn't 2X this? Yeah, I don't think the court has fucking
It's
Zoomer.
a code for domestic violence.
Zoomer watching
And
on
what is
YouTube
the-
brain. You know what I mean? Hey, judge, can you 2X this, please? I'm trying to retain this information as fast as
For
possible.
the lunch break, I had just asked you about whether you had believed that you were at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016 for 30 to 60 minutes. Do you recall me asking that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall testifying that that's what you thought was the time that you and Officer Haddon spent at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. And in fact, it was significantly less, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it was, you entered from the elevator at 9:04 p.m. and went back into the elevator at 9:19 for a total of 15 total minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we've seen the video clips of you getting on the elevator and getting off, and that's where those timestamps come from. Now, once you got off the elevator at 9:04 p.m., the first thing you did was listen for some noise, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you went around and checked out the outdoor courtyard to see if anyone was outside. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you saw that there was a woman in the gym who was not related to the incident. Do you recall that?
Correct.
How did you know the woman was not related to the incident?
Because she seemed unfazed. She was just working out.
Did you speak with her?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall what she looked like?
I don't.
Now, did you take any notes during the entire 15 minutes from when you got off the elevator till when you got back on the elevator from the penthouse?
I did not.
Did Officer Haddon, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Did you take pictures or record anything?
I did not.
So after you saw the woman in the gym and looked at the perimeter, you went back to the hallway and you met with what you called a white male who was generic. Do you recall using that term?
They asked me to describe him, yes.
And you said generic, correct? And what do you mean by generic?
He didn't have any identifying I don't know, nothing that I could remember. I just
Same
remember
basic.
a male white. Nothing out of the ordinary.
What color was his hair?
I don't even remember now.
Did he have facial hair, a beard, or a mustache?
I don't remember.
Do you recall how tall he was, roughly?
I don't remember anything about him.
Did you ask him his name?
I don't recall.
Holy
now,
fuck.
The generic white male talked with you. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And when you first saw Amber Heard, she was crying, red-eyed, and was not making eye contact with you, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her a few questions, and it was quite clear that she did not want to speak to the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Amber Heard was visibly upset, so she would look down. Sometimes she would look up at
I mean,
you
this
and
was
she
a long time
spoke,
ago. It was
but was back
2016,
and
so
forth, correct?
Correct.
What was Amber Heard
she's
wearing
talking
that
about 5
night?
years ago. It makes sense that she doesn't remember.
I don't recall.
What hairstyle did Amber Heard have that night?
I don't recall.
Now, when was the first time you were asked to provide details of the events of May 21, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall providing your testimony at a deposition in July of 2016?
Correct.
Is that the first time you were asked to provide any details of what your recollection was of the events of May 21, 2016?
Correct.
Okay. And that was roughly 2 months later, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many shifts had you worked in that 2 month period?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
How many calls had you answered in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
How many of those calls were domestic violence calls in those 2 months?
Bro, how are you going to
I
know
don't know
that?
that number.
I don't even hate on. I mean, look,
And
I love making fun of cops, but like in this
If
situation,
you
it does make sense that
saw
she can't
any
recall
signs
that.
of injury on
Cops
Amber
respond to
Heard,
DV all the time, you know?
or even just damage to property, would you have been duty bound to make a report?
Correct.
Now, your recollection is that there was no damage to the flat. You searched the entire flat and there was no damage, broken glass, or anything out of the ordinary. Would you agree?
Correct.
Did you see anything, did you observe anything out of the ordinary during this particular call that you answered at the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
I did not.
When you left that call, when you got back into that elevator, do you recall what you were thinking?
I remember being impressed by the penthouse, how big and beautiful it was, yes.
But anything else?
No, nothing.
And just so we can stay on that for a minute, you had not heard of Amber Heard at the time of this report, right, on May 21st, 2016?
Correct.
But you did know that Johnny Depp was an actor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't know that that was Johnny Depp's penthouse when you reported there, correct?
Correct.
But you, as you just said, were impressed with the penthouse. Would it be fair to say you thought probably somebody with some wealth lived there?
Correct.
Can you bring up plaintiff's exhibit number
Cops
23?
absolutely make assessments like this to figure out whether or not they will get in trouble for mishandling
Officer
a
Science, do
situation.
you recognize this elevator at all?
Yes, I do.
Like
What do you
100%.
recall?
That's the elevator from the location.
Okay. Alex, I'm going to ask you to go to 211940. And as you're moving that, Officer Science, I'm
What?
going to ask you to take a look at this and see if you can tell me what you are saying to Officer Haddon in this video clip. That's you, is that correct?
Correct.
And Officer
They
Haddon,
know who
recognize-
butters their bread.
Officer Science, can you tell what you were saying to Officer Haddon?
I cannot.
Does it look like you might have said at the beginning that was crazy?
I can't tell what I was saying.
Would you agree, though, that you were quite animated in your discussion with Officer Haddon?
No, I wouldn't agree.
How would you describe your demeanor?
Comfortably talking to my partner.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit number 17. And while Alex is bringing that up, so your best recollection is that you saw no injuries on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And your best recollection is you saw no property damage, nothing in disarray, nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And if you had seen either of those, you would have had to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Officer Science, let me ask you
Cops
this question.
not very good
So
at
we've
looking at.
established that you got off the elevator on the penthouse
Just to be fair,
level at 9:04
to be fair,
p.m. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Oh. Do you recognize
cops
the
are
person
not very
here?
good at assessing domestic
Yes, I
violence.
do.
Historically,
Amber Heard.
notoriously so.
Okay.
I got to pee again.
And do you see any signs of injury on Amber Heard's face in this picture?
I do not.
Is it your testimony that you do not perceive this cheek to be reflecting an injury on Amber Heard?
Correct. No injury.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this section here above the eyelid, and now I think with the, I'm going to ask you to take a look at that eyelid. Is it your perception that that eyelid does not reflect an injury? I'm sorry, what was your answer, Officer Science?
Correct. No injury.
Okay, and then up above on the forehead level where the redness is and it looks like there's a couple of bumps, is it your perception that does not reflect an injury?
Correct.
Officer Science, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 18, close to the time that you alighted from the elevator, correct?
Correct.
Please describe for me what you see in this photograph.
I see a striped carpet with discoloration on the right-hand side of the photo, and what I perceive as, I don't know if that's a reflection, some sort of mark.
Now, you believed and testified, in fact, that you considered the hallways to be very well lit that night, correct?
Correct.
Did you see this, these stains?
No, not that I recall.
Right. Would you agree that those are reddish stains on the right side?
Correct.
What does it look like from your experience?
Like a stain, like from a liquid.
Red wine, possibly?
It could be, yes.
Okay. But you don't recall seeing that in the hallway after you got off the elevator?
I do not.
And you did not investigate this or take any pictures or record anything about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go to number 19. Do you recognize what is depicted in exhibit number 19?
Yes, it's our business card.
And it has 1A1 on the front of it. What is that?
That's our unit designation.
Okay. And then it has Haddon and a badge number. Is that his badge number?
That is his serial number.
Okay, serial number, thank you. And it has your name, and is that your serial number?
Correct.
Who wrote this on the card?
I don't recall.
Would it have been either you or Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Do you recognize your handwriting?
I can't tell from this.
Now, I think you indicated when you were looking at the incident recall and the CAD summary that a business card had been left. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And why did you leave a business card?
I advised Amber Heard that she could contact us at any time if she changed her mind and decided that she wanted to speak to us and cooperate.
All right, let's go to number 20. Do you recognize this? What's depicted in this picture?
Yes, I do. It's the back of the business card.
All right. And it says 5/21/2016, and the time is 9:16 p.m. Is that the time that it was written?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recognize the handwriting on this side?
It looks like my handwriting.
Okay. Now it says radio call of dispute. Do you see that?
I do.
Why didn't you put verbal dispute?
Yes, I already took a COVID test.
It didn't.
I didn't ban that chatter. I just was trying to
the
understand
same
what that
thing to
chatter
me.
meant.
And you have refused report on here, correct?
Correct.
Could you just read this next part that you wrote on here?
Sure. Advice can call at later time if changes mind, because she was uncooperative and didn't want to speak to us.
Okay. Now, why did you say if changes mind?
Because I was giving her the opportunity to have a resource if she changed her mind.
But if Amber Heard had no injuries and there was no evidence of any type of physical property issues,
Low-key, the cop did the right thing, by the way,
breakage,
surprisingly.
Then why would it matter if she changed her mind?
It's a courtesy that I choose to give people when I go to calls.
This is actually the appropriate thing to do in this situation, because like
closed this out and had not written a report and had taken no notes.
Because domestic violence oftentimes is invisible, especially in front of cops and shit like that. So
earlier testimony that if you saw evidence of injury, or if you saw injury of evidence,
surprisingly,
of
you
damage,
sound like a woke
even
idiot.
if the victim did not cooperate.
Dude, you sound like a fucking
report,
bitch.
Correct?
Like every little thing I say, you're so triggered by like anything that does not revolve around your worldview. You're like, oh, you sound like a woke idiot. Like, goddamn, dude, get out of your fucking echo chamber. You're in here. Just, sit the fuck down and realize that maybe some other people have different opinions than you. You sound like a woke idiot. I'm not going to listen to you anymore. Okay.
Does that comport with your recollection of when you left?
I don't recall what time I left. I'm just going based on the video that is in front of
God,
me.
conservatives are such little fucking triggered babies, dude.
Do you have any reason to believe that's incorrect?
I don't.
Officer Steins, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 24. Okay. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, Amber Heard.
Okay. Do you perceive there to be an injury or evidence of injury on Amber's face in this photo?
No, I do not.
Did you see this Sauvage Dior ad by Johnny? It's honestly nice seeing some companies still standing beside him. Fucking insane. Like, I'm not going to sit here and defend like corporations for standing by Johnny Depp and be like, oh, how nice of them.
She's fair skinned. Her face
Cares?
is blush.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Do you see a red mark on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and above her eyebrow on this picture?
Her face looks flushed. Yes, redness.
Okay. And what is your perception of what that is caused by?
Like I said earlier, it's consistent with what I seen her crying.
Right. But you don't think it's consistent with a cell phone being thrown at her?
Correct. It does not look like an injury caused from a cell phone.
Okay. And why not?
Because it's consistent with somebody crying. Her face is flushed.
This was taken on May 21st. I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Officer Steins, do you see any redness on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid, and we'll go with those?
I do.
And what is your perception of what the cause of those red marks?
It's consistent with her crying. Her face is flushed.
And is it fair to say that you do not believe that this reflects an injury?
Correct.
And would it also
there are no
be fair to say
objections because
that
this is
you
pre-recorded.
would not consider it sufficient to investigate
They're playing the footage of a
further?
deposition from March 31st,
Whether it's an
2021.
injury?
There's nothing that would stop me
of
from
a cop
investigating.
of a cop who arrived at the scene of a potential alleged domestic violence incident.
But just so that
The cop
clear here,
herself
even if the victim
testified that Amber Heard had no visible sign of injury and still left it open for a potential domestic violence case, hence why she was like, she was giving her card.
Mind, you don't perceive this as to be reflective of an injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 27. Again, do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you see redness on the cheek of Amber Heard on this one?
Yes, I do.
All right.
I guess
And
they're
then
also.
you
They're cutting out. They're cutting out the objections, I
had
think. Too.
testified on a number of these other pictures and on this one as well that this is consistent with crime.
Notice how they edited that?
Do you see any redness on Amber's other cheek?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same or similar to the redness on the cheek, on the right cheek?
Based on this photo, it looks like one cheek is redder than the other.
But you also don't see any swelling with that?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see redness on the right cheek and above the eye?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is it your perception that this reflects any type of, or could reflect any type of injury?
No,
Why not?
because my perception is it was consistent with her crying.
All right, let's take this down, go to 29. I'm going to ask you the same questions. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes,
And do you see any redness in the right cheek and above the eyelid?
yes,
Okay. And is it your perception that these are not indicative of injury?
yes.
And what is your reasoning?
It's consistent with her crying.
Let's take this one down. Let's go to number 30. Now, you testified earlier that you thoroughly searched the penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Josh Drew, the gentleman that you called the generic male, actually took you through, escorted you through the penthouse and the series of penthouses, correct?
Correct.
Officer Science, did you or did you not thoroughly search the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
We did search the penthouse.
Okay. And you used the term thoroughly, did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you feel like you
Chat, of
conducted a
course they ask the
thorough
same question 500
search
times. This is how
of the
court works.
penthouses
This is how
that night?
depositions work.
Yes, I did. I
They
did
have
a
to cover
sweep of
all
the location
bases.
for the suspect.
Okay. And when you're talking about a sweep of the location, did you go through every room?
How do y'all not know this? We've done this
Yes,
a lot
every
at
room.
this point.
Okay. And was there anyone escorting you through those rooms?
Yes, the same male that we were met with at the beginning of the call.
That you called the generic male, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified a little earlier that this was a very nice series of penthouses, right?
Yes.
Did you interview the woman that was sitting with Amber Heard?
I attempted to. All parties were uncooperative.
What did you say to the woman that was with Miss Heard?
I don't recall the exact words, but I introduced myself to everyone and asked if they seen what happened or know what happened, and they all refused to speak to me.
Did you ask for their names?
I recall, yes, I did ask for their names. Nobody would give me their names.
Now, that's a little unusual, isn't it?
No, it's not. A lot of people don't like us.
Well, is it that they don't like you, or is it potentially that they don't want to, with a domestic violence situation,
That's awesome.
are reluctant to press charges.
That's pretty funny.
Every situation's different. Based on my training experience, where I work, it's usually that people do not like us.
Do you have a
Even people in the
recollection
court
of what
laugh,
the
dude.
woman who was with Amber Heard looks like?
No
No,
recollection.
cops are aware that they're not
You know
liked. That's
what
part of the
color hair
reason
she
why
had?
they're so fucking annoying.
I have zero recollection.
So you don't recall how old she was,
When they
how
respond
tall
to
she
shit.
was, what her hairstyle was, what she was wearing, anything about
They
her.
also consider it
Zero
violence.
recollection.
But
They
somehow
literally
you're
will
sure
act
you
like it's
tried to interview
violent
her and
for
she
you
refused
to.
answer questions.
Yes, it's common practice. I try to interview everyone during my investigation.
So did you pull out your notebook at any time while you were in the penthouse?
I did not. I had nothing to write. No one would speak to me.
Well, how did you know that when you started asking the questions that they weren't going to give an answer?
Because they just looked at me.
But wouldn't you pull out your notebook first and then ask the questions?
I don't know, man.
Does anyone
People
write
usually
down the
call if they
answers
want
as they're
help.
giving them to you?
No, I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety issues until I'm sure that I have something to write.
Sorry, I'm sorry, officer. Can you repeat your answer?
I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety reasons. If I'm not sure I'm going to write, I keep my hands free. When I ask the questions, I got no answers. Therefore, I didn't
She'd be like,
take out any notebooks or pens.
she'd be like, there could be fucking, you know, a situation tactically where someone busts out fentanyl.
At the time that you were talking with Amber Heard and the woman with her?
I always fear for my safety. A potential suspect could have been in the house. So yes,
This is big news,
my
by
guard
the
was
way.
not down if that's what you're asking.
What did you do first? Did you look at throughout the house to ensure that the person wasn't there, or did you ask the questions first and then look at the house?
I attempted to ask questions first. I can't just go into a
Yeah,
house
there
and
could be
start checking
fentanyl
it
poison
without
darts.
asking questions.
So what questions did you ask first?
I don't recall specific questions.
Do you recall any of your questions?
I don't.
Do you recall any of the answers that you were given?
I don't recall.
Now, we went through the domestic violence supplemental report and some of the
What's the big
guidelines
news?
for
Audio viewer
officers
here?
on
I have
domestic
COVID.
Violence. Do you recall that the crime
That's the big
scene,
news.
a number of the items reflected location ransacked, location vandalized, furniture in disarray?
Also,
personal
Madison
property
Cawthorn was
damage? Do you
caught
remember those
at
being
Charles
items
Douglas
as-
International Airport with a loaded gun. He was trying to go through security with a loaded gun. What a fucking psycho. And also, Joseph Robinette Biden and his team are giving strong indications that they are probably going to take significant action to relieve student loans in the coming months. Possibly all student loan debt relief will be coming.
Did you ever communicate in any manner with the two officers who answered the second call to the penthouse?
I did not.
Did you communicate through
Really
a
good
third
news.
party to the second set of officers relating to the domestic violence call and your determination?
Madison
I did
Cawthorn in
not.
the chat says, I needed it, man.
Did you know the two officers who responded to the second call?
Did
I'm
not.
sorry.
What's funny about
Do
that
you
is
know
that
who
like
they
that
are
could
to
literally
this
be
day?
him because he DMs me to come on the
I did
stream and
not.
shit.
Have you ever spoken to the other two officers about the responding to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
Have you ever spoken with anyone else about your response and their response to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
And just so everybody's aware, up until now, you've been listening to questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel. At this point, I believe we're going to shift over to questioning from Mr. Depp's counsel.
God damn, that shit is so fucking loud when they do that shit.
I want you to focus on the date of the incident that we have been talking about during this deposition, and that is May 21st, 2016. I'll refer to that as the date of the incident. Do you understand what I mean when I say date of the incident?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So as of the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
Since, I believe, the end of November of 2015.
So between 6 to 8 months?
Yes.
Prior to the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
4 to 6 months.
He's going to beef up her credentials. That's what the Johnny Depp team is doing currently, like saying like your experience, you're a professional, you know what domestic violence incidents look like, only to further drive home the point that no such domestic violence had occurred in that scene, on the scene, as the cop had indicated. So that's what the Depp team is doing now.
Yes, that's how I understood it from testimony I read in previous depositions of yours. So it's in the hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you and you indicated that you proceeded to the incident at the Eastern Columbia building due to what you heard from dispatch, is that correct?
Correct.
And
oh my
you
God,
recall as you
DeSantis
sit here
is
today,
standing like Donald Trump.
What you were told from dispatch that led you to the Eastern Columbia?
You're right. He's doing the Donald Trump stance. He stanced up like my man Donald Trump. He's like doing the forward stance, like he's got elevator shoes on. Bro, what the fuck? Yo, DeSantis is literally trying to merge into Trump. He's trying to become Trump.
That it had something to do.
He's gonna run. He's running.
With a dispute at that location.
Correct.
King.
And when you first arrived at the scene of the incident, what did you first do on entering the building?
We met with a security guard in the lobby who escorted us to the elevator.
Did you ask that security guard any questions about the building? Strike that. Did you ask that security guard any questions?
Not that I recall.
Did the security guard escort you up to the penthouse?
They gave us access through the elevator. I do not believe that they came up to the penthouse with us. I believe they just accessed the elevator.
Okay. And when you arrived at the penthouse and exited the elevator, was it just you and your partner, Mr. Haddon, Officer Haddon?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next?
We tried to listen for any kind of sounds of domestic violence. We checked the hallways. We didn't observe anyone. We went out to a courtyard, didn't observe anyone. And based on what I was just reminded of, there was a woman in the gym who didn't seem involved, was working out, looked fine, nothing out of the ordinary. And then we responded to a door in the hallway, and I knocked and was met by a male.
Okay. Up until that point of time, from exiting the elevator to knocking on that door, did you see anything that indicated a crime?
I did not.
Up until the point where you knocked on that door, did you see or hear or witness anything?
Cops see crime everywhere when they're responding to shit, so that's important.
I did not.
Up until you knocked on that door, did you see anything which you would have considered out of the ordinary?
Cops love seeing crime when no crime exists.
And I guess what I'm asking is, walking from the elevator to the gym and then to the door that you knocked on, were you in the hallway?
Yes, I was in the hallway.
Okay. And during that time period from exiting the elevator through to knocking on the door, was there anything in the hallway that was unusual to you?
Not that I observed, no.
Did you see any stains on the floor?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any vandalism in that
What do I
area?
have to say to the people that are saying I'm a Johnny Depp lookalike? I say thank you. I think he's a very attractive man, but my hairline is better.
I did not.
Okay. And upon
It's true.
knocking on the door, what happened next?
Oh, come on. Don't copium that. I mean, I have a receding hairline as well, but it is fucking literally less receding than his.
I don't remember the exact
Oh my God.
questions and conversations.
Chad
we
is
had, but
ridiculous. I'm half his age, motherfucker. He's like 60 years old. Like,
if
can I
they
not
called
have
for
this?
help, and he said that it was
I'm
the
actually
neighbor
half his age,
and
and
that
you
she
won't
was
even let me
inside of
have
his
this.
house apartment
Let me have this.
with his
Hold on.
girlfriend. And I asked him if they could step out, and he told me to wait, and he shut the door. And we waited. We waited for them to exit. I don't remember how much time passed by, and they came out, and that's when we were met with his girlfriend and who I know now as Miss Heard in the hallway.
And up until that point in time, did you hear anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
Chad saying
I
we have
did
the
not.
same hairline. You're crazy.
Up until that point in time, did you hear anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic
Why
violence?
is this case televised? Because it's not a federal
not.
court case. It's just it's a defamation
So you
suit,
indicated that,
and it's in Johnny Depp's best interest to win the court of public opinion, regardless of how this defamation suit goes. And he's successfully doing that currently. His entire point is literally to show his side of the matter to as many people as possible. That's precisely why this
Someone
case
as
is
a
being
generic
televised,
white male. Is
and a
that
lot
the
of
same
people are
person?
watching it. A lot of people are watching it because it's like famous Hollywood celebrities. They're also watching it because Johnny Depp is hot, and so is Amber Heard. And people are intrigued by two Hollywood celebrities. Part of the reason why I'm watching it is because a lot of people are going to use this as an opportunity to cut their own perspective on this matter and try to indicate that this is like systemic and rampant, that like women are bad and wrong all the time. So there's many different reasons why a lot of people are watching it, but it's mostly just celebrity intrigue.
And it was just those three folks?
Correct.
And you were there with your partner, Officer Haddon?
Correct.
And in the hallway, how far were you standing from Ms. Heard?
Yeah, I saw. It is
It
a
was
big L for
close,
the Turks. I
probably
saw NS Contada with fucking Ron DeSantis.
2 to 5 feet.
NS Contada is constantly and
at that
consistently
time,
serving L's for the
did
Turkish
you
people
notice any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I
on a
did
fucking
not.
daily basis.
Okay.
Fuck him.
Were you looking to see if she had any injuries at that time?
Yes, I was.
And so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries, and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination?
Yes, the hallways was well lit.
And at the time, were you wearing any sort of corrective lenses?
I was not.
Although you were not wearing corrective lenses, were you prescribed corrective lenses at the time?
No, I have never worn glasses, and I'm not prescribed. I have good vision.
Okay. And at that time, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
At the time you were observing Ms. Heard, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe any injuries at that time?
I did not.
What did you ask Ms. Heard at that time, if anything?
I don't have an independent recollection. Again, it's been so long. I don't remember specific questions.
Okay. Now, let me just back up a little bit. During the time period from when you left the elevator and when
I'll be
Ms.
back.
Heard came onto the hallway, at any time did the generic white male tell you that there had been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you think there may have been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you believe that a crime may have been committed?
No, he did not.
And during that time period, did you ask him what had happened or what was happening?
Yes, I did ask him, and he just refused to give me any information.
Okay. So now, fast forward to what we were talking about with respect to you in the hallway with the generic white male misheard and the generic white male's girlfriend. After you observed her and saw no sign of injury, what did you do next?
I advised her that we would be conducting a protective sweep just to make sure that there was no one else in the house. And she agreed if her neighbor, the male, could accompany us with the protective sweep.
Okay. Up until that point in time, did you ask Ms. Heard what happened?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
No response. She was uncooperative.
And Officer Sign, at that time, was Ms. Heard cooperative?
Ms. Heard was uncooperative.
Thank you. And by uncooperative, does that mean that when you asked her a question, she wouldn't say a word? Did she say something that made you think she was not cooperating?
She wouldn't say anything.
Okay. But just to be clear, you would ask questions and she wouldn't say anything?
Correct.
Protective sweeps usually an excuse to snoop around without a warrant. Yes and no. If there's
After
domestic
the
violence,
protective sweep,
if there is indication that there's domestic violence on a domestic abuse call, it's not bad that they go inside, because you know there could be further evidence that there is actually domestic abuse happening on scene that you could not see from just like directly marks or anything like that.
but I asked her questions to establish if there was some sort of crime, who was involved, and again, she wouldn't give me any information. I attempted to ask her friend, the other woman in the room. I even asked the males to wait in the hallway so it could just be us
Not
women
to
in
flex
there.
when my COVID test was negative today.
Maybe
Fuck
she
you,
felt more
dude.
comfortable that way. Still, the denial.
All the boys are posy now, okay? It's we're popping off positively, okay?
So I wrote a business card. I advised
That's the hot
her.
thing. That's the hot
She
new
changed
thing
her
in the
mind
summer
that
is
she could
being
call us at any time and we would
testing
respond to
positive for
help her out.
COVID. So
So backing up a bit.
get
to
fucked, get wrecked.
The time you were in
Plus
the
L
hallway
plus
with the three of
ratio.
them, and you testified that Ms. Heard was uncooperative. And then you indicated you did a sweep. I want to start with from the point of time in the hallway where she was uncooperative.
I can still taste and smell, yes.
Transitioning to the sweep. How did that occur? Did you ask her if you could look in the penthouses? How did you go from standing in the hallway to conducting a sweep?
Dude, I'm feeling, I don't want to.
No, before you swept the penthouses, did you ask if you could enter the penthouse?
What the fuck?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the response?
You guys are ridiculous, dude. Okay?
I can't remember if she gave me a response or nodded her head. I can't remember.
From what you observed,
My
or
hairline
heard
is
from Ms.
literally
Heard,
better. My hairline is
you
literally
took
better.
it that
This
she
photo
was permitting
shows.
you to enter the penthouses and look around. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Was it more than one penthouse?
There was two.
Okay. And this term sweep we've been using, is that a technical police officer term?
Yeah.
And what do you mean by conducting a sweep?
It's called a protective sweep, and we do so to make sure that there's no other individuals that may be victims that are hurt inside of the location, or suspects hiding, concealing themselves from officers that would attack the victim after we left the location. So we go in to verify that
he's
any
58 years
potential
old,
suspects
but
are gone from the location for the victim's safety.
Thank you. And you conducted a protective sweep of two penthouses, correct?
Correct.
What was your understanding of who owned or lived in the first penthouse that you performed a protective sweep on?
It was my understanding that Amber Heard, that it was her home. Again, the gentleman directed us. That's why he came with us, so we wouldn't get lost.
I see. And during your protective sweep during the first penthouse, did anybody accompany you during the entire sweep?
Yes, the only male that was there besides my partner.
Okay. And your partner conducted the sweep with you?
Correct.
Okay. And as to the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you go into every room of the penthouse?
To my knowledge, yes.
And was your knowledge based on the generic white male leading you around?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that your protective sweep included you looking in every room in the penthouse?
Correct.
I'm not going to have hair
sweep
by the time I'm his
first
age. Let's be
penthouse.
real. Because I'll do steroids before then.
Did you see anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the first protective sweep, did you see anything that made you think that an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear or see anything? Did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Okay. Upon your completion of the protective sweep of the first penthouse, up until that point in time,
Yes, you can see what I'm wearing. I'm wearing a Carl Jacobs merchandise sweater, and it's
you exiting
fucking
an
awesome.
elevator up until that point in time, did you hear?
I love all
or
the Carl
see
Jacobs
anything
merch that just
made
came
you
out.
believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
And it's comfy as fuck.
until that
Also, I
point in
feel
time,
good.
did you
I don't feel that bad.
Hear or see anything that made you think
I know
an act of domestic?
I know some of my haters will wish me dead, but I lived, bitch. Okay, I mean it's too early to tell what happens. Maybe it'll get a lot worse, but
viewing Miss Heard and not seeing any signs of injury, did you? view
very
her
cozy
again
though.
after
I'm
that
feeling cozy. I'm
first
feeling
viewing?
good.
During the
I love-
interviews and
I love
throughout the
my
entire
community.
investigation, I'm constantly scanning her and watching.
You know, I would
if see
normally
any
not
other
be able to do any of this
observations that
shit,
would
and I would fucking hate
indicate
it.
any injury or domestic violence.
But even when I'm sick, it feels good
And did
and
you
feels
see
right
anything
to
like
stream.
I did not.
And you didn't see? Did you see anything like that during the entire time period you were on that call?
That's why I do
And-
it through thick and thin.
Do you believe that you had enough time viewing Ms. Heard to determine whether or not she had
My
sustained
COVID
any
fever hit
injury?
104, and I swear it killed so many
Yes, I
brain
do.
cells, and my personality changed a lot.
Can
I
you
hope it doesn't do
did you
that to me. I
determine
hope it doesn't
that she
fucking melt
sustained
my
any injury?
brain.
I determined that she did not sustain any injuries.
So other than the conversation you had with her in the hallway, when
That's
you
why I
first
said
got there,
I'm doing the Jordan
did you
flu
have any
game.
other
You know what I mean?
conversations with Ms. Heard?
I did, inside of the loft or penthouse. Sorry.
Okay, was that before or after the protective sweep?
I believe both, before and after. I attempted.
Okay. How many separate conversations did you have with Ms. Heard?
I'll be honest, guys. I already have mental illness and brain damage. Brain damage, mental illness, both. I use Twitter far too much for me not to have that.
After the protective
It's just the
sweep, correct?
truth.
I'm sorry, I missed that answer.
Correct.
Okay.
Like, I look at all my
And-
haters. I have shout out to mental illness.
During the
Like, I look at all my
second
brain
conversation you
rotted
had with her after the one in
haters.
the hallway,
Give them the
how
time of
close
day.
were you to her?
It's just the truth.
The same, 2 to 5 feet. She was right in front of me.
were you close enough to get a good view to determine whether or not she had any injuries?
Yes, I was.
And during that second conversation, did you determine whether or not she had any injuries?
I determined that she did not have any injuries.
At any point in time during the incident, during the date of the incident, did she complain of any injury?
She did not.
During the protective sweep of the penthouse, did you see anything in disarray?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you indicated, let me ask you, did you do a protective sweep of a second penthouse?
Yes, I did.
Did the generic white male accompany you on that sweep as well?
Yes, he did.
What was your understanding of who owned or resided in that second penthouse?
I had no idea.
Okay. Did you, during that second protective sweep, did you walk through every room in that penthouse?
From my understanding, yes, we did.
Okay. And during that second protective sweep, did you see anything that you would say was in disarray?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you see anything that made you believe there had been a crime committed?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During your protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you hear or see anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
After you performed the protective sweep of the second penthouse, what did you do?
I responded to where Amber Heard was, and I again tried to see if I could get any information from her. I was unsuccessful, and then I issued her the business card and let her know that she could call us back if she wanted to talk.
Did she answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
At any point in time during the entirety of the incident, did Ms. Heard answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
During the entire time of the incident, did Ms. Heard complain of any injuries?
No, she did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
No, they did not.
During the entirety of the time you were at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
No, they did not.
Okay. During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you see anything that made you believe a crime had occurred?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident,
they're saying because there was no indication that domestic violence had occurred, there was no crime. Like that's why she's doing a sweep to see if there is a crime. But she's not. This entire testimony for this cop is to show that in one of the pivotal 14 instances where Amber Heard alleged that Johnny Depp physically abused her in this domestic violence defamation suit, okay, this cop is saying that like no such incident occurred. It's important that another fucking and this isn't even just like some random witness that would be biased in favor of one party or the other. This is in the eyes of the court of the law, even though cops are usually not very good at dealing with domestic violence. This cop in the eyes of this court, this is an expert witness, okay, offering expert testimony on whether or not whether or not domestic violence occurred in at least one of the incidents, one of the alleged incidents. Okay?
And during the entire time that you're at the penthouses during the incident, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp was affiliated or involved in the incident?
I did not.
Madam Reporter, can you repeat my last question? I lost where I was.
Her lawyer also made the case that he's a nut who destroys property, clearly showing he's an abuser. Dude, being a nut who destroys property when you're fucking spiraling out of control is not a fucking 100% certainty that you are an abusive person.
Question, during the entire
it can
time
be.
you were at the
It's obvious that he's
during the
toxic,
incident, did you
but
witness any bruises
you know,
on Ms.
there's
Heard?
plenty more evidence
there
that she was
was not a
abusive to him.
response.
If you're going to use that as an indication that is
I
like
did not
a clear-cut
observe
case of
Any
abuse.
injuries on Ms. Heard?
Did you observe any swelling on Ms. Heard's face?
I did not.
Did you observe anything that led you to believe that she was a victim of domestic violence?
And by the way, cops
Alex,
love
if you could
snooping in
pull up,
your house. Like,
Exhibit 2.
so the idea that like they looked for other indications of crimes being committed and not found anything is still significant in this circumstance. It's definitely relevant. It's definitely significant. Cops also love money, though. Fuck does that have to do with this? Both parties are fucking caked up.
So is this going to be Exhibit 57?
Yeah. Officer Sines, do you recall having your deposition taken on July 18th, 2016 in connection with...
Thank you, Bill Vogue, for the 5 tier 1
Mr.
gift
Depp and Ms.
subs.
Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall giving testimony in connection with that deposition under oath?
There is a celebrity
Okay,
privilege
yes, I'm
involved
sorry.
in this situation,
Yes.
but more so just that they're rich because she didn't know who the fuck Amber Heard was regardless.
Accurate and true testimony
But
at
privilege
that
can be
time.
found everywhere, you know? Rich people privilege is a real thing. Just
And
like
you
the
understand
subscriber privilege is a real thing. Like, for example, at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And subscribers don't see those ads because they have subscriber privilege. Because they subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to their Twitch account, they get one free Prime subscription a month. And they use it here on their favorite broadcaster. And therefore, they don't see the fucking ad that I'm about to serve them. Here it is.
You can't recall what Ms. Heard said to you, if anything.
Thank
I
you,
do not have
Guyana
an
Brown, and
independent
Hasan
recollection,
Twitch,
but
and
I
Bill Vlog
can
for the 5 gifted
go off
subs.
what
You
I've
can
seen here
also
on my
avoid
screen.
ads if you get gifted a sub if you're lucky. But not everyone is.
Your Honor, we're at 5 o'clock. It looks like we have about 18 minutes left. Do you want to?
You don't have any problem finishing it tonight, do you? Let's go ahead and finish it. Okay. Thank you.
And do you agree with me that your memory of the day
God damn, that
the
shit was loud.
incident
What the fuck?
was fresher on July 18th, 2016 than it is today?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And the incident was May 21st, 2016. This deposition was taken July 18th, 2016. How long after the incident was this deposition taken?
A few months.
Okay. And Alex, if I could have control.
Hey, Johnny Depp have a Z on his hand? What do you mean? Do you think he's like pushing Z?
It's a little delayed, Alex. Can that be fixed, or is that just the way it is?
This is Alex speaking. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't help that. I'm sorry, Mr. Preciado.
That's fine. Officer Symes, I'm going to start here. Do you see my cursor?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Like, you think he's pro-Russian invasion of Ukraine? Is that what you
The
think?
question is, Okay, so we'll get back to that.
I did hear that. I did hear that, like, what is it, like Johnny Depp's lawyer was also fucking a lawyer for like a
Did you
prominent
have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Heard when you were in the apartment?
prominent Russian or
Answer,
something,
yes,
which is
did.
kind of funny that people are trying to go to that
Can you
length.
tell us about that conversation? Answer, sure. I asked her what happened. Opening question. She said nothing, and she continued to cry. I said, who do you live with? Who do you live here with? She shook her head as if she did not want to answer. I asked her, are you hurt? Do you need an ambulance? And she shook her head again, no. At that point, I asked her if she would mind if I checked her apartment. And that's when she said no. Officer, does this refresh your recollection of the conversation you had with Ms. Heard at that time?
Yes, it does.
And your testimony that I just read, is that true and accurate?
Yes, it is.
During the entire time period you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, did Ms. Heard say that she had been assaulted in any way by anybody?
No, she did not.
Why did they show up? I don't understand. Did I feel like I missed a part.
During your protective sweep of the two penthouses, did you view anything that you would characterize as vandalism?
I did not.
During the entire time you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, were you looking for any probable cause to believe that a crime had been committed?
Yes, I was.
And what did you determine?
I determined there was no crime.
What did you determine with respect to an assessment of probable cause?
There was no probable cause of any sort of crime.
Thank you. During the entire time you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, were you wearing...
Bro, I really have not lost my sense of taste at all.
Cameras?
I was not.
Pretty
Are you
crazy.
certain of that?
I am certain.
And how is it that you are certain of that?
Because I didn't start using body-worn video until June of 2016.
Damn, bro, LA cops.
And that's after the date of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Alex, if you would mind putting Exhibit 9 back up. Officer Sines, you were shown this document earlier. What is this document?
It is a domestic violence supplemental report.
And do you recall counsel asked you about the victim column and the crime scene column?
Average treatment is around
Yes, I do
3
recall.
months. What the fuck?
Do you also see that there's a suspect column in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any
This is from
difference
last
between the
year,
victim
bro,
column and the
2021.
suspect column with respect to the terms, the box terms?
No difference.
Coachella must have been worth, huh?
Did you fill
Dude,
out one
if
of these
you're-
forms in connection with your investigation?
This guy at least doesn't even fucking hide it. You know what I mean? This homie's like straight up, I don't like that you went out. You know what I mean? I don't like that you went outside. I'm gonna be honest, like I'm kind of jealous. Not a big fan.
Mine.
Yeah, it was.
But the fact that you did not fill out that form, is that consistent with your training?
Yes, it is. I wouldn't fill that out because there was no crime. It's not called for.
When you testified during the London trial, at the time, did you believe your testimony was accurate?
Yes, I do.
At all times, you've testified under oath in any legal proceedings, trials, depositions. Do you always give accurate and truthful testimony?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any reason to not give accurate and truthful testimony in connection?
My favorite parasocial arc is like the 25-month subscriber being like, have you informed your past guests that you have COVID? No, dude, I want them to not know. Like, thank you. Like, not only did I fucking literally tweet it out, I also put it on my Instagram and like talked about it multiple times. I have informed them, but thank you. Thank you for your concern. Freaking
Do you see any
weirdo.
difference in connection with the redness on the cheeks of Ms. Heard as between these two pictures?
Yes, I do. The left side the photo's brighter.
Okay. And other than that, would you agree with me that these two pictures are the same? In other words, Ms. Heard's face, the position of her face, everything about her in these pictures is identical except for the differences that you indicated.
Yes.
Okay. And even though these are the same pictures, do you see any difference with respect to the redness on Ms. Heard's face with respect to the two pictures?
Yes, the photo on the left is brighter, causing the redness on the cheeks to what appears to be brighter or exaggerated.
What does it say with respect to, let's concentrate on the picture on the left. Can you read for me what it says in the little box at the very top on the left? Under add a title, do you see a date and a timestamp?
Yes, I see it.
What's it say? Date and timestamp?
Date is May 21st, 2016. Timestamp is 9:25:12 p.m.
And now let's look at the other picture, Exhibit 29, at the same spot. Can you read for me what the timestamp says there?
Yes, it says May 21st, 2016, 9:25, 12 p.m.
So both exhibits, both pictures have the same exact timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And even though that's the case, do you still believe that there's a difference between the two pictures as you previously described?
Yes, I do.
For signs, do you see exhibit 41?
Yes.
Do you recall counsel asking you questions
Yes.
during your protective sweep of the two penthouses on May 21st, 2016? Did you see anything in disarray?
No.
Officer Sines, I think you answered this, but up until the present, for how long have you been a LA, Los Angeles police officer?
I'm right.
I will be going on 12 years.
Officer Sines,
I'm right. They're coming after Madison Cawthorn for revealing the truth about
in
cocaine
connection
and
with your
parties.
investigation at the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, were you in a rush in any way to complete the investigation?
No.
Were you willing to stay as long as necessary to determine if a crime had been committed?
Yes.
At any point in time during your investigation on May 21st, 2016 at the penthouses, did Ms. Heard ask you to file a report?
No.
Did anybody
Folks,
that you spoke
we
with
like
or
the
saw
truth.
on May 20th?
And nothing but the truth out here, okay? So if it means Madison Cawthorn is getting unjustly attacked for leaking truths about cocaine-fueled orgies that they're doing, then I'm going to say it, okay? Nothing but the truth, so help me God, you know? Sometimes I'm going to say it, and sometimes I'm going to have a
If you had
COVID
witnessed
cough in the
anything
middle of saying it.
that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report?
Yes.
And you, in fact, did not file a report, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And if you had witnessed something that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report even if Ms. Heard had asked you not to?
Yes.
And is that in line with your training?
Yes.
Officer Sines, you were asked some questions.
And just so everybody's on the same page, we have about a minute and a half of questions from Ms. Heard's counsel at this point.
For the record, I tried to get ivermectin, and the pet shop would not offer it to me.
In the penthouse, and when you got on, and how much
These
time
libtards
you
want me to
spent
die.
at this level, I approached it in my earlier.
I wanted to do it for the memes. I wanted to like take some ivermectin on camera for the memes. Now that like multiple studies have come out about its efficacy being non-existent in treating COVID, of course.
Yes.
Okay.
And like,
What time does the timestamp on this picture say for the elevator?
It says 21:04:43.
Okay, that's 9:04:43. Would that be right, PM?
Yes.
And we looked at this earlier. I'm going to ask you to take a look at it again at 21. And so this one has what time?
21:19:49.
All right, and allowing for, and Officer Sines, you said earlier that you weren't sure whether there were accuracies or inaccuracies in terms of the elevators. but allowing
I wouldn't have been
for
banned.
that there may be any issues at all, would you agree that it still means that you were on and off that elevator in 15 minutes?
Assuming the times are correct, yes.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't be
You
taking
asked,
it because I think
to
it's
look at the
real.
number
I
of
would be taking it
pictures
as a
that I had
joke.
shown you earlier
And
that
while
were taken
simultaneously
on the
showing
night
that it's
of
not.
May 21st, 2016, both before, during, and after the time that you and Officer Haddon had reported to to Ms. Heard's penthouse. Do you
Also,
recall seeing those
like,
again?
I wouldn't
You
take a.
asked about that?
I would just do a little dab.
Yes. You were asked.
Little fucking. I would gum it a little bit. You know what I mean? Like cocaine.
Counsel for Mr. Depp to take a look at those again, correct?
Correct.
And the reason why.
And he
The reason why I'm not super worried about it is because like ivermectin is a dewormer, right? But if you take it in like super tiny quantities, it's not gonna like fuck me up. You know what I mean? Like, as a joke, I could fucking do that, and just to see how like disgusting it is. I think you should call Madison and ask him about the fake news. Just saying, yeah, I should call Madison and have him bring me ivermectin.
or Officer Haddon collected relating in any manner to your visit to the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
No. All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony for today. Please do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Make your own research. That's what I do. I always conduct my own research, madam. Never stop me, libtard judge. Do not do your own research. Isn't California what? Next to Mexico, you can easily buy that at the duty-free store. You are a citizen. What?
All right, I still have some outstanding exhibits, so if you could get with Jamie and see which ones those are so we can get that taken care of so we don't get backwards and we keep up, all right? All right, we'll see you in the morning. All right, thank you.
How long have you been sick for? I've been sick for COVID for more than a week so far. I don't know. I don't know how long I've been sick for. Obviously part of the reason why I don't know is because I only got tested last night and I wasn't even gonna get tested last night. All right, we have a lot to react to, boys and girls and envies. Oh my fucking Lord, do we have a lot to react to. Elon Musk bought Twitter, okay? French President Macron won the second term against the far-right candidate. Anti-Vaxers are starting communes in Mexico. New John Oliver. Conspiracy theorists are creating their own nation. And the media won't show you by Baldwin bankrupt. Also, authorities released the Alec Baldwin first police interview after the Rust shooting. There is so much. There is so much to fucking cover. We are going to continue on our news hour, obviously. I'm feeling pretty good, you know. I need to get up more frequently to urinate because I've just been guzzling water, so I apologize for that. But there's also the Megan Thee Stallion interview where she talks about the horrific act of violence where Tory Lanez like shot her on the foot. Tesla stock has dropped by 12% after the Twitter purchase, and it wiped out $126 billion in one day. I don't know what that is. Tucker Carlson on Elon buying Twitter, not racist this time. That's impossible. I don't believe you, Weeby. I don't believe you. Also, Joe Biden and Ron DeSantis without a mustache and sunglasses. Say something nice about them. Oh. Okay, I found a 2011 reality TV show about K-Town. Might be good react content. Season 1 and 2 are YouTube and are 10 to 15 minutes long. Maybe. Rand Paul signing with Putin? Oh, let's see. Rand Paul pushing Z? Let's take a look.
It has not attacked NATO countries for probably a very good reason.
You could also argue the countries they've attacked were part of Russia.
Well, that
we're part of the Soviet Union.
Yes, and I firmly disagree with that proposition. It is the fundamental right of these countries to decide their own future and their own destiny. And
I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying that the countries that have been attacked, Georgia and Ukraine, were part of the Soviet Union.
And that does not give
they were
Russia
part
any
of
right
the
to attack
Soviet
them.
Union since the 1920s.
But that does not. that does not give Russia the right to attack them. On the contrary.
No one's saying it does, but it really has nothing to do.
From being part of this
What the
empire.
fuck? Wait, hold on. Let's run that
It
back.
has not attacked NATO countries for probably a very good reason.
You could also argue the countries they've attacked were part of Russia.
Well, that
we're part of the Soviet Union.
Yes, and I firmly disagree with that proposition. It is the fundamental right of these countries to decide their own future and their own destiny. And
I'm not saying it's not, but
Rand Paul be like, yeah, actually, Ukraine means the border. Remember that. That's why we used to say the Ukraine, as in the border of the USSR. Can't believe he's saying that right now.
I'm saying that the countries that have been attacked, Georgia and Ukraine, were part of the Soviet Union.
And that does not give
they
Russia
were part
any
of
right
the
to attack
Soviet
them.
Union since the 1920s.
But that does not give Russia the right to attack them. On the
No
contrary.
one's saying.
Does anyone else scratch their balls and then smell their hand? I mean, who the fuck doesn't do that, bro? What's wrong with you? Okay. All right. Yeah, Rand Paul is crazy. I don't know what. Dude, I wish I could get away with saying shit in the way that like the average Republican can. Straight up, like Republicans could literally just absolutely be like, dog, I'm literally a fan of Russia. And motherfuckers would be like, you are so patriotic and correct. Meanwhile, I'm out here like even a little bit of nuance and homies would straight up be like, okay, fuck you, kill yourself. You're a fan of Russia. It's wild that he just blasted on the timeline with this shit. Republicans can say that, but if I say that, I miss the USSR, get a visit from the CIA. Yeah, so let's start with the conversation revolving around our king, Madison Cawthorn. Madison Cawthorn himself is not necessarily a good person, but USSR was made up of like 14 separate republics countries. The opposite could be said, that since the 1920s, they were separate countries since the Russian Empire collapsed. What's the point in saying Ukraine and Georgia were part of the USSR? I have no fucking idea why Rand Paul said that. I don't know. I literally don't know. There is no rhyme or reason to mention it unless you're just saying, I don't know, that there's like justifications for why they invaded or something. I literally don't know. I don't know why he said that. The point he's making is that Russia doesn't pose a threat to non-former USSR countries? Yeah, I guess. Swastika pattern behind Blinken? Yeah, I don't think that's deliberate. Look at this, brother. She was forced against her. Wait, what the fuck? Why am I trending again? Oh no, dude. What happened? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, it doesn't seem like on first glance it just seems like it's just my tweets and it's not anything bad. There's some about Mehdi Hasan too in there. Okay. Anyway, we were just talking about this. Hold on. Where were we? Oh. She was forced against her will to take a vaccine to get a Bill Gates microchip. Now look at her. She's transgender. Don't know why you sent this to me, chatter, but okay. Don't know why Rand Paul's talking about that, but okay. Solid snack on the correct take with Madison Cawthorn. Preferring his opponent is to win is small brain shit. The other guy would believe and vote the exact same way, but wouldn't accidentally implicate his whole party in a drug trafficking arms deal scheme just to impress a podcast host. Be smarter, America. I agree. Exactly. Like, both Republicans are going to be fucking demons regardless, and they're going to be demons in the exact same way, except this one's fun. So I'm a fan. Okay, Rand also went to Russia on the 4th of July a few years ago. Totally normal behavior. I mean, that I don't really care about as much. Who cares? Elon financed his Twitter bid for $43 billion. He hasn't officially bought it yet, with a loan leveraged against Tesla stock. Tesla dropped 11% today, $110 billion market value lost. If it loses 40%, he has to repay his loan. It would be funny, except no, wait, it is. That would be incredibly funny. Are we certain? Yeah, it is a loan, by the way. Of course. Elon Musk doesn't have 43 billion liquid cash, dude. What are you, fucking nuts? Buy, borrow, die, baby. Dude, that would be so fire. I don't know if that's something that could... I mean, it's not. It's not. You can't fucking drop Tesla like that. Yeah, especially considering the entire market drop today. Quick question. Is Fear of Malta going to have another episode? No pressure, no rush. Just curious. How about fucking curiosity killed the cat, okay? I'm literally sitting here riddled with fucking COVID coming out of my asshole. And you're like, oh, when is the next podcast going to drop, bro? I don't know, man. We're working on it. Okay, shut the fuck up. Stop just asking questions. Okay, so that is pretty funny. When I typed that, it was 10.87 drop. Several seconds later, it's 11.18. 11.21. A lot of people are understandably very nervous and upset about the buyout, but you have to remember Elon's a fucking clown. Yeah, it's not going to be more than that, I don't think, but we'll see. It could be cool, though, to fucking short Tesla. I don't care about the second part of the cat situation. Curiosity killed the cat, but the satisfaction brought it back, right? Yeah, exactly. No one cares about your fucking cat propaganda, okay? Cats have 9 lives, you're a human being, and you don't, so it doesn't matter. 40% dip is never happening to Tesla, but, you know, it could be fun to assume that it would in the future. It would be nice to dream of a future where that drop did occur, okay? I'm just saying it would be funny if it happened. Not that it's going to, but it would be funny. Oh, shit. Fuck. You see how leaked text between Elon and Bill Gates talking about how Gates has a massive short position in Tesla and Elon's basically begging him to close his massive short position? No, I don't believe that either. Are you fucking kidding me? How the fuck would that leak? How would that even leak? What do you think? People have access to... Wait, that's insane. People have... What? He leaked... Oh, he confirmed it? Gates doesn't play the market, dumbass? What I don't understand is why Elon Musk made a $43 billion purchase of Twitter when it's a company that's not exactly fucking, you know, caked up. When it's not exactly a profitable company. It is relatively strange for him to make such a decision. I don't understand why it is happening. I don't know why he did this. And I certainly don't believe it's for fucking free speech. It's so... I mean, I guess it's like a PR company that he uses regularly to his own gain to like pump up the Tesla valuation and stuff like that. So maybe that's the reason why he did it. Having full-blown control over this gigantic institution that he regularly uses to manipulate stock prices is probably a good thing for him in the long run, I suspect. But it's still kind of weird considering, again, like how much, I mean, what he's going to do. Like, and how long he can maintain this, especially if his Tesla stock dips. Especially if the collateral is not as valuable as it once was. You know what I mean? Monthly Tesla giveaways on Twitter, Lamau. $43 billion to read your DMs is over. Elon phobia must end. Dog, if he gave me half of that, I could have just shown him what my DMs are between me and Grimes. You know what I mean? Like, I'll fucking, for 20 billion, I'll show the text messages too. I don't care. Straight up. Willing to bet money that Twitter is somehow integrated with Starlink in the future? Yeah. Okay. So it's because he didn't want to pay the plane tracking guy? Yeah. What would I do with 20 billion? I don't even fucking know. At that point, it's like, it doesn't even matter if I get canceled. I'll literally buy a fucking island and make a communist utopia in it. You know what I mean? Straight up. Like a self-sustaining communism island at that point. Who cares? You know what I mean? All the chatters are allowed. But the only stipulation is that you have to pass a vibe check. You could probably do that now, lol. Dude, you are fucking insane, dude. Like, even when you look at those overinflated net worth websites, I still don't have enough money to do that. I don't know what the fuck. Oh my God. I mean, it's cute that you think that I'm like one of the most powerful human beings on the planet. Fuck was that? Anyway. I would create revolutionary Revachol. It's like those people who say you should start your own social media platform. Yeah, literally fucking insane. People get mad when you buy a house. Imagine an island. Yeah. Depp has an island. Just buy it from him after he loses the what? After he loses the trial. Right now, you still got to pay back your mortgage, and these people want you to buy an island. Yeah. And then get blasted by NATO for wanting self-reliance. It would be Revachol. I would recreate revolutionary Revachol, which would then magically become the capital of the planet. Okay, so I would buy a private island and live there in relative peace of mind alone if I had money. No, dude, an island is probably really expensive. It's just like everything is so fucking expensive to survive on. Okay, so like I said, Madison Cawthorn is implicated in a potential insider trading scheme. Experts say this is by Andrew Kerr, the investigative reporter for the Washington Examiner. Really weird that the Washington Examiner is cutting out stories against Madison Cawthorn. This is conservative media, as you are all familiar with, is like very much in unison when it comes to picking winners and losers. And it's rather interesting that right before a primary, Madison Cawthorn is getting ass blasted non-fucking stop like this. Remember, these guys don't give a fuck if you literally Sig Heil or say Hitler was poggers or whatever the fuck. But the moment, God forbid, the moment that you say they're doing cocaine orgies, they will literally clamp down on you. Like, Kevin McCarthy would have pushed him down the fucking stairs if cameras were not around. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was literally crying after the Kevin McCarthy interview, the convo that he had. Wild. Wild to consider that that homie just straight up getting railed. Like, I'm not a fan of him at all in any meaningful capacity, okay? Not a fan. But holy fuck, dude. Holy shit. I mean, the one guy that, the one time he says some shit like, oh, yeah, I was invited to a cocaine orgy with some of your faves. Kevin McCarthy's making him cry. They're punishing the fuck out of him. Like, they punished him harder than Marjorie Taylor Greene got punished for saying, like, Jews have space lasers that cause the California wildfires. Like, think about that, dude. Like, Marjorie Titan Green has been straight up saying, like, Jews are responsible for wildfires and, like, QAnon is real and George Soros is, like, paying everybody and all this other shit. And now information's coming out that Madison Cawthorn was, like, dressed in drag,
all the way back in like 2016. You know what I mean? Which I don't have a problem with at all. And you know, he was implicated in a potential insider trading scheme. And also he's a fucking idiot on top of that. So that's the other issue because yeah, he's also not the smartest guy. He got busted again this morning trying to bring a gun through an airport checkpoint, apparently. Let's take a look at that.
Some breaking news. We've been working on this here the last 45 minutes or so. 3 sources tell our team that U.S. Representative Madison Cawthorn was...
I'm going to be honest. Actually, controversial opinion. Madison Cawthorn looks fucking hot in drag. Sorry. It's just the goddamn truth. He is a decent looking dude, despite being a villain. But holy fuck, dude. He looked great. She was fucking slaying, dude. She was serving cunt. Okay? Straight up. Straight up. Controversial opinion. Sorry. Not sorry. Have to say it.
Cited for having a gun at Charlotte Douglas Airport this morning. Now, according to the TSA...
Literally, absolutely nobody asked, dude. It does not matter. Okay, where is the photos? Tell me. Okay, Madison Cawthorn drag. Okay, let's take a look. Let's say objectively, this is the truth broadcast. Okay, this is the broadcast where we do truth, hard truths, uncomfortable truths, but truth nonetheless. Let's take a look at Madison Cawthorn wearing lingerie. You're gonna tell me that this queen right here is not serving fucking cunt? Are you crazy? Look at this. Look at it closer. Look at that. Look at it. Objectively slaying, okay? Straight up. First of all, body fat percentage on lock, okay? I have to respect that. You guys know this. My man likes to work out, okay? Secondly, just gotta say, looking like an absolute babe in lingerie, okay? Looks good. It's just the truth. Look at him doing material whirl. Like, he literally is like, he's like... It's giving gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, slay queen, 100%. He is eating up the girls he ate and left no crumbs. To be fair, this kind of absolves the Republicans that invited him to an orgy because, honestly, 2 reasons. 1, you guys got mad at me before, but we found out that his stuff works. But that would be one reason why I would do it. I'm sorry. And also, I would want him to get laid. And 2, after seeing this, how you're not gonna invite this guy to the orgy? Are you fucking serious, dude? He is the perfect person to be at the orgy. My man is looking so pan, okay? Straight up. Straight up, dude. What's up? Oh, you guys love talking about Femboy Friday, Femboy fishing. When is Hasi going to do Femboy fishing? But when I say Madison Cawthorn looks like a fucking slay queen, you're like, unacceptable, fucked up. I think you're homophobic. I think you're LGBT. You are the real LGBT foes in this community. Not me, you motherfucker, okay? Straight up. No cat ears, no femboy. Oh, some of you just think becoming a femboy is just by wearing cat ears. You're wrong. Why do you hate the LGBTQ community? Is the question you should be asking yourself. Okay? This slay queen is giving submissive and breedable per dude. Anyway, so... you can't, it's undeniable. He looks like a power twink, okay? Straight up. And he looks good. Just the truth. Just the goddamn truth. Don't care. Don't care, I will say it. Anyway. Twunk. Not a power twink, but a twunk. Why? Hunk and a twink mixed together, obviously. He is way too muscular to be just a straight twink. Okay. You would lose playing it straight the first day, and that's a good thing. Anyway.
1,000,000% hotter than his regular button-down khaki golfer anti-swag. Oh, for sure, for sure. Okay, so yeah, he ate all the crumbs and nothing left. Okay, so it's the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Now that we covered that part, though, again, they are attacking him. Okay, they're attacking him unjustifiably for being cool and bringing a gun to an airport, or being cool and actually fucking dressing up in drag and having a good time. I don't think you should say cunt. What? Okay, that's funny. I've literally said like 11. I've probably said 11 way worse things than he's serving cunt in the past 15 minutes. Okay, like straight up. If we're gonna look at like all of the inappropriate things I just said, I would go so far as to say like serving cunt was probably the most acceptable. Okay, anyway. You think Madison Cawthorn had wheelchair orgies with Greg? Okay, stop. Greg Abbott? Never. I would never invite him to an orgy. Straight up. Greg Abbott is not coming to the orgy. I don't care. He's not allowed. Not allowed. He's not. He's not. I don't know. I'd have to see him in drag. We'll see. Okay. So. It's not your word, mate. Yeah. Aussies in the chat are like, how dare you say fucking cunt, mate? It's our word. It's our fucking word, you cunt. My culture is not your fucking prom dress, mate. My culture is not your fucking prom dress, mate. On this day, so close to the fucking Anzac remembrance. How dare you, you Turk, talking about fucking cunts this and cunt that on Tuesday of old fucking days. This is Aussophobia, mate. Okay. Never forget Gallipoli. Is right. All right. As a Kiwi, I find this hilarious. No, I love one thing that I do love about Anzac Remembrance is that like they straight up fucking hate the kingdom more for sending them to Turkey than the actual fucking Turkish people that they fought against, which is wild to consider. Like, respect for that. Like, every Australian, New Zealander I've talked to is like, yeah, fuck the queen, mate. Fuck the fucking queen kingdom. They hate being sent out there to Gallipoli more than they hate the Turkish people. Anyway. The OP in its final form when the GOP deny his dick works through an intern or some shit? No. Okay, so his dick does work, and it's irrelevant. All right, giving Dark Viper AU more content, shaking my head. Who Dark Viper AU, bro? The Democrats have 0 confirmed fanboys. The Republicans have at least 1. This is why we're going to lose the midterms. Oh, my God. You're right. Okay, so... but yeah, now he's caught bringing a gun through airport security. The footage of him being pulled over by cops got fucking leaked too. Let's watch the rest of this footage.
Madison Cawthorn was cited for having a gun at Charlotte Douglas Airport this morning. Now, according to the TSA, a 9mm handgun was discovered at checkpoint D. The TSA declined to identify the person, but sources say, 3 of them, that it was Cawthorn. It's unclear if he'll face any criminal charges for this. A spokesperson for CMPD would not immediately comment. This is not the first time that a gun has been discovered on Cawthorn at an airport, though. We know in February of 2020.
That's kind of cool. He just like always brings a gun to the airport. He keeps that fucking thing on him, dude. Respect. He keeps that fucking thing on him, dude. What the fuck? Second time? He's always strapped up. Yo, dude, he's got fucking haters. Have you guys ever seen that video of Tekashi 69 getting out of his like McLaren and walking into like a 7-Eleven or whatever, and he very clearly has a gun in his like little purse that he has, and you know he's just like walking like this, hidden. one of you must have seen it. If you've seen it, please send it in the chat and we can all watch it together. But Madison Cawthorn also stays strapped. Why? Why? Because he's got fucking ops, dude. What do you mean? He's got fucking ops. He needs to have the blicky on him at all times because he's got fucking ops. Do you think Kevin McCarthy, who made him cry so hard his face was like fucking... His face was bloated.
And if you have that, you don't think
This
I
why I
have
can
that?
look in your eyes. Let me tell you what I see. I see a motherfucker. You have totally dismissed. You done already played it out how you gonna go. I don't think you scared to die.
What you
One
mean?
second. He's not scared to die. He has already embraced that. He didn't play it out how it was gonna happen if it happened. He's not scared of that shit. I'm looking at him. He's not. He don't got no fear. However they do it to him. He don't care about that, right?
This is not what I'm talking about. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. This is it. This is what I'm talking about. 69 spotted at a gas station in Palm Beach.
I was gonna say what's up to you.
Bro, look at that. Look at that. This is how I imagine Madison Cawthorn is walking around because he's got fucking ops, dude. He's got ops. He doesn't want to be fucking... Dude, Kevin McCarthy?
I'm 1609 on YouTube. Okay. All the best to you. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. You got it.
All I'm saying is... Okay, I said walking around. Okay, wheeling around. Who cares? Oh, finish it?
He really got a point to prove.
That's my point. If
Right?
you see it,
listen.
I don't play around and do
But
shit.
I will say
I
this.
only attack the people that's coming for me. I said, yo, I fired security 8 months ago. If I walk out of here and the nigga come from behind me out the staircase, hang, it was already supposed to happen. When I
Listen,
came in-
nigga, I don't know what kind of gun that is.
No.
I don't know. That's a different kind of gun.
Okay, listen. You guys are joking, but guess what? Tekashi 69 should not be parking at the handicap parking spot. Madison Cawthorn, on the other hand, can. Who's the real villain in this story? I ask you once again.
What's good, bro? I was gonna say what's up to you. I'm 1609 on YouTube.
Yeah, remember that. Remember that. He surely did park in the handicap spot. Yeah, 100%. That's why Madison stays strapped in case he comes across 69 in his parking spot. Yeah, 100%. Dude, look. Madison Cawthorn needs to be strapped up at all times. We've already established that. Okay? Just remember. That's the motherfucking white privilege. Motherfucker takes a gun to the airport. Oh, I'm scared to taking a little bottle of mouthwash in my suitcase thinking security will search my asshole if they find it. He needs a wheelchair with a Gatling gun to complete his villain arc. Anyway. Dude rolling up with a 9 held like that, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yeah, I mean, he's just strapped up. He's got ops, dude. Look at his face. He's like genuinely scared that someone's going to roll up on him. A lot of ableists out on the streets. Madison never knows when it's going to pop off. It's pretty funny. He shoots at someone for doing an ableism. Okay. We're done. All right. What is ops? I don't speak Zoomer. What is ops? First of all, that's not even Zoomer. That's just rap music and slang from culture revolving around gangs and rap. I said that in the whitest way possible. But ops, like opposition, villains, people that want to kill you. Madison Cawthorn has a lot of them. There's street shit. Watch out, Cawthorn might roll up one day. Listen, dude. He'd have to shoot himself then in a video game, but if Madison shoots his gun while his wheelchair is not properly stabilized, he'll fly backwards. I mean, we've seen his shooting videos. Anyway, all right, listen. So back to Madison Cawthorn. This is where we're at. Why are you sub to Barstool Sports, Lamau? Because I'm fucking salt of the earth, okay? Shut the fuck up. Because I have to follow the real working class, okay? Do you understand? The real proletarian media and not that fucking libtard shit. Suck my dick, okay? Fuck you. All right, let's continue. Yeah, get fucked, get wrecked. All right. Madison Cawthorn unjustifiably under attack for cool shit like bringing a gun to an airport or dressing up in drag, and not justifiably being attacked for being a dildo and just like a regular run-of-the-mill, boring, annoying fucking Republican. And, you know, we need to hyper-focus on the important things. Like how he one time lovingly referred to Hitler as the Führer while completing his checklist of must-see sites in, I think it was like Switzerland, where he went to Hitler's vacation home. That was really weird. I mean, that was really fucking weird, dude. COVID made you mean, Lamau? Oh, it's in Germany? All right. The baby, the Führer. Oh, speaking of the baby, Rolling Stone did a piece on the baby, undermining the account of the baby's defense team on his prior, manslaughter charge that he got away with at Walmart when he killed someone at Walmart. It was like a 17-year-old or 18-year-old in Walmart. So there's that too. Anyway, let's continue.
21,
let's watch this.
TSA found a handgun on Cawthorn's carry-on bag at Asheville Regional Airport. Cawthorn did not face any criminal charges for that incident. Much more tonight, starting at just confirmed.
Oh, that's awesome. No, it's from the Eagle's Nest in Bavaria. More Trump content just dropped. Trump says he would stop Putin from saying the word nuclear ever again.
You do right now.
This is the interview that Trump walked away from. I'm going to play this right now while I walk away, okay, to go pee. However, let's continue.
In Ukraine, if you were the president,
Putin uses the N-word. I call it the N-word. He uses the N-word, the nuclear word, all the time. That's a no-no. You're not supposed to do that. He uses it on a daily basis. And everybody's so afraid, so afraid, so afraid. And as they're afraid, he uses it more and more. That's why he's doing the kind of things he's doing. He's doing them because he thinks nobody's going to ever attack us because they're all stupid and they're afraid to talk about it.
I totally agree with you.
Okay?
So what'd you
and
do
instead
about
of, excuse me, it's
Yeah,
a little complicated.
I'm sorry.
Instead of, kowtowing, instead of Biden saying, oh, he's got nuclear weapons. He keeps saying he's got we have better weapons. We have the greatest submarine power in history.
So what would you say and do?
I would say we have far more than you do, far more powerful than you, and you can't use that word ever again. You cannot use the nuclear word ever again. And if you do, we're going to have problems.
I cannot wait for this actual full-blown interview to come out. Also, Donald Trump being a staunch attacker of people saying the N-word. What a base king. What a fucking king, dude. He is such a peaceful dove. I miss him so much. I really do hope that, he comes back to Twitter. I miss him. Yeah. He's actually like an Ibram Kendi style anti-racist for saying like the real N-word is nuclear. He's taking the power away. That's right. Yeah, but none of you want to have that conversation, sweaty.
And as they're afraid, he uses it more and more. That's why he's doing the kind of things he's doing.
Preying off
he's doing them because he thinks nobody's going to ever attack us because they're all stupid and they're afraid to talk about it.
I totally agree with you.
Okay?
So what'd you
and
do
instead
about
of, excuse me, it's a little complicated.
I'm sorry.
Instead of, kowtowing, instead of Biden saying, oh, he's got nuclear weapons. He keeps saying he's got
it's kind of fucked up that he's using it though. Like, okay, bro, like you can't say, you can try to stop Putin from using it, but then you're using it now. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he's like, this Florida man trying to get them to ban the Bible according to the new book banning rules. No.
Better weapons that we have the greatest submarine power in history.
So what would you say and do?
I would say we have far more than you do, far more powerful than you, and you can't use that word ever again. You cannot use the nuclear word.
Yo, he said that's our word, bro. What the fuck? He straight up said that's our word. Like, you can't use it. That's crazy.
Word ever again. And if you do, we're going to have problems.
Respect. Anti-racist, dude. Bro, Trump didn't give us a trigger warning. He's just saying it. Yeah, I know. Russia's nukes are more powerful. This has been confirmed time and time again. Lamau. Okay, dude, chill. Shut up. Just because they have more doesn't mean we don't have better, okay? Okay, so, you know, Trump, a based king, based anti-racist king. We got a lot, so we're going to continue moving in. Okay, new evidence has been released in the Rust investigation. We're going to get to that in a second, though. Elon Musk has promised to change after reaching a deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion. We talked about this yesterday, but it's, you know.
Brink of taking over Twitter after its board of directors agreed to a $44 billion buyout yesterday, and Twitter's stock price nearly jumped 6% after the board recommended that stockholders vote to approve the deal. Now, if Musk takes over, it could mean big changes for Twitter under the control of one of its most influential users. To help us understand the move, we are joined now by Kara Swisher, a contributing opinion writer for the New York Times and the host of its Sway podcast, also host of the magazine's Pivot podcast. Kara, good morning. Thank you very much for being here. I think the caveat is we don't really know what Elon Musk is going to do, but what might this mean for Twitter?
Well, it could be a lot of things. It could be product innovation.
Oh, also, I'm going to have Mike Isaac, a.k.a. Rat King, a.k.a. New York Times Twitter beat writer, tech journalist, reporter, on tomorrow to talk about this particular incident, Elon Musk's purchasing of Twitter and what it means for Twitter tomorrow. So I was trying to have him on today, but he was like, no, I'm too busy. Fuck you. Okay, he didn't say it like that, but we're going to have him on tomorrow, though.
Innovations. He's talked about edited tweets, which many people have talked about. He's talked about not being anonymous.
Does he know you have COVID? Not like in my apartment, my house. Good? Okay. Arguing who has more news, like arguing who has more matches when both people are waist deep in gasoline.
He's talked about the idea of opening up, making transparent the algorithm, all kinds of interesting product changes, which have already, to be fair, been discussed by a lot of people, just hadn't happened. On the other hand, on the free speech stuff, it's not clear what he means, what his rules are going to be. Twitter has a set of rules it's put in place for years now. It doesn't enforce them always perfectly, as you know, because it gets into these partisan squabbles. And we'll see what's going to happen. It's not, I don't know. Honestly, I hate to say that. I've covered him for a long time. I've covered Twitter since it was founded, and I have no idea what he's going to do with it once he gets control of it. And then what kind of control does he have of it over the business and the employees and everything else?
Yeah, I mean, that's the honest answer. It's also a scary one for some people. The other question is, what does this mean for democracy? And keeping in mind that some people say, well, good free speech means good for democracy. Other people say the digital town square should never be in the hands of a single super rich guy. Where are you on that spectrum?
I don't think it's a public town square. I think it acts like one. He calls it a de facto town square, but it isn't. It's a small private company, and that's the one thing we have to keep in mind to calm down a little bit. It's not that influential or big, and that's one of the big problems of Twitter and why I was able to acquire it. It's much smaller than Facebook by a factor of, I think, 15. It's never been big. This business has never been good, and it beyond the media and politicians, it doesn't have.
It's supremely influential not because of its size or active user base, which, by the way, not bigger than Facebook doesn't mean that it's not still gigantically and immensely influential. Holy fuck. But also, because Facebook in and of itself is like world changing, right? So that's one. Two, every fucking journalist is on it. And every like person who writes the fucking news is on it. And they can't stop being on it. And they're all fucking just as mentally ill as you and I are. And they literally think that is the entire world. So you do actually have the capacity to change shit just by influencing Twitter. It's crazy, but it's true. I mean, think about it this way. Okay, this is a really dumb example. Okay, what's that trans content creator? What is it, Juniper or something? I recently followed them. Fuck. Hold on. Yeah, Juniper, transgender marks, right? So transgender marks literally fucking posted a joke about Snickers taking off the dick vein, okay? And that became like a Snopes article. That became a matter of news. Like, that's insane. That was just a fake story. They made a fake story. Not the Fox News part of it. I'm talking about like Snopes cutting an article on it, and then literally Snickers itself covering it and basically making an ad campaign out of it. It was fake news. It was a joke. And now it's officially fucking canon. Like, Snickers officially admitted that it's a dick vein in that process. Like, think about that. They created the Julia Fox Goblin Mode thing too. Wait, really? That's Goblin Mode came from them? Oh my God. There you go. So, Twitter's power lies beyond its active user base. I mean, guys, it's still profoundly influential because so many influential people that are writing the news, that are a part of the media complex, are on it 24/7 and can't fucking tune out, cannot log the fuck off. Okay? So yeah, its influence is larger than just like the active user base.
That much clout around the world. It has high profile clout, and that's a very different thing.
Never mind. She literally admitted what I was saying. I should have just fucking waited, pre-watched.
Why it's valuable, but it's not as big as people think it is, and that's what he's got to work on, is growing it. Instagram and even Snapchat has surpassed it in lots of ways.
Well, this is getting a lot of attention. Then I do want to ask the question, a simple one. Do you think the average American should care that Elon Musk is taking over Twitter, or could be?
You know, anytime there's a coalescing of power among powerful people, that's of concern. And this is an issue in tech, throughout tech, not just with Elon Musk. It is a powerful platform because Donald Trump made it an important platform in the last election, in his election. And the question is, will he return? What do people get to say? Some people blame Twitter and a lot of social media for what happened on January 6th, for example, or anti-vax stuff. And so that's where it is important. It sets a tone. But
good thing Elon Musk is not an anti-vaxxer. Oh, wait, he literally is. Remember when he also fucking said that he's a COVID denier? Remember when he literally said COVID was going to go away by April 20th or whatever? God damn, dude.
The reasons it's getting a lot of coverage is the media loves it, and politicians love it, and high-profile Hollywood people love it.
You jump the gun, quit often. Do that a lot. Yeah, I jumped the gun with the correct take that this person is also mentioning, which is why the pre-watched meme in the chat is more so a term of endearment, recognizing that I get to have the good takes that you are about to see even before those takes are fucking mentioned, implying that I actually watch these videos ahead of time. It's actually impressive that I have this precognitive ability rather than the other way around. Why would I quit for that reason? I mean, the Abba and Preach video and the two subsequent videos that came out of that was basically the perfect example of this, where Abba and Preach were mad at me for saying like, oh, I predicted what their takes are, and I'm not even going to react to it. And then they cut videos basically admitting that my precog was fucking completely correct, made a fool of themselves. But of course, because of how horny people were to disparage me and say, fuck you, Hasan, you're bad, and you just got owned, people still refuse to recognize that they were being absolutely fucking transphobic. Anyway. You see the video where they admitted they were wrong? That's not a video that happened. There's no shot. Is that a thing? Did they come out with another video? I'm not watching any of their videos anymore. I'm done. Okay. They meant quite often, not quit often? Wait, what? Oh, damn. Well, if there's one thing I do actually not I jump the gun on, it's reading chat. I do sometimes say things to chat that is aggressive. I don't jump the gun on top of the hour ad breaks, though. Sometimes I even forget to run them at the top of the hour and wait for 8 to 9 minutes until I run those ad breaks. And, you know, I do apologize often when I get something wrong, but I'm not going to apologize for running the ad break 8 minutes into the top of the hour. But I will tell you, you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. But nah, fam, don't listen to the chat. They specifically said that both sides were transphobic and totally sidestepped the valid criticisms you made. Wait, they made a fucking actual video? The roast video? Yeah, but ignore them? Yeah, I'm not watching their fucking roast video, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Don't listen to chat. Abba and Preach Nivid says your only criticism is calling people transphobic. Don't watch. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to give them any more fucking clout. They already have clout. Don't misunderstand me. But they're also trying to cut more videos, you know, berating me. No matter what happens. And they showed that they were dishonest smear merchants when they literally fucking basically admitted that I was right. I didn't watch it and I'm not going to watch it. It doesn't matter. Okay. But what you will watch if you're not subscribed is the top of the hour ad break. Here it is. Who, the Fresh and Fit guys or what? No, the Fresh and Fit guys are really bad. They're worse than Abba and Preach. Abba and Preach actually have like decent takes, I guess, when it comes to the Fresh and Fit guys and when it comes to like toxic masculinity in some respects, but not great when it comes to transphobia. What I understand, or at least from what as far as I've seen, like their takes are pretty bad on trans stuff. I mean, yeah, they also personally admitted that in their video. They literally fucking said this. XQC runs 7 ads. No one cares. You can run more. It doesn't matter. I don't want to run more ads. All right. I just tuned in. I just got COVID too. Hasan, how are you feeling? I'm feeling pretty good, but only because I don't know. I just love streaming and I love my community. So it makes me feel good even when I'm feeling shitty to do this. All right. Let's continue. Now we're going to talk about French President Emmanuel Macron winning his second term against far-right opponent Marine Le Pen.
For
Here's
President
some fucking French news.
Emmanuel Macron won re-election last night over a far right-wing opponent, Marine Le Pen. Voters gave Macron a substantial victory in a runoff that was expected to be very close. Elaine Cobb is covering the election in Paris. And Elaine, the significance of this vote goes far beyond France.
Yes, there were sighs of relief across much of France and beyond as Macron's victory ended the chances of an extremist president with close ties to Russia and hostile to NATO.
I love that they make it seem like Marine Le Pen's most dangerous element is like her ties to Russia. Like, who gives a fuck? They're not going to be able to single-handedly fucking, like, I don't know, aid Russia when the rest of the fucking planet, including the French people, already are against Russia. Like, shut the fuck up. Stop trying to build a fucking narrative. The significantly worse instance here is not whether or not Le Pen is going to try and like use political capital to fucking sway the war in Russia's favor, especially considering that she does not have that kind of political capital, but actually launch on or utilize pre-existing vitriolic attitudes that French people have towards nationalism and specifically towards immigrants. Okay? in a race where functionally both Macron and Le Pen were trying to fucking race to the bottom on Islamophobia, it's idiotic to consider this from a Russia angle. And you're just trying to fucking cut it. You're just trying to cut into the conversation to be like, oh yeah, she was pro-Russia or whatever the fuck. Like, doesn't matter. She could be literally sucking Vladimir Putin, okay? And ultimately, none of that matters because you can't, like, you're not going to be able to sway the election or sway the fucking government to operate that way. But you can absolutely, from a position of influence and power, make domestic policy changes that are absolutely Islamophobic. And fuck.
President Macron's supporters counted down to victory under the Eiffel Tower, where his post-election party continued into the night. Macron won more than...
The funniest part is that, like, so many Macron voters openly admit that they voted against Le Pen. And so much so that even Macron had to admit that and said that he would change his attitude. Not saying that he will, because he is a fucking rugged neoliberal. But, you know, that's a huge ordeal in France, specifically for also what they declare the second presidential election when you know they divvy out the votes in parliament and party building.
58% against Le Pen's 41%, the closest the far right has come to...
Also 41% for, like, a straight up person that has ties to Nazis and ran as, like, openly neo-Nazi as you can be last time around. That's fucking insane. So all it took was for someone to be a little bit more Nazi than her, for her to look more reasonable in comparison to Zemmour, for her to get 41% of the vote. Think about that. Think about how fucking devastating that it is. Think about how devastating that is, okay? If that does not fucking cause concern in your mind, in your eyes, I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Taking the top seat in France.
We stood up against nationalism, and we try to show that today we have to be united more than ever.
But his celebration will be short-lived. This election has shown deep divisions that Macron acknowledged in his victory speech. We need to be respectful, he said. Our country is full of so many doubts, so many divisions, so we will need to be strong, but no one will be left behind. Macron will have a tough job uniting the French behind him. This election showed extremist voters far outnumbered those from the centre or the traditional left and right parties. After the result, there were protests in several cities against both candidates.
You know what's funny about it? Mélenchon could have won the first round vote if the Green and Liberal parties voted for him, but instead they didn't, almost leading to a far-right win. Yes, I do know that. I did mention that before. There are social democrat parties that were, you know, using all of their political capital to attack Mélenchon, who was within striking distance of making it through the first round. I think they were between like 3 points, so around, give or take, 400,000 votes that he could have easily fucking gotten from the Green Party and the Social Democratic parties. And instead, they spent all of that time and all of their political capital attacking Mélenchon, and then turned around and immediately were like, yeah, vote for Macron. Because guess what, dude? They're not fucking real leftists, okay? They're not. They're pieces of shit. They're fucking insane. Now, this doesn't mean that like Mélenchon was going to win, but don't you think that another vote and more debates and deliberations around a neoliberal versus a socialist would have been a little bit healthier for public discourse than a neoliberal versus someone who is a Nazi? Fascist versus neoliberalism is not should not be the death sentence for these Western democracies, supposedly democracies. But we're constantly finding ourselves trapped in this exact same space. Same with, for example, the Pennsylvania elections for the open Senate seat in Pennsylvania. You have John Fetterman, who is the likely candidate for the Democratic Party, and yet all of the other candidates that are running in the Democratic primary have no way of winning it, and yet they're using millions and millions of dollars of ad campaigns to continue to attack Fetterman, rather than solidify their support behind him to ensure that there's another Democratic senator. Why are they doing that? What's going on? Huh? Democrats love talking about winning over the leftist support whenever it's time for the general election. They actually spend their entire time attacking the left, even during the general, because you have to vote for them. Otherwise, democracy dies in the darkness. Well, it sure seems like democracy is dead right now. Sure doesn't seem like democracy is winning currently under the Biden administration, where the House and Senate are in the hands of the Democratic Party. And yet Republicans are using the state legislature all around the country to absolutely destroy LGBTQ rights and the rights of women to have autonomy over their own bodies. What's going on? Why is it that the Democrats always expect, the liberal Democrats always expect leftist support when push comes to shove? But when an actual leftist, who isn't the biggest leftist by any stretch of the imagination, for the record, John Fetterman certainly is not, Harvard educated, yet very interesting background, pro-fracking, but I guess that's a given in Pennsylvania. But a real salt-of-the-earth guy that is profoundly popular in his own state and certainly in his own city. After all, he's such a fan of his own city that he's got it tattooed on his body. Every single person that has been murdered in his town. And yet the Democrats that know this don't want to win. Democrats that recognize that Fetterman is exactly the kind of person that the Democratic Party needs in areas, rural areas specifically, to win back certain safe havens for the Democratic Party, certain institutional Democratic Party battleground states and neighborhoods, want more neoliberal cardboard cutouts like Connor Lamb. What's going on? Is that good? I'm just going to do Tucker Carlson style coverage going forward. It is true, though. It is literally true. Like, Democrats always want, whoever is supposed to win in elections, and yet they are attacking John Fetterman, who is slated to win. He's going to win the Pennsylvania primary for the Democratic Party. And yet, the Democrats that are completely aware of this are still spending millions of dollars attacking him. Where's the solidarity now? Where's the solidarity for leftists when they have a shot at going up against the neoliberal established order? They did this to Bernie, and in France, they did this to Mélenchon. The people of France deserved an election between a neoliberal and an actual leftist. Now, was Mélenchon the communist revolutionary that we all want? Was he the vanguardist? Absolutely not. By no stretch of the imagination was Mélenchon supposed to be the communist savior of France either. He was, just like Bernie Sanders and Jeremy Corbyn before Bernie, a social democrat adjacent socialist. And yet, the Green Party and the Communist Party and numerous other social democratic parties refused to unite behind Mélenchon and ensure that he made it through 400,000 extra votes to the second round of elections. They decided to attack him, and then immediately, as soon as he lost, launched their support towards the neoliberal candidate.
Fireworks were launched at the police. Tear gas was used to clear crowds. One banner called Macron the Robin Hood of the rich. Le Pen echoed that sentiment. To avoid this hoarding of power by...
Dude, you're blowing this way out of proportion. Fetterman has been the front runner the entire time, even with Lamb's attacks. Oh, thank God our liberal is back, the Faustini. If he has been the front runner this entire time, why is Connor Lamb trying to use the time that he pulled a gun on a black person that was jogging and using that as a way to fucking attack him and cutting agitprop against him? That's really interesting. Does that actually absolve Connor Lamb's failure to win the Democratic primaries in Pennsylvania? Does not absolve him of the sin of attacking left, wouldn't you say? And yet he still is. Notice how you didn't defend that behavior and instead tried to say, well, it was unsuccessful, so you're blowing it out of proportion. Why is the Democratic Party wasting dumbass liberals like you and all the money that you're sending to the Democratic Party? Why? Because he wants to win. It's a shitty way to do it, but it's not working. But if he knows that he's not going to win, why is he still doing it? You already recognize that he's not going to win. Why is the Democratic Party not saying, hey, we have a strong contender here to defeat the Republicans and take over a Senate seat? Why is the Democratic Party... First of all, I know why you're not answering my question, because you don't want to answer my question because you know I'm right. You 100% know I'm right. John Fetterman is a little bit too close to the left. He's not within the ranks of the establishment Democrats. And that's precisely why they see that as a larger threat. The Democratic Party sees anyone who even claims to be a leftist a bigger threat than the Republicans. That is just 100% the certainty and the truth. Just the truth. Straight up. I saw another candidate who brought up the Fetterman incident with a jogger against him in a debate. The clip went viral. Yeah, you know what's really funny about the Fetterman jogger incident? John Fetterman is friends with the jogger now. Yeah, you won't hear that in mainstream news, and you certainly won't hear that from the likes of Connor Lamb, but that's the truth. But the Democrats don't want the truth. They just want to destroy. They don't even want to win. They just want to destroy any opportunity that's someone who is left adjacent, not even certainly a leftist, just left adjacent, to win against Republicans. The jogger that John Fetterman pulled a gun on and did not shoot, by the way, still ridiculous that he did that, said he was going to vote for John Fetterman. The jogger that he pulled a gun on endorsed John Fetterman, but you will never hear that from mainstream news. So remember that next time you see some disgusting agitprop against someone who is left adjacent.
By a few, she said.
The jogger is Fetterman's Catboy collector? Yeah, exactly. 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 There are many neoliberals out there who dare disparage my name and this community and all the work that we have done to fight against transphobia. They say I'm transphobic. They use the example of my conversation and subsequent banning of one Catboy collector as an example. Now, I did not know that Catboy collector was trans when I banned them. And yet they disingenuously, knowing full well that I did not know this, used that clip as an example. Now, Catboy collector is still in this community. Catboy collector has recognized that they were wrong to criticize and attack me in the way that they did. Catboy collector is now unbanned, but no one cares. When people still try to use or cut an argument, I'm going to keep doing the Tucker Carlson cadence over and over again. When people try to still use and craft the narrative that I myself am transphobic, they still use that clip. And that clip has a lot of staying power among neoliberals on the internet. Maybe they are not aware of what we do in here in this community. Maybe they've simply just seen that one video. They are not expected to dive deeper. Catboy Collector is the jogger in the John Fetterman story. And the neoliberals are the Democratic Party, the Democratic establishment. All right, let's keep watching.
I will continue my commitment to France. In an increasingly fractured country, Le Pen vows to fight on. Congratulations have been pouring in from around the world, including from President Biden and Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. Macron's real fight now will be at home. Gail?
All right, Elaine Cobb reporting from Paris. We thank you.
All right, anyway, anti-vaxxers are starting their communes in Mexico. We're not going to get into that yet. We're going to look at authorities releasing the Alec Baldwin first police interview after the Rust shooting.
Authorities releasing body camera images minutes after the deadly shooting, including the moment actor Alec Baldwin is approached by authorities and what he says to them. ABC's Kaylee Hartung back on the story tonight.
Tonight, inside Alec Baldwin's first interview with authorities just after that fatal shooting on the set of Rust.
We're just going to go over the rights. She's going to read these to you.
So my only question is, am I being charged with something?
No, we're just interviewing.
Officers trying to piece together what happened as Baldwin rehearsed a scene in the Western.
You were in the room when the lady, when someone was shot? Holding the gun, yeah.
The Santa Fe Sheriff's Department releasing hours of video and hundreds of pages of documents.
Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene.
6 months into their investigation into cinematographer Helena Hutchins' death and the rush by paramedics to try to save her life, and director Joel Souza's. Tonight, for the first time, behind the scenes as the chaos unfolded.
That's the one. And okay. Sorry.
You're okay.
Sorry.
Just relax. Just relax.
Armorer Hannah Gutierrez read in tears, handing authorities the box of supposed dummy rounds she pulled from to load the gun.
So here's the box that I got them out of.
Okay.
Telling investigators,
Catboy Collector is in most of my streams and is my emote guy. Anyone who gives you crap about him is a liar that is more transphobic than you ever have been because they're talking for trans people instead of listening to them. Yeah, they were doing the annoying, like, oh, you're not as good as other debate lords at debating trans issues, so don't do it, which they recognized was, like, wrong, because I've talked time and time again that, like, when I talk about trans issues, I'm not talking to trans people. Obviously, you know your issues. I'm talking to cis people, oftentimes cis people who are transphobic. And I think I do a pretty decent job at changing their minds. But it doesn't even matter because those very same people who say I'm transphobic unironically are the same people who are like, trans women should not be participating with cis women in sports and shit like that. So, you know, or straight up engaging in targeted harassment campaigns against someone like Keffels. So, you know, the reason why, the only reason why I mentioned it is because that's the, you know, they just use anything and everything they can to get their methods across. You know, that's the main point. It has nothing to do with must have forgotten all that when Christian Walker came on Lamau. No, I did not forget all of that. That was what that's how this conversation started. People being like, fuck you, you're not good at dealing with transphobia, when I did do a decent job. Actually, a pretty good job dealing with transphobia in that situation. But people still falsely fucking use that as an example to say, like, you know, that you were bad. That's why it started. Christian Walker did nothing to say back every time you literally counter what he said, and people keep saying you did badly. No, debate perverts framed it in a way where I lost the debate. They made it seem like I had lost the debate. That's the thing. That's the issue. So that's what happened. What is this? This is this person blocked me. They said women feel more overwhelmed, stressed, and frustrated. Maybe women are not cut out to work in offices. Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, Tim Pool's producer is a misogynist. That's crazy. Shocking. Should have kicked him out. Can't win the debate. Yeah, I don't care what you have to say about that. the conversation in normal, like even in debate pervert communities, that conversation would have been ended with a clip compilation going, oh my God, Hasan fucking owned this transphobe. The moment that I said, name me who the second place winner was in the swim meet. Like, and he had nothing to say. Probably fine. It. All right, sorry, I was talking to my talking to Chris. Readily awaiting the throwing of the sink at your COVID. I can't even do it. I can't even throw the sink at my COVID. I tried to get ivermectin, like for fun, for goofs, for gaffs. I wanted to you know, take ivermectin on stream as a joke, like a little bit, you know? And the fucking libtards over at the pet shop literally did not allow me. They said, like, why do you need it? Not claiming it's a hoax anymore, are we? Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, once I got COVID, I no longer think it's a fake. Because you know me. You know me, big time COVID denier. For many, many years. What is this? Young streamer Marks before hitting the big leagues, talking to his biggest follower and potential fellow streamer Angles.
Starving and hungry. I can't afford warm clothing, so when winter comes around, it's always miserable. Yesterday, I was eating chicken fries off of the Burger King bathroom floor, and I just don't know how much longer I can do this without your primes. I need your primes in order to survive. I'm actually starving to death. I was drinking water out of a dumpster just to get by because it was the only free water I had access to. I need your primes. I don't starve.
True. You're just not getting COVID after 2 years. I know motherfuckers that had it 3 times, Lamau. No, I did. It did happen. I got COVID after 2 fucking years. Did you see Adam something posting literal Bandera memes in his community page? Yeah, I think even like the Vosh community is starting to turn on him and starting to realize what he's been doing. Even though I think there are a lot of libs in the Vosh community, so that'll take some time. But like him shitting on Mélenchon and also on top of that fucking posting straight Bandera memes, not very surprising. He's just, you know. Maybe that was another instance of me being correct. But you don't understand the nuances, Han. You're not European. Yeah, I know. It's a little too close to comfort for me when I see someone who was a Nazi collaborator. You know, when someone is like, "Oh, I got out of the alt-right pipeline, thank God," and then they're literally fucking using, which is a good thing, and it's something that we expect and something that we want. It's the best case scenario. That person straight up fucking like minimizing Bandera, a literal collaborator of the Nazis, and using them as a meme is fucking insane. Like, anyway. But it doesn't matter because every time shit like that happens, there's still so many fucking people that just like leave and they never care to see my side of anything. They like straight up run
The investigation into the
they straight up run with it. Okay. Okay. I don't want to watch the John Oliver video essay. I want to see, here's why blaming inequality on capitalism is absurd.
Tortured for our moral insufficiency because of the existence of demonstrable inequality. And the call for equity is part of the clarion call for the people who are conducting, let's call it, the war on the West. And the proposition there is essentially Marxist, that...
Yeah, nuclear war isn't all that bad, something. He literally made an entire fucking like post just to talk about how I was a champagne socialist for buying a Gucci shirt. Like, homie is obsessed. Fucking losing his goddamn mind. I don't know what else to say about that.
Wealth tends to accumulate in the hands of fewer and fewer people, which happens to be true, although those people differ. The proportion is small, but the people change. But what's so faulty about that, in my estimation, isn't the claim that that inequality exists, or even the claim that there are negative aspects of that that might need to be addressed, but the notion that that is somehow unique to the social institutions and the economic institutions of the West.
Yes.
And I hate that most particularly because I think it underestimates the problem. You cannot blame inequality on capitalism.
No,
it's foolish.
Absolutely. I mean, let's take the...
Dirty Russian oligarchs buying shit made of gold. Yeah, I know. I know. It's fine. Let's move on.
Other options on the table. The remaining flotsam and jetsam of the Cold War. Let's say you can say Putin's Russia. You can certainly say Cuba and a few other places. What do we reckon is the inequality of wealth in these countries between, let's say, the oligarchs and the average Russian? There was a documentary Alexander Navalny bravely made before going back to Russia and being imprisoned, and he had it released after he got back to Russia the other month and was promptly imprisoned. He had the release of this documentary called Putin's Palace, and one of the extraordinary things which did a lot of harm for Putin at home, because people were genuinely shocked and upset about this, was that Putin's palace on the Black Sea, which he's been building for years at the cost of hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, has, among other things, a vineyard attached to it, and there's a guest area.
What's really interesting about this is, like, they fucking talk about blaming inequality on capitalism being absurd, and then they try to, make the argument that Putin himself is not a capitalist. Like, he's quite literally the capitalist. What is wrong with these motherfuckers that they always point to capitalism and then say, look how wrong this is. If only these guys were capitalist or more capitalist, this would not happen. It's like, motherfucker, they're literally, that's the guy. That is the guy. There is no better representation of capitalism than the fucking billionaire oligarch rose from the ashes of a sacked and destroyed USSR. At the behest of the West. Like, that was our guy. He is Mr. Capitalism.
A guest room near the vineyard, and there's a guest lavatory in the guest room, the vineyard, and there's a lavatory brush there made of gold that costs the same as the average Russian makes in a year. So, there's just one example of inequality in Russia. We could do the same thing for Cuba. Let's look at all of the other examples. Look North Korea.
No, use Cuba. What's up? Like, I don't understand. How are you going to jump from Vladimir Putin, a capitalist, anti-communist, like openly anti-communist, capitalist oligarch, and then compare it to fucking Cuba? He's like, oh, yes, let's use it for Cuba, and then move on. Okay, because that's how it works. In order to craft an argument when your entire audience is already fucking against Cuba and against Russia because they believe that like Russia and Cuba are equivalent in their, in their endeavors towards building a budding socialist organization of the economy, which is just patently and objectively untrue. You could say that for Cuba, but you certainly can't say that for fucking. You certainly can't say that for Russia. All he needs to say is Cuba and move on. And then everyone will turn around and be like, yeah, that's it. He's right. Yeah, Cuba is like this. Weird.
Post-colonial. Look at North Korea.
Like North Korea, another great example. How are they? North Korea itself is not a fucking communist country or a socialist country for that matter. It is literally a theocratic monarchy, okay? It is a theocratic monarchy. And even then, the reason why North Korea is the way it is not necessarily because of their form of governance. I'm sure that factors into it, certainly. But the biggest destroyer of Cuba and North Korea is the same. It's sanctions. It's the fact that they are not allowed to participate in the global marketplace.
I've seen myself in a country which I visited many years ago, but in a country where the general population starved by the millions in the 1990s, and the military elites were able to get hold on the black market.
How is North Korea a theocracy? I think North Korea is a theocracy, not in the same way that it's like an established organized religion, but Jusha is like a theocracy. I think like the North Korean understanding of Jusha is no longer about self-reliance, but more so just like it's become a dogmatic, theocratic belief system that revolves around the Kim family, where the Kim family is a descendant of God. Like they're basically godlike figures.
Market of blue label Johnny Walker. On the most
Garbage take, Lamau. Shut the fuck up, dude. Go back to Left Book, you fucking unwashed weirdo, okay? Go back to fucking talking to a federal agent about how you're gonna fucking storm the Capitol building with Tenorite, okay? You're gonna go to jail soon anyway, you dumb bitch. Fucking disgusting Left Book weirdos. Like,
expensive whiskies on the planet. Take any of them, because everyone talks about the post-colonial, I mean, of course, there's post-colonial societies that haven't gone well. There have been post-colonial societies that have gone very well, like Singapore, in terms of productivity. You can
I don't like North Korea, but that's literally not true, Lamau. Okay. So I guess the Democratic organization is what's creating a system where the Kim family keeps staying in power. Like, I'm not a believer in the Western media agitprop against, all the Kims fucking like, making their uncles get eaten by dogs or whatever kind of dumb bullshit that comes out all the goddamn time about North Korea. And I also regularly recognize that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has done a really decent job of uplifting itself given all of the circumstances that they're against, but ultimately it's still not exactly a great place to live, and it is not democratic, and it is closer to a theocratic monarchy than it is to any sort of Marxist-Leninist development.
Hong Kong until very recently, the same thing. But let's talk about the post-colonial societies that didn't go well. Zimbabwe, for instance. What was the wealth inequality in Zimbabwe between the wealth of Mrs. Mugabe, say, and the average Zimbabwean? The average life expectancy in Zimbabwe during Robert Mugabe's reign halved. He's one of the very few leaders in the world where life expectancy actually declined faster than people were living.
Did you say the same about Cuba? Is it more democratic at the local levels? Absolutely. It's run by one party, certainly at the top, but their local elections are what creates a closer semblance to a democratic organization than anything else. And not only that, but of course, Cuba, just like every other country, has a fuckload of issues. Okay, Cuba has a fuckload of problems. All the way from at the top, their lack of free speech. I personally find that to be distasteful and not good. I don't like that. But I do understand why it is the way it is, because they're constantly engaging in war with the world's largest imperial power. Let them fucking destroy themselves if socialism or any kind of like socialist adjacent form of development or a form of governance is so bad. Let them fucking destroy themselves then. But they won't. No one, we will never see that for Cuba, because God forbid that they are a successful example of a country that's able to uplift itself from the never-ending colonial battle. Same with Haiti. Obviously, our impact on Haiti has been much, much, much more devastating than Cuba. And look at what's going on in Haiti.
People were on a treadmill that was getting shorter and shorter with every step. Well, what was wealth inequality like there? What's wealth inequality like in Angola these days? I mean, go anywhere.
I love when fucking these dickheads will point to countries like Angola or Zimbabwe without mentioning like any sort of prior historical context for why they are the way they are. Or what kind of ongoing, neo-colonial or imperialist efforts destroy these nations? Like, oh yeah, no, these are blossoming socialist, blossoming socialist countries. That's what happened, right? It's crazy.
It is so obscene.
Like you just did with North Korea. Yeah, dude. When I mention. How many times have I talked about North Korea and Western influence destroying North Korea? I literally mentioned it while I was talking about the theocratic monarchy that is the Kim dynasty. What did I say? I literally mentioned sanctions being significantly more damaging to North Korea than the theocratic monarchy itself, while still maintaining the position that it's not a Marxist-Leninist formation. Shut the fuck up. Just because you do not have the mental faculties to comprehend what I'm saying, even in my goddamn, fucking COVID haze, does not change the reality that I did not mention it. Not only that, but I have routinely talked about how much North Korea has actually gotten better over the course of the past 20 years too. And obviously I have routinely mentioned the damn near genocide that allied nations conducted in North Korea. Korean War.
To present this as you say, as some kind of phenomenon of Western capitalism, as though any other system around could be better.
And to present it as some sort of rigorous theory. So all economic systems produce inequality. It seems to be the reflection of a deep underlying law that we don't understand that well, about how advantage tends to accrue as you accrue advantage, and disadvantage tends to accrue as you accrue disadvantage. Positive feedback loops of some sort.
Yes.
All economic systems result in inequality, and different societies have evolved different mechanisms to deal with that. But the only system that we know of
I love this tautology, this Ouroboros of an argument, okay? Oh, well, inequality is inevitable and natural, so it's always going to produce itself. I'm not even going to fucking literally make an argument as to why that is the case. I'm also certainly not going to acknowledge that the naturalistic fallacy is one that you cannot fucking ever mention when talking about the human innovation, which is predicated upon destroying any kind of like natural phenomena. What do you think, motherfucker, that like, you think skyscrapers are natural? No. Like every single thing that we have done has gone against God, okay? Has gone against and is an affront to God. You think anything? You think the benzos you're taking are natural? No. Shut the fuck up. What is this argument? They're like, oh, well, you know, the hierarchies are naturally occurring phenomena. Look at the lobster. It's like, dude, yeah, well, the lobster also can't build a fucking spaceship, okay? Shut the fuck up, idiot. Like, how stupid. How fucking stupid of him to make this argument over and over again. And all these fucking dumbasses that love his shit literally turn around and go, oh, yeah, he's right, actually. He is right. Inequality is natural. Yeah, exactly. It's the natural position that you're going to be a fucking bootlicking idiot for the rest of your life. You know? Yeah, you deserve to be the poor, I guess. Great. And suffer.
That's also produced inequality, but also produced the cessation of absolute privation, our free market systems. And China didn't manage that till they instituted free market systems. And
it was the capitalism that uplifted China. Yeah, that's right. It wasn't the influx of foreign capital being used to uplift and develop China as evenly as possible, specifically starting with like areas that they considered to be urban land to develop. I mean, that's not how. It was the capitalism. That's true. Yeah, like China does a lot of, I guess, things that you could consider to be state capitalist. Okay, but this notion that they are not working towards Chinese prosperity, okay, is fucking stupid. The reason why China is the way it is now, with a blossoming middle class, living in their 80s and 90s era now, while we are suffering, is because of the way that they used those funds to develop China, rather than just take those funds and collect them at the top in the same way that a capitalist country would.
Market systems work because sovereign individuals exercise choice over not only purchase, but also employment. And so people in the West are guilty about inequality and liable to rake themselves over the coals when its existence is pointed out, but it's partly because they don't understand how pernicious the problem really is, and they don't take credit for the fact that free markets have stopped people from starving. You know, it's only 8% of people now live below the UN line for absolute poverty.
I love that. Yeah, I wonder how that happened, by the way. Like, the eradication of extreme poverty without China is non-existent. The eradication of extreme poverty is only existed in China, not because of capitalism, but because of the influx of foreign capital being used specifically to develop China. You can't fucking talk about the eradication of poverty without mentioning China, because without China, it's way worse, okay? Also, the metrics change throughout the time too, but, you know, it's just selfish and stupid and a bad argument overall to claim that, you know, like China is in this situation where they're both like a capitalist country when it suits your argument, and it's also a communist country when it suits your argument. It's the communism that's bad. It's the capitalism that's good in China. That's the way that conservatives make this argument. Literally, he's doing it right now. He's like, oh, the eradication of poverty has been incredible. It's because, you know, capitalism in China.
Compared to 40%.
Isn't that exactly how tankies do it too? Stop saying tankies when fucking mentioning the revisionist Dengists, okay? They are not real Maoists. Totally, and educating and qualifying a country of 1 billion peasants with a generation or two, despite all the failures of the Great Leap Forward. Free market to stop people from starving. Companies literally throw away edible food, and governments have to write laws to force them to give it to people instead. Even then, they don't do it. So,
percent in Ronald Reagan's time. That's only 40 years. 40 years.
And you go back to that phenomenon that, again, I don't think there's any evidence that in modern China, the people involved with the Politburo and the people who've done terribly well out of the last 20 years, particularly since China entered the WTO, I don't think there's any evidence.
If China is so good at capitalism, why doesn't America do capitalism like China? Maybe we should copy the way China does capitalism. I'm in favor of that. 100%. 48 dead billionaires over the course of the past 20 years. Chinese prosperity initiatives. I'm a fan, straight up. Let's do it. It's called taxes, motherfucker. Let's do that. Yeah. If China is so good at capitalism, let's do Chinese capitalism here in the United States of America. Why can't we do that? Why don't we do that? Yeah, let's make billionaires engage in what is known as voluntary donations. Tune of billions of dollars. They're so good. They're so good at doing capitalism. Let's do it like that.
Evidence of significant fears about inequality between the Chinese elite and the average person. There is something very specific about the Western worry about inequality, which again, like the worry about slavery, like the worry about...
They keep saying, they keep implying that China somehow doesn't care about inequality while simultaneously using Chinese prosperity and its outcomes and its positive outcomes for Chinese development as somehow a capitalist invention. So I don't understand. Which one is it? Like, do the Chinese not worry about inequality, but they somehow were able to fucking overcome it because of how great and how capitalist they are? Also, what do you mean we worry about slavery? What the fuck?
Guilt and historical guilt is a product of a thing that ought to be recognized as being a good part of the machine. If the machine was so pernicious, we wouldn't care about inequality. We would simply say, as I'm afraid...
Or we'd celebrate it even more, which is a perfectly easy thing to do, which is, well, if I have more, it's because I'm better, and the evidence that I'm better is clearly that I have more. And what's your evidence for the contrary claim? Well, people have intrinsic worth. It's like... Yeah.
Right. And you go to another...
Dude, I love that. He's just like, no, they don't. I mean, no. His argument is people have intrinsic worth. No, they don't. Okay, sick, dude. I mean, you're just openly saying that. That's cool. That's a cool thing. I mean, that kind of attitude justifies a lot of horrific shit, including slavery, for the record. I mean, why? Why don't the fucking idiotic, like, stem cell cucks that love Jordan Peterson not realize that he wants you to be a tech serf? Okay, he wants you to be a tech peasant living in this like neo-feudalist dystopia. Like he's saying you by the very design that you're listening to him and saying that he's good and smart and justifying the system that he's trying to desperately uphold are worthless. Okay? You're worthless. Like he's basically saying that to your face. I'm just going to repeat it over and over again until you understand. He's saying that if you're poor, you're worthless. And that some people don't have intrinsic value. Like, oh yeah, that's crazy. Here, let's run it again. I want to hear that again one more time.
Is a product of a thing that it simply say, as I'm afraid...
Or we'd celebrate it even more, which is a perfectly easy thing to do, which is, well, if I have more, it's because I'm better, and the evidence that I'm better is clearly that I have more. And what's your evidence for the contrary claim? Well, people have intrinsic worth. It's like...
Right. Yeah. And you go to another of the world's biggest economies, India. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's an extraordinary culture, very, very rich, a wonderful culture, and just the most extraordinary place to visit. But it also has a form of inequality which is grotesque to any Western visitor. I'm talking, of course, about the caste system, which exists to this day, which is a form of slavery as well, and which regards people, if they're born into the wrong class, as being literally untouchable.
Wait, but we have a caste system in America, and by the very nature of your defense of said caste system that we have here, whether it be the caste system that is the black and brown people that we are subjugating, okay, within the criminal justice system, or immigration policies that specifically create a caste system, a caste-like system of undesirables that are so easy to cycle in and out. We have a caste system of people who are a part of the workforce. Straight up. Just because you have a couple examples of class mobility, okay, where a poor person can make a killing through luck and hard work, but, you know, luck being the most important factor there, does not change the reality that for the large majority of people in the working class, their budget shortfall is built into their existence, and they will never be able to get out of that. They will never be able to make it out, scrape out of the intergenerational poverty that they're destined to exist in. We just don't want to call it a caste system. We want to call it, we say it's different. We're above it. This is, by the way, this is pure Western chauvinism. This is white supremacist, colonialist, Western chauvinism. Difference between, for example, India, bad, orientalizing, Indians, and saying that they're bad and wrong, which, by the way, there is severe inequality in India. Modi is horrible. He's a fascist. I'm not even going to get into that. But saying that, like, America is somehow above it is chauvinistic. Why? I'll give you another example, one that you can better understand. Pakistan, and I believe in India as well, you have bribery, right? In some of these other countries, you have bribery. You need to bribe people to get shit done. In Western liberal democracies, we're above that. Bribery is bad. It's immoral. It's wrong. And it is bad. But what do we have? We have lobbying. We have codified bribery. We have institutionalized bribery. So now we have something different because that's legal and it's not bribery. It's something different. We have lobbying. We have super PACs. That's so much better. It's not the Orientalist system of bribery. That's for barbarians. We're civilized. That's Western chauvinism. What we are doing is the exact same shit that they're doing. We just call it something different, and we have basically codified it. Okay? So remember that when they talk about, like, the caste system in India, or when they talk about inequality in Eastern nations, and refuse to acknowledge the inequality that is built in our capitalist formation, that is a form of Western chauvinism. It's different.
The untouchable class in India is something you're born into and you will be in for your whole life. Now,
yeah, a black kid born in O-Block that has to go through the Chicago public school system that is crippling and underfunded is not destined for a lifetime of wealth and prosperity in the same way that a white kid in Naperville, only a couple miles away, is. Neither of which chose their spawn point. That is just because one, maybe in a really, really unique circumstance with profound levels of hard work and also a fuckload of luck, does not change the reality that it's functionally the same. It's just the idea of a meritocratic approach that we supposedly have is bullshit, and it's a way to justify the capitalist organization of the economy. I'm saying both are bad. I think he's saying both are good, for the record, when describing hierarchies and how natural they are.
Is that inequality? Oh, yes. Is it systemic? Hell yes. Is much being done about it? Not really. People take a sort of view that, well, there's an old joke about Princess Margaret once being asked, once hearing somebody refer.
That's the difference between me and this fucking dickhead, is that I think that both are unjustifiable, immoral, and wrong. And we as a society, we as human beings should overcome said naturally occurring phenomena. He's saying, oh, well, it's just different colors of the same spectrum and it's okay. It happens everywhere. We should keep doing it.
an extraordinarily grand English country house, and the person says, imagine this coming as just an accident of birth, and Princess Margaret saying, birth is no accident. Now, but actually that view, whether it's correctly attributed to her or not, is regarded by us as being laughable and risible. It's not being regarded as being laughable or at all risible in one of the most important societies in the world today, India.
And historically, that certainly wasn't regarded as laughable in any sense. The notion that you didn't have divine value in some sense, or ultimate value as a consequence of your birth, that was an extraordinarily difficult idea to supplant, uproot, and transform, because that also seemed in some real sense self-evident.
Overcoming and shunning nature is an odd focus of typically left people. Yeah, it's really odd that I believe that humanity's entire existence and purpose on this planet is to overcome nature. It's so odd. You, on the other hand, you're like, oh, you simpleton, you fool. I am willingly engaging in the, idiotic troglodyte attitude that like nature should destroy us. Okay, well, you're a Twitch chatter. There is nothing natural about your existence, okay? You are an affront to God. You are an abhorrent shit stain with respect to the way that God intended nature to exist. Okay? Or unnatural. Now, what can you do? Say, it's okay. This is what I'm supposed to do. What I'm supposed to be. It's right that I am destroying nature. It's right that I'm overcoming nature, despite how powerful it is. Or you can act like you are above that and turn around and say things like, "Oh no, I actually do love, I love nature, and I think it's ridiculous when the left is trying to fucking, focus its efforts on overcoming nature. Every facet of your being is predicated upon overcoming nature." Please shut the fuck up. With all that shit you are saying, I would not be surprised if shit started coming from your mouth instead of words. That's awesome. Subscribe for 1 month. That's a pet. He is a subscriber. You are not. So when I run the top of the hour ad break, he will not be seeing an ad, but you will. You're coughing a lot from the COVID. How much more difficult is it to breathe than usual? Not that difficult at all. Same. I'm just coughing. Anyway, you know what's natural? Top of the hour ad break, baby. I want to hear from Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is back in a big way, talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. And I want you to watch every part of this uninterrupted. I want you to have the ad-free broadcasting experience of your dreams, okay? But the only way to achieve that, to make that a reality, is by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is, of course, free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. You're like Findom now, motherfucking Radlib brain rot. People subscribe to you and you publicly shame them in chat. Yes.
Tale. It's a cautionary tale about believing in bullshit, like forming a narrative in your head, like we're rebels together. We're gonna, that's what I felt like about Anthony Bourdain and his relationship too.
Sheldon MTL, thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
That crazy woman,
Mm-hmm.
but. and then you're seeing it all play out in court. Like, you're seeing all the crazy come out. You know, do you know the fact, like, he talked about her shitting in his bed?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
I'm going to pee. I'll be back.
So hot.
Do you think?
No.
No, right? It's a real problem. Hard to forget.
It's a real problem.
That's hard to forget. But she said that she used this specific makeup to cover all of her bruises that Johnny gave her, which is not true. And,
specific makeup.
And that specific. Well, the problem is it was a specific makeup, and it turns out that the company didn't even make that makeup at the time that she was claiming she was using it.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Really?
Yeah, but that's what happens with people like that.
Yeah,
people that are just completely manipulative and full of shit like that. Doug Stanhope knows her, because Stanhope's buddies with Johnny Depp. And he wrote something about, like, I forget what he wrote. I think he wrote like a little essay about how full of shit she is. And she threatened to sue him. And I think he had to wind up taking it down. I hope I'm not fucking that up. But he knows her. He knows her well. And he's like, she's out of her fucking mind. And I'm like a crazy actress. He's like, yeah, like those are real.
Of course, there's a ton of them.
There's a lot of them.
That's why they're good.
That is why they're good.
Yeah, they're great actresses.
They can just start crying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's the whole Johnny Depp thing is just, he was famous when he was 20. And I don't think you get any kind of perspective like that. I think you're fucked. It's like making cement, but you don't add in all the ingredients. And it's like, oh, it never cured right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Johnny Depp, what happened? It's rough.
Yo, how dare you? Shut the fuck up. What happened to you? How dare you? Ridiculous. Unacceptable. First of all, what happened is he's fucking 60 years old. He's 60 years old, dude. He's had also a lifetime of just like fucking doing drugs and alcoholism. Like, what do you mean? What the fuck do you mean, dude? Okay, this isn't an opportunity for everyone to call her like a bitch or haggard or whatever the fuck. Okay, shut the fuck up. I think Johnny Depp looks great for 60, straight up. And I'm not saying that because people are saying we look alike now because I have a mustache and also a man bun. Okay? Because we don't look alike because I have a better hairline than he does, but he's 60 and he looks great.
He's not
great.
75.
He looks great for what he's doing. He's like 60, right?
Thank God Joe Rogan is defending.
He started at 5.
Hellbender 33 and Patty Pegan, thank you for the 5 gifted subs each, by the way.
Doing coke at 5. How old is Johnny Depp? He's got to be 60. What is he, 58?
58, yeah.
58.
He looks like it's 55 years of donuts. Coke, it would make you look thin. And no,
well, he's not athletic. He's not like working out.
Yeah.
And he's not taking care of himself. And for a long time, at least, he smoked cigarettes. I don't know if he still does, but all those factors.
I love that Joe himself is not mentioning the rampant alcohol abuse because he himself loves drinking alcohol. Notice how he didn't say that it's like a lifetime of literally abusing alcohol that probably played a role. I wonder why he's not mentioning that, okay? Also, Joe himself smokes, too. What the fuck? Bubble gut having bitch, dude. Defend Johnny Depp, especially on, the way he looks. Fuck you.
They contribute to poor health.
The outfits aren't great either. Where is she shopping?
He's... both of them, right? Like
Yeah.
she's copying him supposedly. She like mimics his outfits.
Let's see.
What's going on here?
He just had a weird tie on.
Oh, it's just white.
Just white?
it
That looks
short?
like it's for. It's
I
very
think that's a
short.
vest. I think that's a vest,
Oh,
guys.
yeah, okay.
It's tucked into a vest.
Oh, okay, that is a vest.
Yeah, it's hard. We're looking at low resolution photos. I mean, the whole thing is just.
He has a bob.
Here's the problem. Even if he wins, she doesn't have any money. Like, if he gets $50 million in a settlement, the only good thing is everybody.
It's not about the money. It's 100% about like correcting the record and pushing back against the prior preconceived narrative that, Johnny Depp was exclusively abusive in the relationship and that Amber Heard was a victim and that he himself was not a victim at all. He's pushing back against that to you know, correct the record, basically. That's the reason why they're fucking, you know, filming all this shit too.
Everybody knows now, and this is a good thing. And this is one of the reasons why it's good that he did this. Everyone knows now, like, there's something wrong with her.
Yeah.
Like, there's something wrong.
Right.
Like, there's some sort of, like, mental issue. Whatever.
Well, there's a lot of mental issues. And you said she shit in his bed. See, I haven't been
didn't say
following-
that. They said that.
Who's they?
The people on the news.
Well, they're always right.
That's what I found out the last year.
Okay, so they said that she shit in his bed. For what reason?
Jamie,
To
what
mark
happened here?
territory?
Johnny Depp testifies
That might be,
Amber Heard ate a cheesy gordita crunch from Taco
You know
Bell.
what?
Before that might
Breaking
be,
news.
That might be fake.
Let me see.
Okay, let's see.
That might be fake news.
Why is Joe Rogan shitting on fellow victim of divorce court Johnny Depp? A question that I definitely do have here is: it is unceremonious, it is surprising, it's uncharacteristic.
We're going to find out whether or not Amber Heard shit in the bed next on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Dun, 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 dun.
Let's see this. Well, I'm trying to. Yeah, okay. Here's Newsweek.
Okay, clips of Johnny Depp accusing Amber Heard of defecating in bed go viral. Imagine what a slow week for news. Newsweek is like, fuck Syria, forget about the Ukraine. Let's
There's
find out about
children's
pooping.
hospitals.
Wait, what the fuck? Yo, Joe Rogan literally sounds like my chatters. What is happening right now? Joe Rogan definitely shits himself 5 times a year with his diet and suppies. Wait, that is wild. He sounds like the chatters that come in here and are like, why would you talk about this? This sucks.
Being blown up in Ukraine, but let's find out if she shit in his bed.
Look at him. I'm on my side of the bed. Was human fecal matter.
I think he just doesn't like, I guess he doesn't like Johnny Depp. Howard Stern came out against Johnny Depp. Said Johnny Depp was a narcissist too. Did you see that?
Let me hear how he says it.
It wasn't a good time. Human fecal matter.
Jesus Christ.
So I understood why it wasn't a good time to go down there. She was sitting on one side of the couch. I was sitting on the other. That's when she was trying to explain a few things about Coachella and then the fecal delivery, and saying that it was the dog. And I'm sorry, I could not agree with her. I lived with those dogs. I picked up their fun. It was not the dogs.
Look at his face. First of all, this is a big win for Johnny Depp. And a big loss for the Pirates of Caribbean. How about fuck you guys? You got rid of the best fucking pirate you've ever had for a crazy lady. You fucked up.
Fecal delivery.
Yeah, fecal delivery.
Daddy, I just made fecal delivery. Can you change me?
What is going on right now? Joe, just go back to denying COVID, brother. What the fuck? Never mind. I never thought I would say this, but just have like Robert Malone on, you know, fuck it. Have Robert Malone on and he'll be like, COVID is a Chinese invention to like, you know, make America gay or something. I think we should go back to the basics. Never thought I would say this about Joe Rogan, but please do something, anything. What is going on right now?
What's fecal delivery?
That's a nice way of saying in court. She shit the bed. Because you can't say that in
I
court.
made a fecal delivery.
What happens if he said she shit in my bed in court? Do they kick you out? Do they get mad at you?
She made a dump in my bed.
Why isn't Joe Rogan being leftist? That's what your takeaway was from what I just said? Dude, this is evidence that right-wingers just do not understand comedy. They have no way of like comprehending nuance. Like I literally just said it's funnier if Joe was like, pro. If it's funnier if Joe had anti-vaxxers on, better than this. And this dumbass literally was like, "Why don't you go back to being a leftist?"
I bet you could say dump. She dumped. Excuse me. Objection. The defendant is using slang.
She fucking shit in my bed.
Yeah, fucking bitch, shit in my bed.
Did you see him smirking?
Yeah.
That's what made me laugh so hard.
Yeah.
He got
through all of this. But this is like what can happen to a guy like that. If you get caught up in that romantic idea that this is my woman, and he didn't even sign a prenup. He was worth like $300 million.
Oh my God.
And he didn't sign a prenup.
What an idiot. You know what? Then he
Well, Amber's insisted we were in love. We wouldn't need a prenup.
And I didn't expect her to take a fucking shit in my bed.
How long were they even married for?
Okay, I'm not watching this. There's no shot I'm finishing that. Okay, we got a bunch of good content lined up. Anti-vaxxers are starting communes in Mexico. I kind of want to see this. That's not happening. That was not happening. I'm sorry, boys. Sorry, boys. I know some of you love Joe, and you love me watching Joe, but I'm not putting myself through that. What is this? The video Chinese censors don't want you to see? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. What is happening in Shanghai? Should we be worried? I have a friend in Shanghai right now. I'm trying to get him on the stream. I don't know if he's allowed to. I've been checking in on him periodically, and things are not great. I think the uncertainty of how long you will be in shutdown or in lockdown, rather, is 100% terrifying. It's a terrifying prospect for people. And China is also showing the idea of COVID zero policy is going to be brutal and most likely impossible to keep up.
Officials now installing fences in Shanghai, blocking people from leaving their homes for fear that they'll spread COVID.
So this idea, we saw this already. We saw this in the beginning of the COVID mandates in China. They close up specific doors in apartment complexes to make sure that people can get out only through one side. The idea that they're literally locking everyone into their apartments and killing them, no, that is bullshit. However, they are 100% incredibly fucking aggressive with the way that they're dealing with their COVID protocols. I mean, there are literally fucking Americans and expats living in China currently. So for the record, I just want to point that out. You can't just fucking do China can, but Ian Godrum on to Talk China would be a good one. Don't know if that's your friend or not. No, that's not my friend. Yeah, the videos of them fucking bagging up pets and shit, disastrous.
Panic is now spreading to Beijing, where authorities are testing nearly 20 million residents at least 3 times this week. David Culver, as you know, is part of the only American television crew living through the harsh lockdown in Shanghai, and he is, once again, out front.
It's the video.
Expat equals white immigrant. It's really funny you say that because my friend living in Shanghai is actually black. American, though. Well, Ghana and America. Technically. But, yeah. But, yeah, like I was saying, it's the uncertainty. From what I understand, the thing that's really fucking people up right now, well, there's a couple different problems. One of the main issues is, from what I understand, there are some places that are not getting enough goods, right? Like food and whatnot. And that's a gigantic issue. But the main issue is the uncertainty of how long this shutdown, this lockdown is going to go on for. For example, my friend was going to, apparently his shutdown, his lockdown was supposed to end and then 2 people tested positive for COVID in their apartment complex, and they extended it by 14 fucking days. The entire apartment complex. That's crazy. Like that's what I mean. Because it's like, okay, if one person gets COVID, they're fucked. The entire apartment complex is continuously shut down.
Chinese censors do not want you to see or share, as it sparked a rare digital uprising on social media this weekend, highlighting a shared misery.
I don't get why this is so controversial. They went in lockdown again. Dude, their lockdown is crazy. No, it's not a form of population control, man. Shut up. No, it's their fucking way of dealing with COVID. No. Their COVID protocols are crazy, okay? They're just way over the top.
Hopelessness felt across Shanghai.
Motherfuckers who say, is this population control, do not understand Chinese attitude at all. If they wanted to control the population, they wouldn't be fucking killing their most productive population that they care about the most. Urban fucking expats and like people living in fucking urban areas like Shanghai. They'd be killing the rural population, dummy. Why the fuck would they population control Shanghai? One of the most like media dense areas on the fucking planet. No, they just straight up are doing this because they fucking are overboard with their COVID-0 protocols.
The video points to dysfunction, mismanagement, a city in chaos, struggling to cope with a surge in COVID cases. It resonates with so many of Shanghai's 25 million residents feeling trapped, turning to the most popular Chinese communication platforms, Weibo and WeChat, to vent. Amidst what is government-controlled internet, with any dissent quickly suppressed and erased, China's censors over the weekend struggled to keep up. No sooner would they block one version of the video, did another resurface, rapidly multiplying, flooding China's cyberspace. Some versions even disguised as QR codes to throw off the censors. The online rattling of social stability was a growing rejection of China's harsh COVID containment measures. Some even sharing this clip from the 2012 movie Les Mis.
Bro, I'm sorry, but like this, once again, there is validity to the anger that people have towards China's COVID-0 protocols. But this just smells like liberal CIA shit, okay? This seems like some fucking CIA person with imposter syndrome posted this to be like, wow, look what the Chinese people are doing. It's tailor-made for the American audience. What the fuck is this? Like, come on, dude. This literally just looks like, straight the fuck up, this looks like it was made for the Western audience to look from afar and go, wow, that's crazy. Look at what they're doing. They don't always have to. Our number one export is culture. True. Except this is like a very specific type. Oh, yeah, look at them. They're playing Lin-Manuel Miranda musicals. You know what I mean? Like they're playing bits from Lin-Manuel Miranda, from Hamilton. Like, no, they're not. Shut the fuck up.
Referencing a 19th century uprising in Paris. The censors swiftly clamped down, extinguishing the spread. But the users also taking aim at the obvious censorship itself, sharing clips of their own officials proclaiming China's citizens have a right to freely express themselves. Seemingly ironic, given even the first line of China's own national anthem is now blocked online. The words, "Rise, those who don't want to be enslaved," now
I don't believe that.
Used as a veiled reference to criticize their own government. For some, Shanghai feels like the world's largest prison. CNN witnessing it firsthand.
The extent of my freedom is all the way to my terrace door here. We're lucky enough to at least get some fresh air outside. Our community volunteer is sending me this image of what's on the other side of our door. A freshly taped paper seal. A reminder not to leave.
And if I manage to get out, there's now a COVID guard posted day and night. Outside several apartment compounds, fences going up, neighbors sharing shocking images of new barriers on social media. Listen to them howl from their balconies as they're further caged in. Some finding workarounds, buying their groceries through the added layer. Others desperately rattling locks, hoping to escape. And then there are those who manage to tear down the walls. For folks locked into their homes, scenes like this are a terrifying reality. An apartment fire over the weekend in Shanghai's business district. State media quick to report that everyone got out safely. But it raises questions. Might these COVID barriers...
Wait, what? They're talking about fire hazards and shit? So they're like, oh, people got away. People got out of the apartment. But also, what if they didn't? How is this a news... Bro, why can't you just say it's fucking insane that they're doing like COVID zero protocols and it's completely gotten out of hand and the people are upset without just being like, what if people did die? Like, why? Like, the truth in Shanghai in and of itself is already fucking damning enough, okay? Especially to a fucking lib-brain Westerner, okay? You see COVID zero, you go, holy fuck. After all, we are a country that almost murdered politicians because they couldn't get their jalapeno poppers, okay? During our half-shut COVID zero, not even COVID zero, like our lackluster shutdown initiatives at the peak of fucking COVID. You don't need to do all of this to be like, look how bad China is, dude. What the fuck? I love that. I love that they just said like, well, you know, they said everyone got out, but what if they didn't? Okay, China has COVID zero. We have COVID 1000 initiatives.
To be more of a danger than the virus itself? And if you thought the city might be near reopening...
Dude, isn't this the very same CNN that literally was like, Republicans are fucking insane for, pushing back against shutdown initiatives? And when it comes to China, they're cutting it like Republicans. The cure can't be worse than the cure can't be worse than the fucking cause, brother. Like, what the fuck? What about our liberty, brother? No, it is extreme. It 100% is extreme. I think it's extreme. Dude, they're literally welding doors shut. It's a little bit different. Yeah, totally, dude. They're welding doors shut and then putting those rinky-dink fences around, you know? Which one is it? Are they putting fences around or are they welding doors shut? They just want to double up.
Opening or easing lockdowns, images from the streets of Shanghai show giant...
It's not extreme. You are not expert, bitch. Yeah, I don't think I need to be an expert to be like, hey, it's kind of fucked up that, 2 people getting COVID in an apartment is enough to extend a shutdown of that apartment that's been doing it for 39 days by another 14 days, literally at the end of that potential quarantine end. Okay? You don't need to be an expert to say, hey, that's not great, Like, they're shutting down the entire apartment complex. You know what I mean? That's like, you don't have to be an expert to realize that, like, the supposed never-ending fucking self-quarantine initiatives that they have is going to literally break people's brains. There needs to be a more manageable solution around this.
Giant containers, not bringing in much needed supplies, but rather helping to build more blockades. This as more positive cases and close contacts are rounded up and sent to government quarantine facilities. Some left to sleep in tents in the middle of deserted streets as their dormitories are disinfected. As the rising tune of discontent echoes throughout the eerily empty metropolis, for many, Shanghai has fallen.
And Aaron, you mentioned the outbreak now spreading in Beijing and the mass testing underway there. Well, the government within Beijing trying to reassure residents in the capital, saying, hey, don't worry, we've got plenty of supplies. But people there are still panicking.
Were they just playing? Isn't what's the song that they were playing? Was that Les Mis too? That was Les Mis, right? Yeah, I don't believe that. This is fucking straight up propaganda. I'm sorry. This is like tailor-made for fucking Western libs to look at and go, wow, China is fucking horrible.
Buying nonetheless. Many with this
do you hear the people sing? That's what they were playing fucking Les Miserables on Le Trombone in Shanghai. Okay, very good. I am so fucking lived up now. Sacre bleu.
Hey, we saw what happened in Shanghai. We're not taking any chances.
Wow. Amazing. All right, David, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the honest take. Oh shit, this came out already? Fuck, this is good shit. Here's the honest take, okay? China has a different approach to dealing with COVID than we do. I don't think China's approach to dealing with COVID is the right approach to deal with COVID. I think that they could be a little bit more, fucking open-minded, a little less aggressive. Feel me? A little less aggressive, a little bit more measured. That would be better. It's like, on the one hand, you have America, and America's approach is fucking psychotic, which is just act like COVID's not real, have 1 million fucking people die, and then just GG's to those people, RIP to those homies. Sorry. And I say this as someone who is also currently impacted with COVID. I have COVID right now. And then you have the Chinese approach, which is like, literally don't know when you'll be able to get out of your fucking house. And from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think another issue with the Chinese COVID measure, the Chinese COVID recovery was also the lower vaccination rates and the lack of mRNA vaccine usage. Which do you think is worse? I mean, one is from a utilitarian point of view, the Chinese approach is definitely more successful in dealing with fucking COVID. They were able to literally go to water parks while we in America were fucking dying. Why were they able to do that? Because they took an incredibly aggressive stance early on, and they were able to enjoy normal living for a long time. Now, at this level, when we're living in a post-vaccine world, what they should be doing instead is dealing with it with mass vaccination, mass inoculation campaigns. And they also need to, in my opinion, take a more open-minded approach to fucking, more like variants that spread easier but aren't as deadly. Do you feel me? China's vaccine only has 50% efficacy, and the government won't let people get Pfizer, Moderna. People are catching COVID, waiting in the lines to take the daily test. No, I think that China has also changed its attitude towards mRNA vaccines. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're starting to buy mRNA vaccines as recently as like a month ago. Be stuck between shutting down and just letting Omicron rampage through a 25 million population city. It will lead to a massive death count, even if they are vaxxed. Both options don't look great. Someone in the chat said China's policy is failing because they don't use ivermectin. That's right, brother. Why the fuck aren't they using the truth? Ivermectin. Honest question, how would there be enough mRNA vaccines for the entirety of China? That shit sounds like a logistical nightmare. Release the patents. Release the patents. If there's one country that's capable of literally fucking supplying the entire planet and its own citizens with mRNA vaccines, enough to have like 10 if you want it, it's China. We let India do it now after so much fucking, after a fuckload of battles that were fought for that. But, you know, what do you think? China can't fucking make mRNA vaccines? China has 3 mRNA vaccines in phase 2-3 trials at the moment. They're waiting for final results of the mRNA vax the population. I mean, to be fair, they should have released the patents a long time ago. Not recently. They should have released the mRNA patents last year. Literally moving to Shanghai in October for work. Shitting my pants at the moment. No idea if I'll be able to enter. You'll be fine. Not sure if China has the ultra cold supply chain capacity for widespread mRNA vaccination distribution nationwide. I mean, yeah. Releasing patents is good, but China is not third world. They could just pay. How about they just do it regardless because, you know, humanity. I don't give a fuck if they're third world or not. I think that it should be free for everyone. You know, that's ridiculous. Why are you like, what are you, an advocate for fucking Pfizer's, you know, bottom line? What the fuck? Anyway, yeah, not because it's the moral thing to do. Stop using third world. It makes no sense outside of the context of the Cold War. Oh my God, dude. It's an outdated colloquialism. Shut the fuck up, okay? It's a good way. It's a good reference point. Please, I know it's like, it's still, like, it's inappropriate, but like changing our language in that regard is not going to fucking change the death and destruction and natural resource extraction that we subject the third world to, okay? Suck my dick. Like, I love when Marxist-Leninists sound exactly like aesthetics-focused liberals. Is like, shut up.
Oh yeah, thank you. Every time I tell people, I'm going to teach you telekinesis, I get a little scared.
Like, oh, dude, I love that.
Let's connect with our intention. Why do we want to bend the spoon?
Dude, I love girls that have titty tattoos. Straight up. This person is just immediately.
Telekinesis, I get a little scared.
Dude, that, oh, awesome. Great. She's probably a lot of fun to be around.
Like, let's connect with our intention. Why do we want to bend the spoon? I'll tell you why I want to bend the spoon. Because I believe that I am connecting with the quantum field and discovering my abilities to affect matter.
This guy has to be the journalist, right? Either the journalist or the fucking CIA guy that's infiltrated this anarchist compound. Why not both? Just sticking out like a fucking sore thumb. You know this motherfucker showered this morning, okay? What is he doing there?
Matter through consciousness. Oh, spoon, I love your love. I love your love, I love your love. Oh, spoon, I love your love, I love your love, I love your love.
This is an Acapulco.
I fucking call. Oh, come on, dude. I love anarchists, dude. I'm kissing all of you with COVID, okay? All of you anarchists, you get kisses from me, okay?
a week-long festival with workshops, happy hours, spirit cleansing, and about 400 libertarians who aren't about to get vaccinated.
This was the reason that Biden, in a press conference back in July of last year, named me as one of the most dangerous people on the planet. I want you to see what happens after you take the vaccine. This is an autopsy of a human brain. This is what people are dying from. These are the clots that are forming.
There's no evidence this is true. COVID-19 vaccines are safe.
I mean, that's medical, so it's not TOS. Everybody chill.
And effective. But being against these vaccines and the mandates is bringing together conspiracy theories from the left and right.
9/11 is a staged, false flag psychological operation against the American people and the people of the world.
I love
Those
that.
buildings were brought down in controlled demolitions. That's what I proved yesterday,
your
but
truth,
you
King.
didn't get to see that.
King.
For $1,250 a pop, festival goers can spend the week learning how to make their vacation location permanent. There are even travel agents to help.
Everything we've done has been rescue operations, to be brutally honest. It's been getting
Bro, I love capitalism is. People say capitalism sucks, and then you look at the innovation. Okay, they're doing anti-vax tourism destinations, dude. That's awesome. They literally found a captive audience. There's no one dumber than these fucking clowns. It's awesome. I always wonder how they have money, though. How are they so fucking stupid and have so much money, so much disposable income? But then I remember it's not a meritocracy. That is a lie. Are you against vaccines? Hell yeah, brother. I hate vaccines. That's why I have COVID right now, and I'm fucking dying. I hate vaccines. That's why I took both, the first shot, second shot, and a booster, just to see the horrible effects that it would have on me. Okay? That's why I'm gay now. Autistic and gay. And feminized at the same time. Feminizing every moment of my life.
people out of their tyrannical states and governments and countries, getting them to places like Mexico. They're coming here to live in freedom forever.
The unvaccinated are moving to Mexico because they're allowed in without proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test.
That's awesome.
Plus, you can live here for up to 4 years as long as you have $43,000 in the bank.
Money does equal power in a lot of situations. This would be one of them.
Currently, I run a company in Canada with about 250 cryptocurrency ATMs from Vancouver to Toronto.
So why would you leave?
Because why would I stay?
But if you get the vaccine, then you can do normal stuff. It's not that bad.
Cover those titties, you fucking slut. Cover them up, you fucking slut. I love that meme of me with my fucking tits out, and one of you guys like drew me, and then you said, "Cover your tits, you slut." You know what I'm talking about? Someone in Hasan Twit made it. Hasan, I can't keep defending you. That meme didn't start with you? Yeah, I know it didn't start with me, but it was pretty funny. Okay, let's go.
Oh, okay. Funny, the guy.
So go ahead and get the vaccine.
I did.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Was it Pfizer?
I got Pfizer.
I got the Pfizer, Moderna. I got the vaccine.
So you're a mermaid? Yes. In your past life? Yes. I had a download about that during my plant meditation experience. So I'm vaccinated, right? And according to Dr. Vitar,
Boo, get the fuck out of here. You're vaccinated, you're putting your... What the fuck, Bussy Angel? Come on, that's not what I was looking for. Boo, you're one of them.
It's gonna die soon. So what can you do for me? Okay, I can't do anything for you, but what we can do together, we basically vibrate. Vibration is like when you have a very high vibration, anything that doesn't suit you, because we are high conscious beings, will dissolve out of your body. We can dissolve the vaccine out of my body? Yes, you just have to say, you have to accept it.
This is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about. Cover them up, slut.
basically have to want it. You basically have to say, yes, I now do that. We are alchemists.
So this place is a maze, and it's taken me a few days to figure out where anything is.
Someone is just, I'm so glad civilizations gave up organized religion for this. And like low key, the Catholic Church is like better than what the fuck's going on here. Okay. That's not true. I mean, I guess they're all libertarians. So there's like the same level of pedophilia happening. So I guess technically it could be, you know what I mean? They're all libertarians. This is a libertarian commune. So same level of pedophilia.
This doesn't really look like how I expected an anarchy festival to look. It's a little bougie. So you can get t-shirts. There's stuff about crypto, NFTs, NFT art show. Yeah, it's like a crypto tent, actually, now that I think about it. There is an open bar that starts at 3 every day. So there's a raccoon cage, and I have no idea what this is about, but we're gonna go take a look. What are you doing? Are you someone's pet?
We all want to be free. And beekeeping and having a partnership with these wonderful...
So there's a guy right now who's explaining what the connection is between beekeeping and anarchism, which frankly I'm not quite clear on, but yeah, people seem to be following.
Yeah, it's because you're not listening.
The event...
Because you're vaccinated. That's why you don't understand it. If you hadn't rotted your brain with the homosexual autism vaccine, you would be able to comprehend the things that he's saying.
Is big on networking, so a lot of people here aren't even going to the talks. They're just like sitting here, meeting as many people as possible.
It's hard to calculate how many people have escaped to Mexico, but we found Telegram groups where thousands claim to have made the jump because of COVID restrictions. Corey Edlinger, a Starbucks manager turned crypto trader from Ontario, is in several of these groups. In October 2021, he moved to Mexico with his girlfriend Claire, a professional ballerina. That was just before Canada started enforcing a law that says unvaccinated people can't board flights in commercial airports.
Why did you decide to leave Canada?
We started to disagree with the way the country was heading.
I absolutely refuse to wear a mask while I'm training at that high level. It's absolutely toxic.
Where do you think this is all going? Like, what's the global threat?
One world government. That's on the World Economic Forum's website. They tell you everything. Like, what do you think it means when they say you'll own nothing and you'll be happy?
What do you think it means?
I think it means what Karl Marx wrote about. The abolition of private property.
Yeah, World Economic Forum loves Karl Marx, famously. Dude, this is what happens this is what no theory does to a motherfucker, okay? Yeah, the World Economic Forum, like the supreme neoliberal capitalist institution, is for the abolition of private property and is a fan of Karl Marx. Also, why is the abolition of private property a bad thing, dumbass? You own nothing anyway, you fucking idiot. You're literally a broke anarchist, you dumb fuck. What's it to you? Oh, what are they going to abolish, dude? Your Honda Civic? Is that what's going to happen? Huh? What's going to happen to you? You already own nothing. What are they going to do? Are they going to abolish your cryptos? Huh? Your fucking NFTs, dumbass? Shut the fuck up.
How does that make you feel?
I don't want any part of it. So if you disagree with the way something is, how do you fix that? You need to try to create what it is you want.
We could have a really great world if we all, didn't just like follow along like somebody else telling me to do this, like I'm a lemming and gonna fall off the cliff, but it's their fault because I followed them. That's giving your power away.
New arrivals face practical hurdles. Some work remotely, but tons are living off savings or trying to start crypto and wellness businesses. And others are even trying to live completely free from government services.
In my opinion, we have to start with decentralization at the very bottom level, with your water, food, electricity, energy, all that stuff, and then we can go up to the higher stuff. Garbage, you can jam pack it into like an aluminum can or into a bottle, and now you have dense mass for construction. You are not relying on the state's extortion.
Dude, that's awesome, dude. These guys are so stupid. They're gonna die at the first sight of like rain. They're just gonna fucking die when their dumbass dinghy collapses in and of itself. Fuck yeah, brother. No zoning regulations. You know what I'm saying? Fuck yeah. Yee. No government to tell me what kind of fucking plaster I need to use in my goddamn house, okay? I will make it out of cans. Who needs water filtration, you know, when the earth provides water for free? Oh, do I have worms growing in my penis now? Well, that's a side effect of such things, but who cares? Fuck you. That's awesome.
Crime racket for waste management.
And festival goers can...
Dude, this is crazy. Like, this is literally how motherfuckers in favelas live because they have no other option. And white people move to fucking Mexico to do this on their own volition. I suggest a trade, okay? Take the kids in the favelas and bring them to America and bring these fucking dumbass libertarians to Brazil. How about that? They will pay for it. They are literally ready to pay for it. Can you imagine living like this and paying to live like this? What the fuck?
Forget about the tyranny of trash collection when the sun goes down.
We be on these tracks and we're revealing truth, love, and beauty.
It feels like an anti-vax Burning Man.
So Burning Man. So just Burning Man. Okay, got it. She said Burning Man twice.
Like Burning Man, a lot of people are gathering at the fringes.
We are blind. In the life, we are blind.
Some of those organizing outside the festival grounds are intellectual purists. They distrust not just government, but also corporations and big tech. Since 2015, Derek Broze has been helping others, quote, exit the system by creating small anarchist communities called freedom cells.
A freedom cell is a decentralized way of organizing in your community, focused on skill sharing, knowledge sharing, figuring out how they can grow food together, figuring out how they can educate each other better. If the people involved are all parents, then the freedom cell might take a focus on homeschooling, unschooling. If the freedom cell is people who are very focused on permaculture, then that might be their focus. A lot of groups, like I'd say...
How many people would you estimate are exiting their countries to build a new life in Mexico and also Latin America?
I might even be underestimating, but I've seen through my own networks of helping people through our caravans, driving people down, what we...
Bro, this is literally... Okay, the irony of these guys are that they have, like... The irony of these guys is that they think that they're above the system. And the way that this man is talking is so fucking brain rotted with, like, head talk neoliberalism that he doesn't even realize, like, what he's just advocating for here is the logical extension or the logical continuation of all of the fucking capitalist dogma that it broke his fucking brain. Okay? Yes, Derek is hot. Shut the fuck up. What are you gonna do? You're gonna go fucking live in his Hep C commune? Is that what you're gonna do? Huh? Some of y'all are just simps, okay? Derek has never showered. He has never showered in his entire life. You're hiring the NSA FBI list and these wannabe anarchos? Ha ha ha. First of all, my NSA watch list, they are already assets. That's the difference. They already have, feds among them that are looking for ways to activate them.
We call the Underground Railroad, helping people come here, and then just people through the Freedom Cell Network. It's definitely somewhere 5,000 to 10,000 people, I'd say, that have made Mexico their home in different parts.
The word Underground Railroad obviously has a lot of historical context, and there's a lot of language that I think viewers watching might find inappropriate or a bit disrespectful to the original context of those words. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
When the original conductors in the railroad helped slaves escape, they had to make a decision knowing that it was against the Fugitive Slave Act, that they could go to prison for it. And in that same sense, many of us now...
Does this guy think that you go to jail for... You think that you go to jail for, like, being unvaccinated or something? No, nobody's throwing you in jail for refusing to shower, brother. I'm going to be honest with you. He literally thinks he's like, I'm the white Harriet Tubman. Right.
Now feel like it's up to us, those of us who have the ability, to help other people who feel like they're escaping from situations that are not amenable to freedom. So we started putting out the call. It's through the Freedom Cell Network too. People sign up through there. They get an email that says, hey, there's a caravan coming up soon. If you're interested, you got to fill out this survey. There's a vetting process, and then we just help people who want to come down.
Do you think this is going to continue?
I think this is just the beginning, honestly.
But the pandemic restrictions are loosening.
For those of us who see that...
That's the funniest part about it, is that, like, if you're American, like, what happened? Just move to Texas. Move to Arkansas. You didn't have to go to fucking Mexico and live on the beach. You just want to, like, live every day like you're living in a festival. That's it. That's the only reason why you did that. Like, when did Arkansas have restrictions? When did Texas have restrictions? Especially outside of, like, Austin and shit. You know? Move to Missouri. Like, why the fuck? You don't need to live in Mexico for this. And then also on top of that, like, live anywhere in America now. There are no restrictions. It's all fucking open, baby. What the fuck?
This is just the excuse to accelerate the push to what Klaus Schwab, the head of the World Economic Forum, calls the fourth industrial revolution, which is a push towards AI, social credit scores, facial recognition, blockchain being used in some really scary ways. You know, that vision is why, you know, I'm not going to go home even if things chill out.
Some unvaccinated expats have already started their own communes. We found several eco-villages or off-grid communities across Central America, most in early stages of development.
Booster of the booster of the booster, like fucking 3 fucking boosters is bullshit.
Okay, everyone, I'm very happy to meet you all. My name is Gabriel Villarreal, and I'm gonna give a little introduction about myself and what we are doing today and the vision of our project.
Guillermo Villarreal.
Who am I to judge? I mean, I'm vaccinated, but I got COVID. These guys probably had COVID too, like multiple times, and somehow survived it. Kind of like all these motherfuckers that survived the top of the hour ad break without subscribing, you know what I mean? And I keep telling them, like, at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And you're like, no, I'm not going to. And then you're like, oh no, I just saw an ad again. What the fuck? That's crazy. Well, don't worry. You don't have to see those ads. As long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Also, what is this? There's a mask sign right behind them. What the fuck? What is going on here, dude? Yeah, but if you move to Mexico to this combine or to this commune, you won't see the ads, so don't worry. One Boptimus, thank you for the 5 Get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Real and his brother Gabriel are ex-reality TV stars. They've been doomsday preppers for years and started a village in the jungle of the Yucatan in southern Mexico. Since the pandemic, it's mainly drawing unvaccinated Canadians and Europeans.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome, my friends.
What about the pandemic restrictions have made people interested in living in an off-grid eco-village?
Now people realized that they need to come to an off-the-grid community. Now it's a necessity. It's not a luxury. It's not some people got together in the middle of the jungle. No. Now they feel that they need it. Because here we are free. Here we do whatever we feel like doing. We respect each other.
Do you think that the pandemic restrictions have made people more afraid of potential disasters, like either natural disasters or, government-induced disasters or the fear of them?
The pandemic has just heightened that, like pushed it to a different level because this has been going on for years and years, like for decades. It's basically the manipulation of population through control of fear.
Do you feel like you're a refuge of sorts for anti-vaxxers?
DJ Kento, thank you for the thank you for the subs.
Sure. I mean, that's not like our main goal, but definitely people here are very, very welcome.
We accept everyone. 100%. This is a non-vax haven for everyone who wants to join us.
The brothers bring potential buyers to tour the community of about 214 lots. Each lot starts at $20,000 plus the cost of building a house. About 20% of them have sold.
People have asked me, Gabo, so I like AC. Can I have AC? I said, yes. You can have all the comforts you want. You can have internet, you can have cable TV, you're gonna have a nice kitchen. So it's like living in the city, but in the jungle. Okay, so we're gonna walk to the phase 2, okay? So where the lots are available, okay?
All of the conveniences of modern society without any of its laws sounds like a utopia. But when all conspiracies are given equal credence, some dark ideas can appear.
What brings you here today, Joanne?
We have a big bunch of demons that are trying to control our lives. So let's see what's going on, because we might have to head to the hills. I am worried about the graphene oxide in the injections, and I'm worried about the
vaccines, COVID vaccine.
Dude, they're so smart, these people, man. How the fuck do they come up with all these crazy things that are... by the way, it's Rosin696. Thank you for the 10 of the subs. It's wild to see, like, these people get so deeply invested in the lore, like they're watching One Piece or some shit. They read the fucking manga. They didn't just watch the anime. They read the motherfucking manga of COVID, okay? They just, like, came up with all these... They came up with all these, like, different fucking reasons. I'm like, how are you so invested in this? They're like, I read the original work of art, actually, that this manga was based off of in the 18th century.
vaccines? Well, they're not vaccines, so I will not call them that. They're injections. They're injections of graphene oxide. When you add graphene oxide into the body and you're hooking
I'm over here thinking, like, how is this going to tie back to the Jews, okay?
that to the cloud, this is craziness.
It's just hard for me because so much of what you're saying, like
They've gone for far too long. They've gone for far too long without mentioning Jewish people. It's got to happen.
never heard of before, and it goes against like a lot of the things that I've been told are true.
You have been lied to for so much, and then you can kind of get into something else, which I accidentally stumbled upon, which was, were there gas chambers in Nazi Germany? And did 6 million people die in Nazi Germany?
Yes.
Well, that's a great answer, but it's probably the wrong answer.
Oh! Yes! Yes! Woo! Woo! Oh! Yo! Yo! Oh! Oh no! Obabe down! Obabe down! Hold up! Hold up! I want to fix it real quick. God damn, bro! Come on, dude! I know my fucking hogs. I live for this. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's fucking dope. That's wow. Okay.
People watching have lost relatives in the Holocaust. They know people died. So what you are saying feels like an attack on them personally.
No, you're putting words in my mouth and words in their mouth.
What does this have to do with
lies?
Off-grid living.
Lies. So maybe people can't see the lie in what's going on with COVID-19, but there are many books and many experts took apart the gas chamber story 101 different ways.
What do the rest of you guys think of this?
That's right, baby. That's right. You know it. Fucking know it, dude. You know it. You know it. You know it. Oh, that was awesome. That was... Oh, dude, come on. We watched a fucking 14-minute video. A 14-minute video. And for 12 minutes, they didn't talk about Jews. You know it's coming. It had to. This would not have been a full anti-vaxxer video otherwise, okay? All right. Let's continue.
There's always going to be difference of opinions between people. This is normal human trait. So we should not judge people based on what they say or they don't say.
Joanne is welcome here.
Everybody's well, absolutely.
All of these alternative communities are brought together by one thing. They're against the COVID-19 vaccines and mandates. But once you distrust all official narratives, you can end up in an alternate universe where down is up, history is rewritten, and objective reality no longer exists.
Call it what you want. It's not a conspiracy conference. This is reality. Everybody here should be screaming from the mountain.
All right, is this it?
You're hooking
I'm over here thinking like, how is this gonna tie back to the Jews? Okay.
that to the cloud. This is craziness.
It's just hard for me because so much of what you're saying, like
They've gone for far too long. They've gone for far too long without mentioning Jewish people. It's got to happen.
never heard of before, and it goes against like a lot of the things that I've been told are true.
You have been lied to for so much, and then you can kind of get into something else, which I accidentally stumbled upon, which was, were there gas chambers in Nazi Germany? And did 6 million people die in Nazi Germany?
Yes.
That's a great answer.
Oh! Yes! Yes! Oh!
You're hooking.
Dude, I know my hogs, dude. I know my hogs too well. I know my fucking hogs too well.
Top everything they believe in because it's reality.
Wow. God. I am literally the fucking hog whisperer, dude. That's one of those where it's like, well, if we were on LSF, that clip would have popped the fuck off. You know what I mean?
A man alleged.
But we're not, so we can't. Need to hit Vegas. That was on fire. Any more symptoms develop? I missed a bit because of my grandma's birthday. No. I'm feeling pretty good. Veritasium. Do you regret getting yourself banned? No. Especially because I just realized, as some chatters pointed this out as well, that clip would have immediately gotten fucking ethered because they would say it's too political. Any clip that shows me in a good light, they would literally fucking turn into, you know, they would just clap up. When you say you'd be the perfect conservative grifter, you're right. That was insane. Oh, 100%. That's why I always laugh when people are like, you're such a socialist grifter. You're such a socialist grifter. You're grifting for socialism. It's like, dude, it's so much easier to be a conservative grifter. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, I want to move on from anti-vaxxer Communes to the Cult of Jared Leto.
Stuck in a life or death situation, and the only way to escape was to guess how old this man was. What would you say? Jared Leto
50.
is 50 years old. Let that sink in for a minute.
But I do know that.
Why is it that Twitter seemingly lost their mind after Jared Leto presented a Grammy to Olivia Rodrigo? A seemingly innocent interaction with dark roots that only some are aware of. Jared Leto began his acting career in 1992 in the television series Camp Wilder, but really hit the limelight 2 years later with his breakout role as Jordan Catalano in My So-Called Life. It was clear that he was a heartthrob and had acting talent. A combination that would allow him to star in Hollywood cult classics like Fight Club, American Psycho, and Requiem for a Dream. Jared Leto is known for being a method actor, aiming to show real and raw emotions in his roles by throwing himself into the world of the character that he plays. Sometimes he gets it right, other times he falls flat on his face. One of his earliest demonstrations of method was in Prefontaine, a 1997 biopic about the legendary distance runner. Jared Leto is most notably known for his Oscar-winning performance as Rayon, a struggling transgender woman in Dallas Buyers Club. Method acting, traditionally known as the Stanislavski system, was developed as a way for actors to combine the outer and inner theatrical sense of self by physically embodying the character's experiences.
Today's actors must look to Moscow at the beginning of the 20th century to find one of the great theatrical figures of his time. An actor, stage director, teacher, and founder of the legendary Moscow Art Theater.
We're watching The Cult of Jared Leto by Philion, whose content I much enjoy. Let's continue.
This is Konstantin Stanislavski. Before his death in 1938 and after, he was an enigma. Successive generations have either venerated him or discredited him. A constant source of controversy, he has been nominated with Einstein and Freud as one of the three true visionaries of the century. Others have denounced him as a charlatan purveyor of mumbo-jumbo. One thing is undeniable. Stanislavski, his theater and his acting system found immortality, even as the world around him was being torn apart.
Although method acting is a legitimate way that many actors get into character, it's oftentimes used as a selling point for modern movies. Usually, headlines are run showcasing the extremes that some of these actors go to in order to prepare for their roles. It's cringy and oftentimes embellished or fabricated to stir up hype. This is one of the main reasons why people hate Jared Leto's Joker, but we'll get into that later. If you're able to separate Jared Leto from his acting ability, it's no secret that he's successful on the big screen. Parallel to his rise to fame in Hollywood during the 90s, Jared Leto would start a band with his brother Shannon. They would name it 30 Seconds to Mars. If you grew up during this time like myself, you can probably remember The Kill playing on every alternative radio station in the 2000s. 30 Seconds to Mars would go on to have numerous breakout hits as their style shifted from edgy to pop. This is why many 30 Seconds to Mars fans are nostalgic of their original music but cringe at their new stuff. They continue to create music around vague, relatable themes such as struggle, love, life, death, and faith. Did 30 Seconds to Mars dominate any genre? Probably not, but they were insanely successful in creating a cult following that is now bigger than ever, known as the Echelon. The Echelon is what 30 Seconds to Mars fans collectively call themselves. Not only are they obsessed with the band's music, but also the themes and messages prevalent in all aspects of the community. Members of the Echelon refer to each other as part of a family. From an outside view, the Echelon is just like any other stan group. And the reality is, stan groups are cash cows. Jared Leto knows this, and perpetuates the us versus them dynamic to increase rapport with his fans. It's one of the many ways in which he breaks the audience-artist wall without actually having to do much and reap the benefits. Each member of the Echelon will go as far as to follow the band around the world, making sure to attend every tour event possible. 30 Seconds to Mars even has Guinness World Records for their seemingly endless tours. Their logo is a triad with a line through it, which you can find on almost any of their
Illuminati, dun dun dun.
work and on Leto himself. Twice. In 2009, the band released merch which said, "Yes, we are a cult." Although this is supposedly an inside joke between Jared Leto and his superfans, it's a slippery slope when given the context of Jared Leto's reputation. If you
Jared definitely would have had his own Waco compound if acting and music didn't work out. What do you mean? He already did that. He literally did Midsommar already. Like, went to a fucking island and shit and did the Midsommar bullshit already.
Find cult as a group or movement held together by a shared commitment to a charismatic leader or ideology, then the Echelon checks all the boxes. And it certainly doesn't help his case that he literally looks like Jesus. In 2015, Jared Leto started Camp Mars, a Malibu retreat where fans can experience the
red flag over red flag, for the record. This is what I'm talking about. I'm very familiar with this as well. Obviously, because I'm fascinated by like psychotic fucking celebrities and the weird shit that they do. And most importantly, about Malibu, which is a hellish place on this planet. It's a beautiful place. It's like a beautiful, kind of far away area that's still close in proximity to Los Angeles, but somehow super far at the same time. And everyone that lives there is fucking insane. Everyone.
the band on a closer level. Camp Mars included outdoor activities, live performances from the band, and a chance to meet Jared Leto himself. Packages ranged from sleeping in tents to VIP lounges, and the prices increased accordingly. Camp Mars was a huge success, and after 2015, it became tradition. It would ultimately evolve into something much, much bigger. Mars Island is a 3-night all-inclusive getaway on the private island of Obanjan in Croatia. Think Fire Festival, but drugs and alcohol are prohibited, and Mars Island actually happened. Sober people, yeah. That's who I want to party with. Packages include yoga, water sports, sightseeing, and 2 30 Seconds to Mars performances. Prices start at $1,700, where you probably sleep on a banana leaf, and go up to an undisclosed amount if you opt in for the Phoenix package, which is probably where you sleep next to Jared Leto himself. I wish I was kidding. That sounds all fun and dandy, but I don't know about you guys, I would much rather stay home and get some quality sleep, which is why today's video is sponsored by Helix. Helix Sleep makes premium.
God damn, that's a better bait than anything I could have fucking ever put together, okay? Holy shit.
Video. On Mars Island, there's a tradition known as the Church of Mars, where Jared Leto actually performs in a cathedral while totally not acting like a cult leader. One of the nights in 2019 consisted of a white night, where everyone dressed up in white and sang Kumbaya by the fire. Once again, Jared Leto leans into the cult accusations by being self-aware about it. Let's all pose for a picture to mess with the media. Except self-awareness doesn't make it any less of an actual cult. And one glaringly obvious observation is that most of the people here are women. I thought this was strange too. One of the package add-ons for your luxury stay in Croatia includes a tattoo service, so you can get a tribal marking of your favorite cult leader.
That's awesome.
Mars Island is an experience like no other.
That's fire.
Jared Leto lives his life like he's on Mars. The man is detached from reality physically and figuratively. He's been riding his breakout success for over 2 decades, and it doesn't seem like it will ever slow down. If you really study Jared Leto in the media, he has a history of acting like a self-entitled celebrity with a god complex. At the start of the pandemic, Jared Leto posted this gem on Instagram. He was on a 12-day silent retreat and didn't know that COVID took over the world. He is also well connected with mega brands like Gucci and This Walking Nightmare. Have you ever seen celebrities completely abuse their power by making interviewers uncomfortable? I've observed.
Oh no, Vin Diesel! Uh-oh, chat. You know what this fucking video is about to be. You've seen it many times. Whenever you're fucking misbehaving, I pop the Vin Diesel video over, turn it on, give you a little fucking look-see, you know? That's how you know Philion watches the stream. No, this is a very common meme on the internet. I don't think he saw it here, but Philion does watch the stream. Yes.
That many celebrities get off on preying on women in front of a camera. They like to push buttons, be inappropriate, and see how much they can get away with by trying to charm or...
Jared Leto's personal photographer in the chat. I worked with Jared Leto 30 Seconds on Mars as a personal photographer for 3 years from 2016 to 2019 and worked in the last Camp Mars event. I can confirm with mods if needed. Holy shit.
Seduce. When in reality, they are playing a rigged game designed to feed their own ego.
I don't think he can probably reveal shit.
I would like to answer that by asking a question. What doesn't turn me on?
For a long time, can I squeeze your mank? And I get there at 5 in the morning.
Okay.
And I go straight to work.
Está agarrando la mano y me estoy muriendo.
Don't let go. Don't let go.
That's my trick. That's my trick.
Don't let go, please. What's your sign? You don't know?
Leo.
Really?
What are you?
Hot.
Hot.
That's nice.
Let me guess.
Stegosaurus.
Really?
Yeah.
Saggy?
No.
What?
Pisces.
I think you said you're a Pisces.
We're perfect together.
The film hinted at a sexual relationship between the two of you.
Did it?
Did it?
Is that what you took away from it?
I don't know. What do you think?
It's kind of like a Rorschach test, I think. What did you think?
I'm thinking, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Dirty birdie.
We're just kidding. We're joking. We're joking. Okay.
Bro, Jared Leto literally has gotten away with it because he's attractive. I think that's it. Like, that's it. That's the only way. That's the only reason why he's gotten away with it for as long as he has. And for people saying he's not attractive, like, I mean, he is. He's attractive to a lot of people.
I believe that Jared Leto and other celebrities are never really challenged on this type of behavior for a couple
Okay, now I want to fuck him. Jesus Christ, chatter.
of reasons.
Sounds familiar? Motherfucker, what are you talking about? I don't say shit like that. What's wrong with you? Christ. If anything, you could say I'm too much of a fucking incel because I like routinely don't say things like that.
Number 1, cameras are rolling and the interviewers have a job to uphold. The spontaneity that will ensue directly after challenging a celebrity is too much of a risk. Number 2, they don't know how to react because it's awkward. And number 3, sometimes the interviewers play into it because they are actually starstruck and attracted to the celebrity, which reinforces this type of behavior.
I haven't finished here. There's work yet to be done.
Have you had it
Into her eyes, they're absolutely, I mean, insane. They're gold and blue and. Oh my
I
God.
was thinking the same thing. Can we?
How to speak to ladies.
Jared Leto is fully aware of his talent and looks, and he uses it to get away with everything. He makes it a point to always touch women, bring them in close, and bask in the tension in front of other people. He appears confident because he truly believes that he's untouchable. September 12th, 2005. The New York Post runs an article that states, Jared Leto likes him young. The 33-year-old Requiem for a Dream actor, last seen squiring Ashley Olsen and Lindsay Lohan around town, has been aggressively pursuing many of the teen models shacked up at the Maritime Hotel. Leto, who booked a suite at the Meatpacking District hotspot while he was in town with his rock band 30 Seconds to Mars, has become infamous for calling and texting some of his underage objects of desire
There it is. I don't understand what the fuck is wrong with these people. Like, you're 33. Why are you texting underage girls? The fuck? Like there's a level of like weird, right? When you're above 30, as I am, there's a level of weird when it comes to even over 18. But like, it can't be that difficult to find someone at least over 18. You know what I mean? But you can still keep it weird, brother. But like, on top of that, keep it legal, you know? Like, how are you going to just be like, it's like anime. The way I think about it is exactly like anime, okay? Where, like, Zelda doesn't have to be 17. You know what I mean? She's not built like she's 17, but they specify she is, okay? And it's like, why? Why is she 17? Why couldn't she be 18? Why couldn't she be 19? But they're like, no. We are going to reinforce that Zelda is 17 years old. You didn't have to do that, but you wanted to. And that's exactly what this shit is, which is like, dude, just, like, even if they're 20 years old and you're 30, that's like, you know, not great, okay? Why do they have to be fucking underage? You understand? You get what I mean by that?
Several times a day. He's been approaching all the girls and inviting them to his shows. Girls from IMG, Elite, Next, and Women are staying there, and Jared has been hitting on all of them. He's a serial texter. He is constantly texting these 16 and 17-year-old girls. It's really kind of creepy. In 2011, Jared Leto makes a fool of a man sitting during one of his shows. This is completely uncalled for.
Hold on. Hold on. Hey, buddy. Hey, yo, you, with your fingers in your chin beard, what are you sitting on your fucking ass for? Huh?
What?
This is the 30 Seconds to Mars show, okay? If you can stand up, you better be up off your fucking ass right now, you hear me? Does he understand what I'm saying to him right now?
It turns out he's like disabled, right? He's in a fucking wheelchair or something.
No, don't look behind you. I'm looking at you. Yes, you. Yes, you. Oh, thank you very much.
In 2013, Jared Leto held a promotional contest for his upcoming album, Love, Lust, Faith, Dreams. This contest was called #TheSleepover, in which 5 lucky fans who pre-ordered the album would get to sleep with Jared Leto. Yeah, this was of course accompanied by Jared Leto's sad attempt at humor. You do know I sleep in a coffin. I will admit my bed is more like a hotel than most. In 2015, James Gunn, director of Guardians of the Galaxy and The Suicide Squad, posted a cryptic video on Periscope. The exact contents in the video are unknown, as it was deleted the very next morning by Gunn himself. But accounts recall ranting about Jared Leto for being an overall asshole and sleeping with underage girls. He posted this the next morning. Good morning to Bogota, Colombia, and sorry to all of you around the world who saw my ambient-fueled Periscope session last night at 3 a.m. Yes, I erased it. In 2016, Jared Leto admitted to sending anal beads and used condoms to fellow cast members of Suicide Squad.
Now, how about the gifts you gave everyone? Rats, bullets, a hog. Where did that come from?
Don't forget the anal beads.
Who did you send anal beads to?
The used condoms.
Did not.
Yeah. I mean, it was.
Step back, Frank. You can't just say use condoms and we're just gonna like forget.
I know it's a family show, but we can.
Don't worry.
We can educate people here. At least they were used.
Who did you send used condoms to?
Oh, everybody.
Yeah, I got that. Jared sent.
Wait a minute. We can't just skip over that.
Yeah.
You get a used condom. What do you say? What do you think?
You say Jared has gone full.
Bro, he's like trying to do like method acting, but it's so fucking cringe. It's just like, it's not even edgy. Also, Will Smith slapped the wrong guy, okay? I think if he had slapped Jared Leto, everyone would have fucking defended him. Like, no one would be like, oh, I can't believe you did that. Everyone would be like, oh, no, that's 100%, you know, you're deserved. Keep my condoms out your fucking mouth. What? Why would he say that? That doesn't even make sense. Okay, dude. All right.
Joker. Jared, he went full Joker, you know. And the rule generally is never go full Joker.
Richard! That's ironic. He then later denied all of it and said it was just one big joke.
What exactly did people get wrong about the Joker?
I mean, I just think that there were some things, you know, that were mentioned about like gifts and the fact that I was giving used condoms to people, which was not true.
We can say that right now. That
It
is not
was
true.
not true. And what are you going to do at that moment? You can't even, it doesn't matter how loud you shout or hold up a sign, you know, with your pants off in Times Square. People are going to go with the story that they want to run.
May 16th.
I mean, you said it though. Like, you didn't even attempt to do damage control. You added the condom and anal beads. What? Bro, he literally added. Like, the other guy was trying to be nice and being like, oh, it's crazy. Like, what are you fucking giving them? And he was like, condoms. Use condoms and anal beads. That's what I'm giving them. I'm giving you used condoms and anal beads.
2018. Dylan Sprouse, or Zach from Sweet Life of
Oh,
Zach
I remember
and
this.
Cody, tweets, yo, at Jared Leto, now that you've slid into the DMs of every female model age 18 to 25, what would you say your success rate is? This tweet seeming...
To be fair, he said 18 to 25, and that's much nicer of Dylan Sprouse to say rather than 16 to 25.
...came out of nowhere. Why would Zach from the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody know this sort of information? And two, why would he blast Jared Leto on Twitter for thousands to see? And interestingly enough, James Gunn responded. He starts at 18 on the internet. We know that Jared Leto is creepy with girls. We know that Jared Leto has gotten with fans.
Oh my God. Oh no, look at that. Look at that. Hey, two musicians that also both participated in, like, you know, teenage rom-coms that have a tendency to text underage girls all the time. Look at that. Look at that. Add DiCaprio and you got the trifecta? How dare you? Leonardo DiCaprio doesn't fuck anyone over the age of 25, but he doesn't go below 18. And that's creepy, but not illegal. Okay? Remember that. It's always creepy, but it's never illegal. Drake, on the other hand, and Jared Leto have, crossed over that line regularly. Like, they're fucking out here. They're out here living the libertarian paradise life.
We know that Jared Leto has a twisted sexual side. He literally sings about it in his music.
Trying to compare Drake to Jared is dumb. The Millie texts were sus, but nothing says they're sexual. Drake's not. Drake's, interactions with underage girls does not revolve just around Millie Bobby Brown. Didn't Seinfeld date a 17-year-old? Yes, very publicly so, as a matter of fact. Dating ain't shit is weird. I'm 26 and the idea of dating someone sub 21 feels gross. Okay, dude, I don't care. We're not having this fucking discourse over and over again. Now all these like fucking little Zoomers are going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't, like, it's the number one conversation. It's the number one conversation on the internet that like Zoomers love having, okay? There's creepy, there's weird, there's illegal, and like really fucked up, okay? Illegal is really fucked up. I've always told Leto was a freaking creep. It's not half your age plus 5. It's half your age plus 7 is the rule of thumb. But it doesn't matter. It's not like a fucking law or anything. And plus, once you hit 25, it's over. You know, all hell. It's just, that's my rule of thumb. The golden rule is half your age plus 7, okay? Which is still irrelevant, you know what I mean? Because these things can be, situational and different. Obviously, always, it has to always be legal. But once they're 25, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm never going to fucking be like, oh, I can't believe a 90-year-old dated a 25-year-old. Like, yeah, the 25-year-old knows better than the 90-year-old. Motherfucker, shut the fuck up. It's the Zoomer version of N-word arguments. Yeah, Zoomers love having that combo over and over again.
You can probably guess which lyrics I'm going to pick out of Up in the Air.
I don't know. Surprise me.
I'll wrap my hands around your neck so tight with love, love, love.
Yeah.
Quite erotic.
Is it?
Tell us a little bit more.
It's funny that you would take it that way.
Tell us what the song's about if that's not what it is.
Well, I think, what is it they say? Everything is about sex, except for sex. Sex is about power, right?
And articles have...
Wait a minute. That's literally fucking Francis Underwood. The Frank Underwood take about rape.
Been written with sources claiming that Jared Leto choked a woman out without her consent. It's important to note that Tumblr posts fantasizing about sleeping with the band muddy the water of actual evidence against Jared Leto. Is Jared Leto insufferable as a person? Yeah, anyone can get behind that. There's weird, probably shouldn't do that type of behavior. And then there's illegal. Where Jared Leto falls on the spectrum is unclear. Decade-long rumors...
I like that his assessment is the same, though. There's like the creepy, the weird, the illegal, and immoral. Yeah, that's great. That's, it's just, that's how it is. There's a spectrum of different kinds of... choking without consent, aka attempted fucking murder. I mean, I don't think Jared Leto, I can't believe I'm saying this because I do think he's creepy as fuck, but I don't think he was trying to murder that person. Okay? Like, I don't agree with anything that he's done, but I'm pretty sure that that is still completely abhorrent behavior. Don't misunderstand me. That is really important in these sorts of situations, okay? But what? I don't know what's going on. Is this like COVID brain or something? What the fuck? Wow, defending an attempted murderer? Number one rule as a virgin is to never talk about sex. You can only embarrass yourself. Yeah. It wasn't that funny. No, it's pretty funny. I mean, I don't know how you could choke someone and not think they could die. Wait, what? Okay, stop. Stop talking about this. Stop. It's okay. You don't worry about it. You're right. You're right. Yes. Oh no. Okay, let's continue. Okay.
Following him across two different career paths is not a good sign, and neither is this one. Let me fix that.
That was great. That last part was awesome. Oh no. Okay. Can't wait to see a picture of Keemstar and Jared Leto together at high school girl sleepover. Innocence is a virtue, chatters. No, it's great. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful that I mean, I'm on Twitch. Sometimes I remember. Sometimes I gotta remember. Now, not every instance of choking is an attempted murder. Okay. I'm just gonna say that you should always get consent. That was a great video by Philion. Okay, the Cult of Jared Leto. But choking without consent is bad, wrong. Don't do it. That's all I'm gonna say. Let's just end it there on that. That note, we end it on that. Okay. No reason to add additional things to that conversation. I don't want to have a birds and the bee talk with a chat that I don't want to have the birds and the bees conversation with chat that has never had sex, okay? Like, I'm not. I know I have the mustache for it, but I'm not your actual dad. Like, yeah, too late. You're already on a TikTok talking about how you do not care about consent. No, I do care about consent. I think it's funny that they that attempted murder though. There's a difference between choking and choking someone out. I ain't trying to make her feel like she's in the octagon with Khabib. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when you're choking someone in bed, you're like, you try to kill them. That's how it works. Like you're hitting him with this. The fucking you're putting him in the chokehold, the headlock. That's so stupid. Oh God. Okay. We're done. Okay. Conspiracy theorists are creating their own nation of hate.
Refused to pull over. He claimed he's a sovereign citizen.
They don't recognize the government's authority.
I don't know what the hell law book you're reading, man, but it doesn't apply to me. I'm going in.
No, you're not going in.
Don't touch me.
What? Oh, that's my favorite. Oh my God. The Admiralty Court Andes have found their own. They founded their own nation. Oh, I love that. Sovereign citizen.
Allowed our Magna Carta, our rights, our common law to be ignored.
My fellow Canadians, I address you today as your Queen, Commander-in-Chief, and Head of Government.
That's not actually the Queen of Canada. In fact,
What?
she's a woman named Romana Didulo, a YouTuber and minor internet celebrity who's declared herself Queen. This might seem like just more delusional nonsense on the internet, but Didulo has over 70,000 followers. More worryingly, she's tried to incite them into
fucking weak sauce, dude.
Violence against anyone facilitating COVID vaccinations for children. She's not just some lone eccentric with a webcam. She's part of a fringe ideology known as the sovereign citizen movement, which has surged during the pandemic.
All of the evidence to prove that coronavirus is an absolute pandemic hoax, that you are operating illegally and you are committing crimes against humanity.
Their bizarre anti-government conspiracy theories have spread like wildfire. Sovereign citizens believe that they're above the law, that their ideology is the key to fighting against the so-called COVID pandemic, and who are showing a dangerous potential for violence.
So we're here at Edinburgh Castle. We're taking our power back today. We have seized the building. We are here.
Dude, this show has everything. This video has everything I want. It's got cool accents. It's got psychotic conspiracy theorists. It's got sovereign citizens. Kind of redundant to mention both. Sovereign citizens often are psychotic conspiracy theorists. I love this. I love it. And it's got castles.
We are peaceful. We are sovereign people.
In August 2021, a group of anti-lockdown protesters stormed Edinburgh Castle in Scotland, shouting that they were seizing the castle to fight tyranny and restore the rule of law. They claimed their justification for this was Article 61 of Magna Carta. That's a 13th century legal document that guaranteed the rights of a specific group of 25 English barons to seek redress from the king if they felt they were being governed unjustly.
This belongs to the people. Who's in Article 61 of Magna Carta?
Article 61 itself was removed from Magna Carta within a year, and although Magna Carta is a crucial part of how English law developed, it's not some magical document that supersedes laws of ownership, taxation, or public order.
There's only two things the government fears: Article 61 and unity of the people.
It seems like it's almost like a deliberate misreading of the Magna Carta from history, but also in the US of the rules around the kind of 1868 legislation as well.
This is very much the essence of sovereign citizen ideology. They take random bits of legal and historical jargon and spin it into an argument where, by simply declaring themselves sovereign, they supposedly become above the law, operating under an entirely different set of rules to everyone else.
Sovereign citizens believe that they, not judges, juries, or law enforcement, get to decide which laws to follow and which to ignore, and they don't think they should have to pay taxes.
Based on these fraudulent arguments, sovereign citizens try to claim the government is illegitimate and insist that they themselves are the true source of authority.
When is this?
Why don't you do a summer in LA?
That's what I'm doing. I'm getting two houses. I already know I am.
You're getting 2 houses?
Yeah. My man has 2 jobs.
You guys are subbing too much. That's crazy.
That's not from subbing that the reason I'm getting 2 houses. I'm getting 2 houses from the ads I do, like this.
Oh. You actually do so many ads. So many. Sometimes I'll watch your stream and I'll go watch Hasan because you do too many ads.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Me and XQC talked about this once, Reddit.
Uh-huh.
Hasan does 1 minute an hour of ads. I do 3. I think XQC does the most. He does like 5. And
Whoa!
No one complains. And Hasan's the only one that ever gets shit.
Yeah, everyone complains about Hasan.
He does the minimum of ads. And me and XC do the most. And
I took a fat pay cut to be able to advocate to get lower fucking ad density. It's true. It's like, I don't know how the fuck it happened, but I went from like being able to, I guess, get away with it too much to like literally most whiny fucking community ever. It's not my community, dude. It's not. It's not my community. Because you announce it though? No, it is because I am a leftist. And when you're a leftist, that means you're supposed to live like Jesus Christ. Like you're not supposed to exist. Chat, when you're a new contract at the end of the year as a higher density, oh fuck yeah, it's gonna be fucking, it's gonna have to be higher. They didn't want the 1 minute. There's a reason why no one has a 1 minute ad density. Leftist really means no fun at all, or jokes, or literally breathing ever. Yes, most people would just like be happy if I died. Because XQC has 90k subs, nobody's watching those damn ads. Yeah, I know. He has 90k subs on top of like running fucking 5 minutes of ads. It doesn't matter. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. No one will ever complain about him. Literally no one will ever complain about him. Which, I mean, it's good. I don't want people to complain about him. I think it's bullshit. It sucks. It was literally because of that one Twitter chart that you popped off. Yeah, there was one like Twitter chart about... It was because like people saying, "Oh yeah, here it is. This is it. This is the reason." Vom Whiskey asked for ads in chat stats. Here are the numbers of messages with one more ads. Hasan run ads button is stuck. Yeah, this is it. This is just people saying ads in the chat and not necessarily running ads. But people literally went with this. I know that this only has like 288 likes, but people literally took this, put it on LSF, and everyone just said, oh, that must mean he runs the most ads, like fucking socialism. What the fuck? And he even clarified it. Yep, numbers agree with us on the Hun. Ad spam spikes align perfectly with the top of the hour. Yeah. Because my community reminds me to run an hour at to run an ad break at the top of the hour every hour, a 60-second ad break. And then we gamify it. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free. But that just, that just kept going. Which, by the way, I'm running an ad now. No joke, because it is top of the fucking hour. So there you go. That's the best segue ever. Get fucked. The bonus clip.
Just rent a room from Hasan. You really should. For a summer?
I don't want to go to my no.
You don't want to be roommates with Hasan?
No.
Wait, what? He said he wanted to. That's crazy that he's saying that. Anyway, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, like I said, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
No.
It'd make you sad to wake up to Hasan every morning?
No, it would make me terrified to walk outside. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would never want to live with Hasan because political people, they're in their own area and I don't want to go anywhere near it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because he's scared of my haters. That's why. Katie, the subs. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the goal. That's why I have the psychotic stalkers do that on purpose, for the record. The entire purpose of like why they behave that way is to make me a toxic person that no one wants to be around. Obviously, it doesn't work. It still fails. But yeah.
I couldn't imagine walking outside and being like, oh, you don't know. It's scary. Fuck that shit. Hell no.
Should I order the pizza?
I would get haters just by being friends with Hasan. And trust me, chat, I'm not friends with Hasan.
Just rent a room from Hasan. You really should.
Yeah. Do you really deal with shit like that every day? I mean, not every day, but we have I have like very active communities that make it their entire mission to like fucking stalk me and be psychotic. You're toxic, but a certain someone who's cool with Miz and X isn't? Yeah. No, I don't think... No, he thinks that's way more toxic. Everyone saw that you're gay. Jake from Potato Town. Wait, I can give Carter a VIP? No, I can't give Carter a VIP still. I don't think. Mizkif was just joking. There's nothing. You're taking it too seriously. I did on VIP. He's banned, so he can't even be fucking VIP'd. He's literally banned. Oh, Carter is a VIP now. Some positive news. We share a massive community. I will say your community, not the weirdos, are literally the best, and we made it possible for me to stream full time. We have an insane viewer overlap. 99% are amazing who made my life. Yeah. Why aren't you with OTV and Ludwig and Botes for poker? I don't play poker. Flying Butt Salad says, before I checked out your stream from Mudahar's podcast, I didn't have a great impression of you either. After watching you for 4 months, I can say you're actually a very decent guy, Hassel. Thanks, man. Get the most obsessive hate and take it and barely take days off. You literally have COVID right now. Yeah, but I'm having a great time. This was like... this was overall a very good stream for me. I really enjoyed it. It's been a while since I enjoyed streaming like this. I don't know why. I've had like some shitty I don't know, I just like feel really bad normally, but this stream was still really good overall. So good that like it didn't matter that I have COVID, you know? I had 50% overlap with you a month ago. Highest overlap on my stream. COVID made the stream better. Oh no, he probably said some nice things. He didn't say anything bad. What is it? Just came in here to say I love you. We're not going to do the Hungary one. We're going to keep that for tomorrow, but we're going to finish the conspiracy theory one.
Often even issuing their own ID documents.
And everything you need here to understand that I don't need a license, registration, or any documentation to travel from point A to point B. It is a right that has been preserved by the Supreme Court and the law of the land.
Pre-pandemic, it was quite a quaint conspiracy movement, so it was a lot of people trying to, use this to get out of parking tickets, speeding fines.
What was once an obscure ideology has become supercharged during the pandemic, finding new followers in the conspiracy-obsessed anti-lockdown movements that believe that coronavirus is some kind of plot against the people.
The pandemic and COVID accelerated this movement, not because of the pandemic per se.
Yeah, we're gonna watch Syria bald and bankrupt, and also Air Bud and Jordan Klepper tomorrow.
But because of the government mandates that came along with the pandemic, and there was a certain segment of people who did not want to follow the government mandates, and the sovereign citizen ideology, the rhetoric, the ideas within that movement served as, in their minds, a good excuse to not have to follow the mandates.
From North America and Europe to Australia, New Zealand, and Singapore, extremists have latched onto the ideology in the misguided belief that it gives them the means to fight against vaccines, lockdowns, and other COVID-related restrictions.
My dad died from COVID, by the way.
Yeah, my dad died as well. Death happens.
In the UK, sovereign citizens have launched physical attacks on COVID testing centres, forcibly shut down vaccination clinics, and the leader of the opposition Labour Party has been hounded on the street by mobs screaming about COVID restrictions, common law.
You know what's really fucking wild? Like, why are they attacking Keir Starmer? I mean, he sucks, right? But like, it's not even him, right? Isn't it fucking, like, the Tories are like, he has no fucking power. Why are they fucking yelling at him? I mean, he sucks. Yell at him for like, you know, good reasons instead.
And Magna Carta.
Why have your party allowed our Magna Carta, our rights, our common law to be ignored?
Peace constables, peace officers, common law constables. These are the names sovereign citizens give their own self-appointed police forces, whose authority, they claim, trumps that of the actual cops.
You are lawfully empowered to employ other members of the public as peace officers and to detain and arrest anyone you see breaching the public peace.
That means the movement calls on them to enforce their own version of reality.
I'm going to arrest you, sir. Yeah. And you do something, I don't know. I understand what you're trying to say there.
Some are even taking their own zip ties to protests to carry out arrests.
Can you explain to me what this is?
This is a PO, peace officer. I am Tyra and my card.
You have hand ties?
Yeah. Tyra.
Who gave you hand ties?
I take it by myself.
You brought them yourself?
Exactly.
Of course, none of these pretend constables are actually police officers, any more than someone doing cosplay is actually a superhero. But as tempting as it might be to dismiss the sovereign citizens as a bunch of noisy but relatively harmless idiots, that would only be half right.
Don't discount or ignore these people because they're willing to kill and be killed for these beliefs.
Since late 2021, a group of hardliners within the movement, calling themselves Alpha Team Assemble, have been holding combat training sessions in the UK, supposedly preparing themselves for militant direct action against the state.
I love anarchists, dude. I'm sorry. Especially UK anarchists are so funny. Maybe that's why Mark Fisher wrote about them extensively. It's like they're so... Anyway, let's just...
For anyone doubting the Alpha Men Assemble, do not. These people are true. These people are fighting...
Oh my god, dude. Look at this guy. Look at the guy. Look at this chinless motherfucker.
Assemble. Do not. These...
I'm an alpha man, yeah. Look at this fucking drywall. In America, they call them coils. But here in the fucking UK, we call them alpha men. Give me a fucking soda. Give me a Monster energy drink. And I'll fucking destroy this drywall. Yeah, I will. You don't know what I'm capable of doing, mate.
People are true. These people are fighting...
Fucking menace to society, yeah?
For our children and our futures.
This posturing has got the authorities concerned. Sovereign citizens are routinely expressing violent fantasies about a so-called Nuremberg...
Bro, she literally... Okay.
Sovereign citizens are routinely...
She literally, look at her back leg.
Expressing...
Look, oh, his.
Violent...
You don't have to worry about this guy, okay? You don't have to worry about them. I'm not going to gender. I'm not going to try to gender. I don't know what's going on. It says alpha men. I don't know. Anyway, but like this, anyone that does that, you know, they're fine. They're fine. They're about to fucking fall. They're their own worst nightmare. You know what I mean?
Fantasies about a so-called Nuremberg 2.0 trial, where the supposed architects of the plandemic will be put on trial for treason, genocide, or serious crimes against humanity, and executed.
Police working undercover since April say they earned the trust of alleged anti-government sovereign citizens and were able to foil their alleged plans to kill cops.
Once the first kidnapping and execution was accomplished, they would be compelled to keep repeating their actions, kidnapping and killing multiple officers.
I object to the entire proceedings of this court.
The sovereign citizen practice of trying to enforce their own version of the law can clearly lead in dangerous directions. In 2010, police officers in Arkansas stopped a car driven by Jerry Kane, a sovereign citizen who gave seminars teaching people that they don't need to pay tax. Kane's 16-year-old son drew an AK-47 and murdered the two officers.
Oh my God!
They're both dead now. Law enforcement comes in contact with them fairly regularly because a lot of the sovereigns aren't following traffic laws, and so they get pulled over, and that can be an especially dangerous time for a police officer.
And Terry Nichols, one of the...
Bro, homie pulled out the fucking AK, dude. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. They just showed the AK popping off. No, that's not what JPEG Mafia sampled. JPEG Mafia sampled a very famous case of the cop dying in the hands of a Vietnam War veteran. I forget. The one that is like used in all... The one that kickstarted like the fucking shoot first, ask questions police training. What was it? God damn it.
The masterminds of the Oklahoma bombing, which killed 168 people, was heavily inspired by sovereign citizen ideas. The FBI classes sovereign citizens as one of the most serious domestic terrorism threats facing the US. One estimate put the number of hardcore sovereigns at 100,000, with 3 times that number in the broader movement.
This is something that law enforcement around the country is worried about, simply because, again, they never know when they might encounter these people just simply by doing their job.
The anti-vax sovereign citizens...
Dude, the funniest part about sovereign citizens is that like the FBI classifies them as a terror cell or whatever, right? A lot of them are white anti-government extremists, and they are responsible for like more than 75% of acts of terror on domestic on U.S. soil since 9/11. And, oh, Michael Dredka, thank you. You are not useless. You are useful. But like, they don't, like, they get caught with their fucking pants down every time. That's why the kid was able to fucking clap the cops. Because they're white. And they're libertarian whites. Okay, that's where it is. Like the difference between like libertarian cop respecters, like thin blue line libertarians, and libertarians who want to kill cops is so blurred, that line, that cops don't, more often than not, cops themselves think that they're fucking libertarians. And they literally think that, like, you know, all these other libertarians are also pro-cop. Like a very weird, it's this very weird dichotomy. And it's part of the reason why you can't figure it out. Oh, Moldovanmamaliga's back. He said, can you spot them just by looking at them? Moldovanmamaliga. What's going on in Transnistria, brother? What's happening? Jem Ahmed, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. We were worried that you were, you know, joining the Moldovan military or something, because you're worried that there's going to be a fucking land bridge from eastern and southeastern Ukraine to Moldova. That I'm prepping my horses. Yeah, that's right, dude. It varies from cop to cop, but the institution as a whole in no way libertarian. Hella cops are libertarian. American libertarianism is just fascism that allows you to smoke weed. The fuck do you mean? Libertarians in America think they're just like cool conservatives because they like weed. And the more they like Ron Paul, the more weird their ideas get. It ranges from, you know, cool conservatives to straight up fucking fascists and everything in between. There is no discernible political ideology. That's why you see like the Gadsden flag and the thin blue line flag side by side. Ben Shapiro says he's a libertarian. Ben Shapiro is just straight up a fucking neocon fascist. Like, he's not... How is he a libertarian? Well, he doesn't say he's a libertarian anymore, but he used to. I don't know if he says it anymore. I think he says he's a classical liberal or some shit now, but literally just a fascist neocon. You're either a Gary Johnson libertarian, a Ron Paul libertarian, or a sovereign citizen.
already have blood on their hands. In September 2021, a group of sovereign citizens in Ireland burst into a hospital ICU ward to rescue.
Of course, but they are doing girl boss shit. These are girl bosses. He loves state violence. He can't be a libertarian, Lamau. I know, but a lot of libertarians do. That's why you have the libertarian MAGA voters. The absolutely last fucking thing a libertarian should love, unless they're not like actually a libertarian, the absolutely last thing a libertarian should love is a cop or borders. And Donald Trump ran on law and order, you know, beefing up the police, beefing up the military, and fucking beefing up our borders. Okay, before I forget, of course, the one thing that unites all libertarians is their hatred for age of consent laws. But other than that, you know, cops and borders.
An elderly patient, a fellow sovereign citizen who had COVID-19.
It's all your choice, Joe.
This was awesome.
If you stay here, they're gonna fucking kill you, Joe.
Yes.
These people, they're not going to help you. It's okay. It's okay. I have my right because you are killing people.
Citing their usual arguments about common law, they removed the man against the advice of medical staff.
Stephen, I'm very worried about you. And I want you to stay. What he's saying is wrong and very dangerous. And I think he's endangering your life.
The man later died.
Here is a direct link between someone motivated by sovereign citizen ideologies and kind of the blending of anti-vaccine ideologies as well to kind of push someone towards making a decision that in the end was fatal towards them. So that really does show the danger of people being swayed by those with sovereign citizen beliefs as well.
One of the trademark strategies the sovereign citizens use to intimidate and harass their perceived enemies is a technique known as paper terrorism. That's where sovereign citizens inundate their targets with a flood of threatening legal documents.
Libertarianism. What does Felix say about this? Felix Biederman, Trap House, friend of the show. What does he always say? He says libertarianism is the most like rule-loving way of like breaking the rules. They're so fucking annoying. Like they're such nerds for rules. Every libertarian loves contracts. They're contractual fetishists. Yes, contract fetishists. And what? As of 3 minutes ago, he says this, that swagged out feeling you get once a week when you clean the half ring of shit between your asshole and the base of your penis and put on a shirt that doesn't have a white streaks of dried sweat. That's fire. Ew. I was gonna have Felix on soon because he has stepped foot inside of Los Angeles. You're gonna see Felix a lot more on the broadcast soon. I just can't have him on currently because I have COVID. So I literally was supposed to have him like this week. Yeah, they're contract perverts. No, man, not XQC. Felix Biederman, not Felix Dengel, the lion of Level, okay?
In an attempt to bully them into submission.
Paper terrorism is essentially creating members of the sovereign citizen movement creating their own ritual.
Okay, paper terrorism. Calling this paper terrorism is so sorry, dude. Oh shit, my camera broke again. Calling this paper terrorism is fucking ridiculous, dude. What the fuck? They have no power. They're like making fake laminated cards about like how the American Disability Act is like allowing them to fucking, I don't know, allowing them to fucking to walk freely at an Applebee's without a mask. It's so dumb. It's just like calling it terrorism is a bit fucking you know, a bit of a stretch.
It's creating their own kind of legal notices and serving people who they deem to be offenders.
Now, the new wave of sovereign citizens have adopted this tactic in their quest to fight the so-called pandemic.
So you're about UK Medical Alliance, which is all about the other UK Alliance of Medical Freedom of Alliance, the Declaration for the Protection of Children. Right. Moto proprio, you've probably not heard of this one. Well, the Pope is head of the businesses in the across the world.
Let's go, dude. He's right. Let me tell you a couple truths that you were not aware of. They're so fucking annoying. Oh, God. They're just, I don't know what else to say other than like, you can just like hand wave them away and be like, fuck off, nerd, and then move on with your life. But I feel like you can't because they're just so deranged. It's like my fucking haters, but in real life. Isn't this just harassment? Yeah, I wouldn't consider this terrorism. I think it's harassment. And also on top of that, like, you should absolutely be able to use security forces to beat the fuck out of these people. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I'm an advocate for that. Like, silly bitches like this absolutely deserve to get fucking maced a little bit. Problem is, like, it'll never happen. It'll never happen to them. It'll happen to, you know, random people that don't deserve it. Like black people or something, unfortunately.
With many embracing the strategy as their great hope in stopping the COVID vaccine altogether. This has led to them targeting schools, courtrooms, and hospitals, along with scientists, government officials, and other individuals associated with the vaccination rollout.
That's why I love watching like citizens audits and stuff. Like the auditors get fucking owned. Because if they own the cop, then yeah, fuck the cops, and that's great. But if the cop owns them, they're really annoying. So like it's a great situation where like you don't root for either side, but also root for both sides at the same time. So no matter who wins, you win by watching because they're both fucking terrible.
With their bogus legal papers.
Paper terrorism is an old sovereign citizen tactic from the 90s, where basically if you inundate people with enough phony and fraudulent lawsuits, it intimidates them into changing the law or changing rules.
And the only way this strategy of paper terrorism ever works is by wearing down their opponents until they eventually give up. But that's clearly not going to happen when it comes to their ultimate goal here of stopping the global rollout of coronavirus vaccines. Already, there are signs of growing frustration within the movement at the failure of this paper terrorism to bear fruit, fueling calls from militants for more radical action.
They see the world in a completely different way now. It's no longer just a case of single issues such as vaccine mandates, mask mandates. They now view that as one facet.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those like Zoomer fucking Tumblr generation type ways of describing something in like more aggressive ways. Like, for example, instead of saying that this is just a harassment campaign, they say it's terrorism. Just like when someone is like, oh, you're gaslighting me and you're a toxic, emotionally abusive partner. Like, no, he's just selfish. You know what I mean? Like, you can just be bad. You could be a bad partner. It doesn't have to be like a fucking gaslighting, toxic male manipulator. You know what I mean? You don't have to like stack. You don't have to fucking add additional stacks onto things to sensationalize it. Like love bombing. Yeah, there's another one. How am I feeling? Pretty good. How are you feeling? Yeah. Yeah, over medicalizing shit. I've talked about this, yes. Yeah, they're debate perverts or they're document perverts. They're rule perverts.
A much larger problem around the global masters who are, pulling everyone straight. So because these people have had their worldview fundamentally changed, they're not going to stop.
And with those lost down the rabbit hole of COVID conspiracies becoming ever more detached from reality and convinced that they're a law unto themselves, there are growing concerns about where all this is heading.
Out of control, Ukraine's rogue militias. What the fuck? Oh, this is from 2018. I was going to say, no shot Vice is making videos like that. Anyway, folks, I love you all, but that's as much energy as I have today. Unfortunately, we're only going to do 7 hours and 30 minutes, but it's a lot longer than I thought I would last here. I'm a little tired. Okay. I'm going to run the last 3-minute ad break here. Murat said, wow, using COVID as an excuse to do half days, real nice. But he is right. I am doing that because I am tired. I'm a little worried. I hope that, I don't get worse at night. It was kind of, it got a little annoying at night when I was sleeping, but I'm sure it'll be fine. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. Tomorrow's another day. Hopefully my situation will be better and not worse. And I'll be able to get good soon. But yeah, it was a wonderful experience. It was a wonderful experience overall. So I want to thank you for being good chatters today, because it made me feel good. This was a banger stream. This was 7 hours and 30 minutes of just straight heat. I felt good, like I haven't, in a way that I haven't in a long time. So thank you. Shouts out to the moderation team as well for making sure that it wasn't annoying. I'm gonna go fucking get cracked out on some emergency and some other kitchen sink activities, you know what I mean? Or maybe I just feel good because of the ivermectin, brother. Just kidding. Like I said, the libtards would not let me get that ivermectin that I wanted desperately. But yeah, I was right when I said this is my Michael Jordan flu game. You know what I'm saying? This was the best stream I've had in a while, in my opinion. And that's all because of you guys. So thank you. Very cool. And I will see you tomorrow. All right, bye guys.
Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.